Yes, it is time. It is time. It's been a long time, in fact, since we've done one of these, and yet it is indeed time. And no better way to get comfy than sitting by the fire. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look how comfy that is. Oh yeah. No fake like CGI fire this year. Like it's an actual like real footage of a real fire. Oh my. Oh my. So comfy. Oh my. And we're here to do the thing. And by the thing today specifically, I mean the Wrath Retrospective. Or, shit. Not the Wrath Retrospective. That was the last one we did. That was 3 years ago. Oof. Nope. Today's going to be the Anniversary Retrospective. Yes. Looking smooth today. Oh, shit. Thank you. Obviously, you gotta get dressed up for the formal presentation of the, I guess, Anniversary Server in Review, right? No, shit. Indeed. We are, in fact, going to be just reviewing basically the entirety of Anniversary from even pre-start to finish. And if you've never watched one of these before, basically what we do is we're going to kind of review the entirety of the Anniversary server experience, whether it be from my POV and then like the kind of the try-hard guild POV. And then, you know, normally I would do like the more like general player experience POV. To be honest, at this point, I feel like I've got like very little connection with the general player base. So I'm gonna keep it real. Like the discussion about like the general player base experience feels like it might be a little bit less so compared to, I guess, the my POV and the tryhard POVs. So hopefully you can forgive me for that. It's not like I have anything against the general player base. It's just like I just don't feel very connected with them anymore. So I can't really I don't want to speak for them, if that makes sense. But before we get started, obviously you guys know, you can't do this sober. You can't do this without some comfy adult beverages to kind of get you through this. So, especially with how long this one's probably going to be. So, let's solve that problem, shall we? We're going to be drinking some scotch tonight. Obviously, I think we're going to start off with the one that I've showed you guys before on stream, the Ben Riachten. Very tasty, very simple, kind of like relatively basic kind of starter scotch. But it doesn't make it bad. It doesn't make it bad at all. Yes. Let it fire. Roaring, dude. Roaring. Oh. Did you clean glass? Hey, I did clean it before the stream, alright? So it's better. It's good enough. Whatever. It's fine. Also, I gotta pour a lot, but we'll be here a while. It's fine. Okay. Show pants. Okay, I did not tuck in the pants, but I will at least admit that I'm not wearing just general sweatpants, okay? No? I didn't tuck it in, but CBA doing that. Yeah. Anyways, okay. Cheers, boys. Cheers to Anniversary being over. Thank God. Thank the Lord, baby Jesus. Also, yeah, nice of Blizzard to delay pre-patch for the stream, huh? Nice of them to just be like, you know what? Let's give Dali let's give him the floor for the next 4 hours. Cheers, Blizzard. That is nice. Okay. That is very nice. Alright, that is nice. Thanks for the effort. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, now, let's get straight to it because this is gonna be a long-ass stream. I know this already because back when I did the TBC retrospective, the document that I made to kind of use as my outline for the stream was about 11 pages long. When I made the Wrath retrospective, it was 15 pages long, and that stream took about 6 hours and 40 minutes. This document is 21 pages long, so I'm gonna try not to go over like 6 hours. I will try to like keep it moving. But I got a lot to say, so, you know, we'll see what happens, I guess. We'll see what happens. Also, the lighting's so weird. Ever since I changed to the different cam, it's a little glary. I don't love it. It's, like, fine, but it seems too bright. Oh, well, whatever. Okay. So, let's say we just hop straight into it, right? Because we got a lot to talk about. All right. So, we're gonna start with the pre-anniversary time because in order to maybe properly explain the entire anniversary experience and my experience of it, it kind of requires a bit of background knowledge of it. So we'll pick basically right where we left off with the Wrath retrospective. As you guys know, when I was playing Wrath, and this was back in 2022, 3? Fuck if I know. It was 23, okay. I wasn't happy with it. I wasn't happy with Wrath from the very beginning, and it only got worse over time. And, you know, during Wrath, I knew Classic Era was a thing, and I knew that people were playing it, and there were some people that would sometimes suggest, like, hey, you should play it, and I had initial hesitations about Classic Era, simply because, number one, I didn't know, if the... I didn't know the long-term viability of those servers, because it was still kind of... It still at least had the label of being the server that was still kind of dead since TBC had come out. And then number two, I was apprehensive about the quality of Raid on Era. And to be honest, I didn't really have any hard knowledge or hard facts about it, so I don't necessarily think those thoughts were justified, but those were just my thoughts at the time. Regardless. So I was kind of waffling at the time. I was like, well, I don't really like Wrath, but I don't really want to split my time, and I don't want to like commit to something that like long term might not be viable. Blah blah blah. Yeah, Smokina, I already gave you your last warning a long time ago, man. Don't push it. But anyways, in May 2023, the thing that finally convinced me to finally go to Era was the token. They came out with the token in Wrath in May of 23, and at that point I just said fuck this, because at that point I was so fed up with Wrath anyways, and that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back at that point. So I said fuck it, you know what, we're just gonna go with Era. You know, I didn't quit Wrath, but I decided to roll on Era to basically be able to preserve my sanity for as much playtime as I could, right? Like my Wrath at that point, it became pure raid log and nothing else. What's up? It's Berkio coming in up. So thank you, sir. It'll go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. So after Wrath ended, which was like late 23, I proceeded to play exclusively Classic Era for the next 1.5 years or so. I rolled initially, at least, on Era, a warrior and a shaman. Orc warrior and a shaman specifically. I started at level 1, had 0 gold, 0 characters, you know, I just started literally from scratch with nothing. And slowly but surely leveled those characters up. Technically I had to restart over on a PvE server so I could get to 60 and not get griefed, but whatever. Eventually got to 60 on the PvE server and then transferred to Firemaw to play there. And I joined Fun Police, a horde speedrunning guild. Fun fact, that very same speedrunning guild, Fun Police, I raided with this past Sunday, and I just got full bis on my Orc Warrior. It kind of just came full circle.
New times to come.
Received our last piece. So, kind of nice timing on that one. It's up Slaughterful coming in out with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, sir. It'll go directly to the Hot Pockets, Doritos, and Scotch Fund. So, at that point, I was on Era. I'd been on Era for a good, maybe, 6 months or so, maybe a little less than that, 4 or 5 months or so, and was beginning to raid with Fun Police and beginning to get geared on the Orc Warrior. Belmas coming in out with sub, thank you, sir. It'll go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos one, thank you, sir. And so, a few months into me playing Era, I got propositioned by a couple of dudes, by Drast and by Znips. I would imagine you know who they are. About raiding with an alliance guild that they were playing on. And immediately I can tell you I was apprehensive because I have never played I'd never played Alliance in vanilla. I'd never been particularly interested in playing Alliance in vanilla. And I wasn't really sure, realistically at that time, which is hilarious to think about it now, but I wasn't sure at the time if I wanted to commit to more characters than just like my warrior plus shaman. At the time I was thinking like, well, kind of somewhat recently leveled them. I don't really want to do it again. And technically I think at that point I was still playing Wrath. And I was like, yeah, I don't really want to level. That sounds awful. And but they told me about the guild. Like, it was a guild called Five Sunders, Please, and it was a speedrunning guild, and with the ultimate goal of breaking the Nax World record that had been set back in like original Classic. And I'll admit that when I looked at the roster, it was definitely what you would qualify as like a all-star roster. It had names like Laddie and Rogish and Eplios, and then other names that I didn't necessarily know at the time, but looking back on it, like, you know, names like Amy, Pugs, Panzer, Parse, Malok, like gigapumpers. But like I said, initially I was still hesitant because I had quote enough characters already and I didn't really want to level. So yes, as Nips just correctly pointed out, they bribed me. They were like, here, take 5,000 gold and use this to boost yourself to 60. I was like, all right, fine. So so I took the gold and joined, got boosted, and started to gear up slowly but surely, and ultimately started raiding with the guild. It wasn't an immediate process, however. For the OGs that remember, my first raiding guild, my first speedrun with the guild was not one that you would call a, I don't know, traditional story of how I started speedrunning with them. My character was getting geared up slowly but surely. I had, like, you know, some shit 20-man pieces and maybe, I don't think I had any raid pieces at that point. Mostly just like 20-man pieces and craftable stuff. And it was some random ass day where I was doing a cooking stream. And I remember which cooking stream I was doing. In fact, this must have been December of 2023, I guess. I was doing my Christmas cookie stream. No. I was doing the Halloween candy stream. That's what it was. I was doing the Halloween candy stream in which I was making Almond Joys and Paydays. Two of the most goated candies out there. Don't at me. That stream was a pain in the ass, by the way, that cooking stream. But anyways, so literally mid-cooking stream, I think someone just came in the chat. Maybe it was Drast, or I don't remember who it was, but they came in the chat and be like, hey, Dali, we're actually short a person for our speedrun right now. Could you come help us? And I'm like, well, I'm kind of in the middle of a cooking stream, and my character's not really, like, fully buffed, and not really in, like, the mindset to be doing it right now. But they're like, it was obviously I don't remember the exact wording, but it was something along the lines of, like, please, we need your help. No one else can join right now. Please help. I was like, and so at the time, like, I was still trying to, like, kind of secure a spot in the roster, and I was still trying to kind of prove myself to the guild as someone who could be a capable speedrunner. So I was like, fine, all right. So I literally stopped mid-cooking stream, walked over to my PC, logged on, and we had to wait like probably 20 or 30 minutes to start the raid because I had to like kind of quickly get some world buffs that I didn't have. I don't even know if I had Ren buff, but I probably only had ZG and Ani, which meant that I had to get like DMT and then went to Fellwood and had to find a flower. And it was taking forever to find a flower. And I remember, you know, I think it was, we did the raid. I don't remember how it went. It was probably like okay-ish. It was probably fine. Like, my damage was absolute shit, obviously, because my gear sucked. But I remember after the raid, like, there were some people talking shit, be like, you know, essentially something along the lines of like, well, if people were actually prepared to be ready to go for the run, then, you know, maybe it would have been a smoother experience and we could have started sooner. I just remember being so pissed by that. Like, they were, I mean, talking about me. It was very obvious, right? Like, there were some people being like ultra passive aggressive about it, being like, well, if we had raiders that were actually prepared for the speedrun that day, like, motherfucker, I wasn't rostered for that raid. I wasn't preparing for that raid. I wasn't even on the bench for that raid. I wasn't even expecting to have to raid on this character anytime soon. I was literally in the middle of a fucking cooking stream, which I stopped, came over here, did the fucking speedrun for you because you guys were fucking begging for me to fill a spot. And yeah, I took 30 minutes to get some buffs that I didn't have. And people had the gall to fucking bitch and moan. They're like, well, people didn't come fully prepared today. It's so disrespectful. Fuck you. So that was my first speedrun with the guild. It got better from there. Good news. So from that point onwards, I basically started getting rostered for the guild raids and got slowly but surely geared up over the course of the next 8 months or so. And that all culminated in April of 2024, about 8 months later or so, in which we broke the world record. At the time, the world record was still the one left over from OG Classic, the one set by noobs, and it was like 43:26 or something. I can't remember the exact time, but we set a time of 42:50, which to this day is still FSP's best ever nax on Era specifically. And all was well, right? And they're like, hooray, we did it. But unfortunately, once we accomplished that, a lot of people got into that exact mentality of like, okay, hooray, we did it, and now we're kind of done, like, because that was always like the goal of the guild from day one, was to break the Nax world record. So relatively shortly after that, we went on what the guild described as a summer break, which at the time, basically, we could read between the lines and be like, okay, GG, it's over. But they technically labeled it as a summer break. And so, that was a bummer at the time, but I still had Fun Police, so I was still speedrunning with them. And over the course of that summer, I just kept doing my Era thing, right? So I kept doing the GDKPs with Amy, which were popping off at that point, and I kept raiding on Horde, and honestly, that entire time, I was the happiest I had ever been streaming this game. I mean, with, maybe the only thing to compete with it, I guess, being OG Classic, during, the peak speedrunning days. But that time was fucking great. The time, basically on Era, just exclusive Era stuff. Chill streams, no, pressure expectations, nothing like that. We were just pure dicking around, Just doing shit for funsies, because you didn't have to do anything, and it was fucking great. And not only just was it great in game, but the extra time that I had, because I didn't have to do anything, the extra time and flexibility gained from that allowed me to do other fun streams and kind of really start to lean into other fun types of streams that I'd never really done much of in the past up till that point. So I started doing way more cooking streams. I started doing way more camping streams, and hell, we even did the NASCAR streams, right? Which are some, in my opinion at least, the most fun and kind of crazy streams we've ever had. And throughout this period, I would naturally receive questions in chat, basically asking would you play a fresh if it released? Would you play, if a fresh vanilla came out, would you play it? Because of course there's some fresh people out there who are always just when's the next fresh? And my answer would always be the same. It was basically yes, I would, but only if it was no changes, or at least close to no changes. And I always kind of treated that as hypothetical, because despite some rumors every now and then, I never truly thought that a fresh no changes vanilla server would ever release again, just ever. I thought they would keep doing revamped versions of vanilla, a la SOD. But I didn't realistically expect any sort of any true no changes vanilla server to ever release again, which technically I was correct, just saying. But I talked about at the time how I was happy on Era. I wasn't really in need of a fresh server. I didn't need to start from scratch and have no gear again and need to work my way all the way, basically back to the point that I had already reached on Era. So fast forward, I guess, to the fall of 2024. At that point, I don't know how much influence this had, but at that point, what seemed like at the time an unbreakable record that we set on Era of 4250, all of a sudden seemed like it was under threat. There was a guild called Bricked that was on Classic Era on NA, that was speedrunning Nax, and their times had slowly progressed towards getting closer and closer to the FSP time. And like I said, I don't know how much of this influenced the comeback, but basically the guild decided to return and reform and go back to guild raids in approximately September-ish of that year, with the intention of re-breaking our own record and basically re-strengthening it to try to, officially just to re-strengthen it to just do even better, but, you know, unofficially probably to make sure that NA didn't win. So we proceeded to raid for the next, like, 2-3 months, and, like, the guild raids, they'd taken a step back because, like, you know, naturally by taking the summer break, a lot of people stopped playing, or a lot of people went off to do other things, right? So the roster was not as strong as it was when we had set the record of 4250 earlier that year. And that's fine. We were still making progress. I think after like about 3 months or so of reforming, we were probably back down into like the 44s or 45s, if I remember correctly. I don't remember exactly, but it's somewhere in that neighborhood. So like getting there. And then we arrive in like November of 2024, where Blizzard did a 30th anniversary live stream to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Warcraft franchise. And so it was like a little stream. They're like, okay, let's all watch it together. And like, yeah, there had been rumors and people like saying like, oh, this is going to happen for forever. But like, realistically, nothing had been hard confirmed up to that point. And during this live stream, they announce anniversary servers, which are a fresh round of vanilla servers that were, you know, faithful at, you know, what they said, you know, faithful to the original vanilla game at the time. A classic, they said at the time, I remember. And the release date was 8 days from then. Which I think back on that, it was just still fucking insane, man. 8 days after they announced it, it was gonna start. And I'm sure some of you guys remember, like, my initial reaction to that was not like, hooray, let's go! My initial reaction was like, pain, dread, feeling super fucking intimidated. And it was, you know, maybe that was a surprise to some viewers that I reacted that way, but like the release timing was just like shitty enough on its own. Like the fact that it's just like you've got 1 week basically now to go from like you had 0 plans to now like you need to basically like be planning for full-on Sweatlord like start of vanilla experience, which like if anybody's ever tried to prepare for like a full-on Sweatlord vanilla experience, you would know that like it takes a lot of preparation and coordination and planning and a lot of shit, right? So yeah, that not only was I not desperate to play it fresh in the first place, but then, you know, they gave us 8 days heads up, which was, yeah, that's why I reacted that way. Like I was feeling very intimidated because I knew the amount of work it took to spool up basically the entire tryhard guild machine, and the expectation of needing to do that, you know, prepare for it in 8 days and then immediately go was, I knew it was going to be a fucking nightmare from the start. Yeah, never doing that again. Exactly, Nips. It was Nips. It's Nips. Yeah, fuck that. That's the last time I ever do that, but, yeah. So after the announcement, the details about it very quickly came out. Number one, they announced it was going to be a timeline of 1 year, which, when we saw that, like, certainly when I saw that, I was like, because, like, 1 year for a person who's played through vanilla tons of times at this point is not long enough. 1 year is just way too fast. It's probably a faster timeline. It's definitely a faster timeline than I've ever played in any playthrough of vanilla by like a lot. I think the shortest one I'd ever played up to that point was like 18 months or so. And then they said there was no GDKPs, which I think caused a lot of people just to immediately nope out. Like Amy, I remember being one of them. At least, you know, initially. Nips also said that, like, oh, I'm out. Liar. But, yeah, so they announced no GDKP, so I immediately knew that, like, okay, so pugging for me is DOA, and, like, chances are I'll just only stick with the guild characters and nothing else. They announced dual spec, which, like, at the time I was like, oh, cool, so they are making changes then. What a bunch of fucking liars. They announced dual spec, and then by far the most horrifying thing that they announced for it was going to be that there was going to be no buff and debuff cap. Now look, while I had never played vanilla without the no buff or debuff cap, I kind of knew exactly what it was going to become like if there was no buff cap. I said it at the time, like, you guys don't realize just how cancerous this is going to get for being like a tryhard, because now all of a sudden every single consume in the game that I knew existed but never needed a pop because buff cap basically just saved you from yourself. What's up, Disc? Coming out with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, sir. Cheers. It'll go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. So yeah, at the time I said, like, the buff cap, essentially, it saves us from ourself, and without it, the meta's gonna become so horrifically cancerous with how many buffs you need to pop that, it's gonna make it miserable. So with all these factors, I was already worried that I wasn't really gonna like it, especially because of the timeline. Especially because the timeline was short enough to the point where I knew that, like, that's just not enough time, man. So at the time, I openly stated to you guys that, like, I didn't really want to play it, but I would because of stream. If it weren't for stream, I would not have played Anniversary. I would have just stayed on Era. But, like, vanilla was, like, my thing, right? And, like, speedrunning was my thing, and that was gonna be the place where, like, ooh, you can see sweaty speedruns again in the previous raid phases, and that just felt like, well, for the sake of Chad and for the sake of my quote-quote streaming career, I guess I should do it, and, I felt obligated to do it, basically. And, looking back on it now, was that the correct choice? Well, we'll get to that later, but regardless, I had to begin prep for it, like, immediately, because we only had 8 days, right? So I had to figure out what guild I was playing with, what my character plans were, what my leveling plans were, what my raiding schedule plans were going to be. Had to figure out who I was going to level with, how we were going to level, like, what hours were we going to level, like, how much time are we going to take to 60 so that way we have time to farm Prebis, blah, 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 blah. So Coral Maker coming up, the gifted sub, thanks sir. It'll go directly to Znips. Wow, did that notification go off? It did now, okay. So we had to figure all of that out in 8 days. And for me, the first and most obvious choice was just continuing with FSP, but at least at first there was an uncertainty surrounding, like, well, is the guild planning on going into Anniversary? And so initially I reached out to a few different guilds, like, just kind of sending out feelers, like, oh, maybe with them. Progress, I remember being one of them. But ultimately, FSP did announce, like, after a couple of days, its intention to continue into Anniversary, with the intention of getting, like, world first progression runs and speedrun records, like all the hits, all the classics, that good shit, right? So that way, thank you, sir. The sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. So once they announced that, I was like, okay, well, that's easy, because I'm already in the guild on Era, and I've already got connections there. I already know people there, and I already am happy, like, with, like, the way the guild's being run and what the goals of the guild are. So I was like, okay, fuck it, let's do it. And so I remember at the time we made, like, this little preparation sheet. Looked like this. And, it's funny. !fresh is the command to reach the spreadsheet, so you guys can look at it too if you want. Basically, I mapped out everything that I wanted to do over the course of the entire Fresh, each phase and what I wanted to accomplish. It's kind of funny and also maybe a little sad going back to read this and to to read how, like, optimistic I was. But, yeah, so I did this, and so we did the whole planning process, blah, blah, blah. I've done this in previous Freshes as well. And the initial plan that we came up with, which as far as our leveling group is concerned, was already kind of set in stone, was wanted to level a warrior. Oh, more logs, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Got my friend here. Oh shit, you could, god damn it. Okay, hold on. The joke just fucking fell flat because we're on the wrong screen for it. One sec. Oh, thank you, sir. More logs. Appreciate that. Got my friend here helping out, keeping the fire going while we do the retrospective. Thank you, man. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. The MVP. Thank you, sir. Ooh, still going? Yep. That's good. That's cozy, dude. That's cozy. I appreciate your effort. That's an adorable log right there. Okay. We good? Any others? Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. You just gotta, make sure. Fire safety. Can't be having to go out the fire ring. I get that. All right. Thank you, man. Your efforts are much appreciated. Anyways. Oh, wow. We got more. Okay. He wants to get this shit roaring. That's gonna get toasty. God damn. What's the pour though? We are drinking some Ben Riach 10 single malt scotch, and yes, it is delicious. So, alright, anywho. We came up with our leveling plans, and the plans were basically, I was gonna level a warrior first, which was, you know, anybody who was playing warrior was mostly the plan for everyone, Trast being an exception. But level a warrior first in a 5-man group, and we were gonna dungeon grind, just dungeon grind exclusively from 1 to 60. The reason why we were going to do that, number one, is because we knew the questing zones would be ridiculously packed, but number two, perhaps more importantly, we knew that, like, we had a target on our back. From day one, we knew that we had a bunch of people that would be very much interested in griefing us in any possible way that they could, from start to finish, essentially. And so realistically, we knew that, like, if we didn't just stick to only dungeons, we were gonna have a tough time. So we were gonna plan on only leveling in dungeons. It's funny when you look back at the spreadsheet, and this was funny even at the time. It said, "Don't sweat lord the no life the release. Just play like only 10 to 12 hours a day." And, oh, there we go. Which, like, I know sounds crazy, right? Like, only 10 to 12 hours a day. That's not no life in it. Well, you gotta keep in mind that a lot of other people in the guild were doing way more than that. Some people were going, like, literally, like, these same levels of sweat that we did, like, back in, like, the OG classic leveling. So I'm talking about, like, 20 plus hours a day, which is fucking insane because they had announced that MC wasn't opening until 3 weeks after the servers had released, which meant that, like, you didn't have to get to 60 ASAP. Like, yeah, you wanted to get to 60 fast enough to the point where, okay, you had some time to farm Priebus, and you had time to prepare your character for the first run, but you didn't need to get to level 60 in 5 or 6 days, right? But some people decided to do that, so when that spreadsheet said, like, only 10 to 12 hours, like, don't no life it, this was in comparison to basically almost every other group in the guild who was going harder than us. So the plan for our leveling pace was to get to 60 approximately 2 weeks after release, and that would give us another 1 week to farm the Priebus that we would need for the initial release run of MC. So that, you know, that was going to be slower than the rest of the guild, but we thought that, like, well, 1 week should be plenty to get Priebus, right? Like, you don't need that long, and realistically, if you're no life in it. We did it in 9 days. We'll get to it. So in this period, I was kind of mentally preparing for the fact that my life was over for the next year. I know that sounds dramatic, but the reality is that, like, if you choose to truly no life Sweat Lord Vanilla WoW from day one, I'm not going to say you have no time for literally anything else, but you have damn near no time for anything else. It's a large commitment. Like, I know you can just play casually and not have it consume your life, although that's pretty hard, to be honest, but the way that I play it and the way that FSP and the type of guild that FSP was going to play it, like, you knew your life was over for a year. You know, and I knew that even at the time, and, like, at the time I was like, well, I'm willing to make the commitment because, like, well, you know, I felt obligated to do it for the sake of my channel, sake of the career, whatever the fuck you want to call it, but that's another factor as to why I was dreading it, right? Like, not just because I was not desperate for a refresh, but just because I knew how it was going to affect my real life. Be careful, I'm too close to the fire. I'll be okay. I got a strong skin. So, let's dive into the actual release, shall we? I will give Blizzard credit. The release was 100% smooth. There was no hitches that I can remember. It was just servers turned on, we logged in, we started playing the game. Like, yeah, it was giga laggy for the first, like, 5 or 10 minutes, but that's to be understood, right? Like, you would assume that it's going to be laggy for, like, the first few minutes. But after that, like, once the server stopped shitting the bed, I will admit that, like, it was great. There was no issues, no server crashes, no rollbacks or anything like that. And so we just started doing our leveling thing. So our leveling group consisted of the following. It was me, Znips, Renetic, who was a paladin. Like, so me, Znips were warriors, Renetic, paladin. And then I think after that we got we got Rage Soul after that point, who was a priest. He was a guy who had been playing with us for in the Amy GTKP Zone era. And then we got a guy named Cool, of course. So that was a guy that had played in FSP at some point, wasn't playing like when the anniversary was announced, but decided to play with us, or play with the guild, I guess, when it was coming out. The only person I didn't really know much about was Cool, of course. Like the rest I was familiar with from the GTKPs. And Cool, of course, like I knew at least had been in FSP, so I figured like, okay, that should be fine, right? Is this Idaho background? No, this is actually Norway, believe it or not. Yes, I've got a friend literally in Norway right now, keeping this fire going. Thanks, bud. What's his name? Let's call him. Shit, I have no people. What are people from Norway named? Eric? That's a safe choice. Let's go with that. Laddie. Yeah, maybe it's just Laddie. Could be. Yost, perhaps. Anyways, Olaf. Bjorn. And so anyways, yeah. Snips, Renetic, Rage Soul, and Cool, of course. PS Smoking, I will get to that. There's more to it than just that. That's just the beginning. All right? So the plan to level was to start an L1, quest to about level 10 or so, which we did. What's up, Murloc, with the gifted sub? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. Cheers, man. So the plan was to level in L1 to 10, which for the most part was just going to be mob grinding. And in fact, if I remember correctly, I don't think we did any questing, or at least not like any serious questing. So I think we grinded, if you want really, really big specifics, like Northshire into... Did we just go straight to Knolls, like in Northern Elwind, or Elwind? I think we might have. No, we did Boars. That's right, we did Boars, like the South Park style in near Princess. And then we went to the Knolls, like Northern Elwind. And then when we got to about 10, I think it was 10, maybe 11, 12, something like that, we went to Westfall for crabs. Any crabbers in the chat? Ring X saying the hair looking pretty sharp. Thank you, man. You know, I've done plenty of leveling in WoW before. What's up, Vise WoW? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Double go directly to the Hot Pockets and Drews one. I've done plenty of leveling in vanilla, and plenty of which has been super tedious, super boring, super repetitive, super painful over time. I gotta say, doing crabs has gotta be up there as far as levels of pain. For those that don't know what crabbing is, basically, you would go to Westfall, then along like the shore of Westfall, there would be certain spawn points of crabs that had hyper spawns, which meant that every time you killed one, a new one would spawn. So basically, you just had like infinite mobs there to be able to kill over and over and over and over and over again. So naturally, if you just started like efficiently killing them over and over and over again, it was pretty good XP. Realistically, like especially since we're Alliance, like it was the best XP because you didn't have like the equivalent of like RFC to go to. You literally just had like open world stuff realistically until Dead Mines when you were like 18, 19. So we did crabs, I think it was at least like a day and a half, right? We went all the way from level 10 to basically level 20, doing just nothing but crabs. And like, yeah, it was like fast compared to like boomer questing, but it still wasn't like fast. It was still mind-numbingly boring and slow and painful. And it was not a great sign that even at that point, a couple of the group members started to struggle. I was doing okay. I mean, I was bored, but I was doing okay. And Snips was doing fine, and Renetic was doing fine. But you could tell that Rage Soul and Cool, of course, were starting to struggle already, because they, at least I know Rage Soul had never really done like a super sweaty vanilla leveling grind before. And so you gotta have a certain amount of tism to be able to do it. Like, yeah, I'd done it in the past, so I knew I could. But and we were going on like what you'd call a casual schedule, right? Like only, what were we doing per day? Was it 12 hours, Snips? I think it was 12 hours a day. So, not even that bad. So anyways, by the time we get to around 20, at that point, I believe there was a day where Cool, of course, literally just didn't show up. And we were like, okay, so we started four-manning it, I think, for a large portion of the time. And he was like, oh, no, don't worry, I'll catch up. During the off hours, I'll get caught up, I'll catch up to you guys, it'll be fine. So we were like, okay, if you say so. Yeah, 12. That's 12 is the goal. Yeah. And the crabs was pain, man. But eventually we got to 20-ish, and then we went to Dead Mines. And at some point, Cool, of course, I think rejoined with us for a bit. I think he'd sort of caught up, maybe. That was the whole thing. I'm not going to go super far into it, but he got caught up, and then we started doing Dead Mines for the day. And Dead Mines was actually all right for experience, if I remember correctly. It was all right. So we got to about 23. And around the time we were done with Dead Mines, Cool, of course, just chooses to drop out. He's just like... The sentiment was essentially something along the lines of, like, actually, guys, I'm just going to level on my own. I can do it faster if I just do it on my own, so good luck. And so, at that point, we had gotten a little salty, like, at him no-showing a bunch anyway, so we were just like, okay, bye. And we had somebody to come and just replace him, essentially, immediately. Wait, no, we didn't. I don't think we had anyone to replace, like, a permanent replacement, but we basically had, like, a fill-in of, like, somebody who could just join us, like, for the day or something. So the next day we went to Stockades, and we grinded Stockades all day. Stockades is another painful one, just because, number one, there's no, like, interesting things in Stockades. Every room looks the same. Every mob is the same. There's no interesting loot. It's just, like, pure, just grinding boringness. Not the best. And I remember that was the first thing we had done that was, like, actually hard for our healers, I'd say. Where, like, you know, at the pace we were trying to go at, it was rough for the healers to try to keep up. And, like, you know, as the warriors were like, zug, let's pull more. And for the healers, they're the meme where that's the lady with hands on her knees, like, struggling to keep up, right? So we made it through Stockades. You could tell by the end of the Stockades day, like, people were starting to struggle a bit, understandably. And so the next day, we go to RFK. RFK was kind of a weird choice for an Alliance grinding group, but, like, we thought it was the play, and I agree that, like, otherwise there's not many places to go for, like, the low 30s to grind as Alliance. The only other choice is SM Graveyard, which is kind of shit. So, not getting any gear from Crabs made a huge difference. Yeah, that was all. Yeah, exactly, right? Crabs and Stockades don't give jack shit. Dead Mines doesn't really give much either. So, like, yeah, we really didn't get much. But yeah, RFK did give Corpse Maker, which is huge. Also gives the helm, like, the whatever. The same guy that drops Corpse Maker drops a nice helm as well. So, RFK was the part where I remember, like, I had my first issues. I remember early on in the RFK day, I remember what I was doing. I was just, like, tunnel visioning, super fucking locked in the zone, eyes, like, hard focused on the screen the whole time. And I remember, like, just a couple of hours into that session that day, and this was already after going, like, hard for, like, 3 days. I remember I started to get, like, these kind of, like, essentially just blind spots, like, in the middle of my vision, like, right, like, at the exact point that I was looking at the screen. I would get, like, this, what you describe as, like, you know, when you see stars, it was like that sort of thing. I was starting to see stars in the middle of my vision. And at first I was like, oh, that's weird. And so, I didn't think of anything at first, like, it'll go away in a sec. I was like, oh, let me drink some water, maybe I'm dehydrated or something. But it started to get worse over time to the point where, I basically, in the point that I was directly looking on the screen, I just couldn't see. It was just like this blind spot in the middle of my vision. At this point, I was like, this is concerning. So you remember at the time, I literally, like, put on sunglasses to try to help. It didn't help, spoiler alert. And eventually it led to, like, this, like, splitting headache. And yeah, I don't know if that was a migraine or not. I've never really had migraines as an issue for myself in my life, but maybe that's what it was. But I remember just, like, looking at the screen, just, like, so locked in, so, like, kind of just hard focused on the center of the screen the whole time that I'm sure that's kind of what did it. Definitely a migraine, yeah, maybe. Regardless of what it was. That almost KO'd me for that day. That I was very close to just being like, guys, I gotta stop for the day, which who knows what would have happened at that point, but I remember saying, like, guys, I'm feeling rough, so we took, like, a 10 or 15 minute break, and I just went to my bed and just tried to, like, lay down. And I ended stream because I was like, I can't stream like this. So I turned off my studio lights. Like, if you remember, like, I took my green screen, turned it around to be blue, and so made it so it was a blue background instead. And I turned on, like, the blue light filter on my screen. Like, I did everything to basically, like, ease the strain on my eyes, essentially. And thankfully it worked. Like the next like 3 or 4 hours of that RFK were fucking rough, man. I felt like absolute dog shit. But thankfully over the course of that day, it did get better. And that was the last time I had that issue during the leveling grind. So like, as far as like any sort of health concerns or any like issues of me like not being able to continue, thankfully that was the only time that occurred, was that day. But ironically, at the end of that day is when Rage Soul started to like seriously struggle. He was having various issues, basically, without going too into detail. Various issues to the point where like we started to know, like the rest of the group, we started to know like, yeah, he's not going to last much longer, is he? Which was concerning because I think at the time we were already running like kind of another temporary member. I don't remember who it was, but it was another like temporary member. And Rage Soul was discussing dropping out, which was like more impactful because he was our priest. And like, yeah, we also had a paladin with us, but the plan was to have double healer to essentially make it less awful for the healers leveling up. Because like single healing a 4 warrior group is cancerous as fuck. We know this because that's what eventually had to happen. So the double healer, like, yeah, it reduced our kill power a bit, but it allowed us to be able to make the distribution of healing less cancerous. So basically, once we ended that day and we were getting ready for the next day, which we were like, okay, we're going to go to SM Library. I think we were like 33, 34, something like that. We basically got the confirmation like, okay, Rage Soul's dropping out. So at that point, it was a little dire, because I remember at that point, like, okay, so we didn't have, like, the person that had been temporarily with us was like, okay, can't make it anymore, sorry. So basically, it was just me, Znips, and Renetic. Now, thankfully, we had the healer, and Renetic was the paladin, so that's the big part, right? But we were like, thankfully, we clutched up, because, okay, let's give some insight as to what's going on outside of just our group at that point. Remember I told you guys that, like, well, yeah, we weren't going that hard compared to the rest of the guild. Other group members were going, like, giga hard. Some other groups were going giga hard. And if I remember correctly, I think every other group was playing more hours per day than we were. We were literally, like, the most boomer of the groups. Because some were trying to get to 60, like I said, in 6 days. And surprise, surprise, when you play with somebody that much per day, like 16, 18, 20 hours a day, it's going to lead to stuff like huge amounts of like infighting, burnouts, giant drama, people getting really snippy with each other, right? People finger pointing like, all right, we're going too slow, we're going too fast, blah, 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 blah. And so naturally groups started to fall apart. And this was kind of taken into account. Like, you know, anybody knows if you've done a sweaty leveling grind in vanilla before where you do like this group leveling thing, there's always going to be groups that fall apart. There's always going to be groups that aren't going to make it. You have to take that into account. And so naturally groups started to fall apart at that point. I can't remember everybody who, like, you know, fell apart, but like among them RIP DJ Alex. I remember that one. He crashed out pretty fucking hard. But the good news for us was that it meant that, like, oh, well, now there were some guildies who were in need of a group. And so we ended up slurping up 2 people that were basically refugees of their old group. So we picked up Royo and Shegzecute for our SM grind, who, spoiler alert, remained with us for the entire rest of the grind all the way to 60. So thanks, guys. They were clutch. So that day we did library until about 35 or so, and then we did armory until about 38. Armory was kind of the biggie, right? Because we all wanted to get Ravagers. Ravagers was the big thing to get because like that's the thing that lets you like become like the melee cleave group. I saw your comment, by the way, Znips. The thing you remember the most is how terrible our gear was. We were like level 15 greens at level 40. Yeah, we had terrible luck on gear. We didn't get like jack shit from dead mines, and some of the shit we did get like went to cool, of course, it then just immediately quit, so that was tilting. But anyways, thankfully our luck kind of reversed in armory. I think over the course of the day of grinding armory, we all got Ravagers. We all got fairly lucky. I think I want to say I was the second in our group to get Ravager. I think Shegzecute was the first. I want to say I was the second. And then the other 3 got theirs relatively quickly, so that was nice. That honestly, like doing armory with the Ravagers, and especially Cathedral till about 42, was actually pretty fun. Like, it was still tedious. It was still a lot. But that part, like cleaving stuff with Ravagers and just running through Cathedral, just spinning to win, that was actually pretty damn satisfying. So, If anything, probably the highlight of that whole leveling grind was that part. But keep in mind, at this point, it was just 4 warriors and a paladin. So, if anybody's ever played paladin, you would know that your heals are kind of shit. Like, yeah, they're fine in raid, but only really because they have blessings and because they never go Their actual healing output is awful. So, if a paladin is trying to heal 4 warriors who are going to take a shitload of damage because A, they're all in Zerker stance, and B, they're all just taking direct melee damage, right? Especially when they're in shit gear. It's going to be a shitload of damage for a paladin to heal, who also doesn't have any AoE heals either. So at that point, we went to ZF. We went to ZF around 42. And ZF was a fucking massive slog, man. Jesus Christ. And that's when it really, really started to get rough on Renetic, our paladin healer. Because Ravagers at that point were still fine, but the main problem with Ravagers, when it procced and you were spinning, you had, like, 0 mitigation. Like, you couldn't dodge, you couldn't parry, you couldn't block, you couldn't do anything while you're spinning. You just take, like, the full damage of each swing that you take. And so every time we were spinning, like, yeah, it did good damage, but it was at the expense, basically, of just, like, destroying the healer mana. And especially once we got to the graveyard part, like, the graveyard zombies did, like, a shitload of damage, so that's when it really started to get stressful on our healer, and that's the part where I think we really would have really benefited from having the second healer, but we didn't at that point. So we spent about, I think, like, damn near 3 days in there. I don't remember if it was like 3 full days, but I'm pretty sure we were there over the course of 3 days. Like, and I remember this part was also equally as painful back in OG Classic. Once you get to this portion of the leveling grind, like the mid-40s, it is so slow. Just glacially slow, man. And while, like, there's nothing really better to do than ZF at that point if you're trying to dungeon grind, like, man, you get so fucking tired of that shit just being in there for 12 plus hours a day. Because, yeah, it feels like you're making no progress. Like, yes, you technically are, but, like, mob grinding, just, like, the XP never comes in big chunks, right? It only comes in, like, very, 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 very tiny increments each time, and, ugh, it was not as painful as the first leveling grind in ZF, because the first one we were doing, like, 20 hours a day, but it was bad. It was bad. 40 to 50 is always the worst. It is horrible, but I disagree. Because then, once we had hit 50 in ZF, we went to BRD. Oh. You would think there'd be a better choice than BRD, but there really isn't. Maradon mob density is horrible, and it's not really high enough to really make it worth it. Sunken Temple mob density is horrible. There's not all of them are elites, and that's also just not good. We were able to get weapon chains, so that wasn't a big deal. We had people leveling, like, speedrunning leveling the professions in guild. So we got weapon chains for Ravagers. That wasn't a big deal, but BRD, for those wondering in the future if you want to do like a vanilla dungeon leveling grind, BRD, you expect, if you're going to dungeon grind, like, you got to go there. There's really just no other option. BRD is horrible. Legitimately horrible. ZF wasn't great, but BRD, the mobs do so much fucking damage. Ravagers at that point are complete fucking shit, right? They're really low level at this point. So it takes forever to kill shit. It's literally a literal prison, right? And especially when we got the Ravager spins, you just take so much damage. I felt so bad for our Paladin healer. For Renetic, I could tell, like, she was having a hard time. Anybody would have. That shit, I'm sure, was, like, 'cause it's one thing to just be like a Zug warrior doing damage, kill mobs. But as a Paladin, like, just constantly trying to, like, keep everyone alive in a 4-warrior group with just, like, shitty flashes of light. Horrific. Absolutely horrific. And I felt bad, and I was worried, too. Like, uh-oh, is she gonna last? Because, like, I knew that, like, at that point, we were all kind of struggling, but especially Renetic, I knew was struggling. So I think we also spent about 3 days in BRD, and it was legit horrible. Like, you say 40 to 50 was bad. Yeah, it wasn't great, but 50 to 60, if you're just grinding BRD and nothing else, is legitimately miserable. I would never wish that on anyone. And if we had the choice to level in the open world, which, to be honest, at that point, we probably could have gotten away with, because I imagine we were so far ahead of most people that, like, thank you, what did we decide on? Olaf. Thank you, Olaf. Appreciate it, man. just, someone's got to tend to the fire, right? So we survived, right? But it was, we could have maybe gone to the open world, but like at that point we were sort of committed. Call you crazy, you like BRD, you can actually farm Hodge, SGC, DPS cape. That's the exact cope that we were telling ourselves too before the leveling grind, because we were like, oh yeah, at least in BRD we'll get like gear, yeah, we'll get like, we'll get Hodge, we'll get SGC, DPS cape, it's gonna be great. Yeah, sure, when you get like the DPS cape, for example, it's nice, until you realize you've got 40 hours of fucking BRD grinding to go, and then all of a sudden it's not really nice anymore after the next 20 hours. There's not that much gear. It's not that great. So, and then yeah, we'll talk about the Hodge. Yeah, sure. It's great to be like, oh well, at least we all can Hodges. First things first, you can't just walk into BRD at level 50 and expect to just book it straight to Angerforge and start getting Hodge. We were initially optimistic that we could, but spoiler alert, mobs hit really fucking hard. Especially when you're in absolute dog shit gear. Yeah, so. From about 50 to I think like 55 or so, we couldn't even go to Angerforge. We would just have to stick to the very beginning section because that's all we could do. So we didn't even get a chance to start getting Hodges until level 55-ish, and then eventually, once we were 55, we started going towards Angerforge. We were all paranoid at the time that like, because we know the Hodge drop rate's super low, right? It's only 5% off Angerforge, so we knew like, okay, it's gonna be a slog. But we were thinking like, well, we'll be doing it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. We'll get them. It's fine, right? So we start killing Angerforge. Our 4th Angerforge kill, Hodge drops. Oh shit! And we're like, okay, well now we're okay. Already off to a good start. Sheg's wins it, and I'm like, well, okay, that's fine, I was hoping to win it, but, he got his first. We'll get ours next. So we got ours, got our first one on the 4th kill. We proceed to grind BRD for another 25 hours straight, going to Angerforge every single run. And we don't get another single fucking Hodge, man. Not a single goddamn one. That was horrific. We were dooming so fucking hard, man. Like, we got horrifically unlucky. I don't know exactly how many Angerforge kills that we did, but mathematically we should have gotten at least 3, I think, and we got 0. So yeah, that sucked because we were all panicking. We knew that like if we didn't get Hodge by the time we hit 60, trying to get Hodge in just like a regular conventional 5-man group is a nightmare because like every warrior who goes to BRD, you know exactly why they're going, right? So by the time we hit 60, and we did, it was painful as fuck, but we did. Only one of us had gotten Hodge, and at that point, we were just like, well, it's like, okay, GG, good luck on your own. Horrifying. But we hit 60. We did end up doing it. If I remember correctly, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm 99% sure, I believe we hit level 60 in 12 days. Which, well, like I said earlier, was still slower than, like, the rest of the entire guild, but, like, considering we had 21 days until MC came out from release, like that gave us 9 days to farm Priebus. Very reasonable. I have absolutely no regrets with the way that we chose to level because there were some groups that like, yeah, sure, some groups went harder than us and yeah, some hit 60, but there were a lot of groups that went harder than us that did not ever make it because they all burned the fuck out. And many of which just quit. They just never bothered playing with FSP at that point. So yeah, we went at quote boomer leveling pace, but at least we actually made it all the way there, and we still had plenty of time to get Priebus. Because if you need more than 9 days to get Priebus, like what the fuck are you doing, right? Oh, that fire's hot. It's toasty. Whew. Whew. It's a cold Norwegian winter right now. All right. So, anyways, let's get to the Priebus grinding. Got to 60, is like, okay, gotta prep for MC. Now, here's the mindset that everybody was in once they all hit 60 in FSP. We knew that, like, yeah, okay, the release run's gonna happen, and they're gonna try to build a roster that's as strong as possible. And I don't remember exactly how many people were on the roster at that point, but it was definitely more than 40. If I had to spitball guess, it was probably like 55 or 60 at the time. And so you could definitely feel the vibe of basically just like, I need to do whatever I can to get onto the roster, right? I gotta earn it, like, even if that's at the expense of others at times. It was a bit cutthroat, right? 40 spots for more than 40 people. And nothing was guaranteed. Like, the spots were going to be determined by a combination of, like, what gear you had by the time I was ready to go, like, what experience you had, like, obviously what class you were. And everybody had this kind of, like, giant anvil hanging over their head of just, like, you better get Priebus, you better get geared up, you better be prepared. Like, and so it was a little stressful because of that, I think, for everybody. And the same thing has happened in every single previous, like, leveling race with the guild that I've done. Like, you always have an overflowed roster. It's always a question of who's going to get rostered, right? So, when it came to the Priebus grinding, we kind of initially were planning with the leveling group to just do some Priebus grinding with the leveling group, and we did, like, maybe a little, but that kind of quickly fell apart because everyone at that point, number one, like, let's not kid each other, like, we were all a little sick of each other, and everybody was just running different schedules at that point, and everyone was kind of doing their own thing, so it very quickly just became like, okay, you know, just gotta do traditional 5-man grouping up to get stuff. And I remember most of the people in FSP, and this blew my mind, most of the people in FSP were basically just solely or damn near solely focused on just no-lifing Ren runs for Dao Rens. Which to me is fucking crazy, because, like, if anybody knows, like, gearing at the start, like, for Alliance, like, Dao Rens are technically Priebus, yes, but they're only barely better than the next best options, and the next best options are 10,000 easier percent to get. So basically, Mirror Song offhand, and then either Thrashblade main hand, or maybe, like, the Skullomance mace, like one of the Skullomance maces. I mean, Krollblade, but yeah, good fucking luck getting that. So I remember there were a lot of people in FSP just spamming Ren runs all day long, man. And the problem with Ren runs is nobody wants to do them except warriors. Casters, like, okay, yeah, casters want their read, but, like, they're going to get them relatively quickly. And then healers don't need anything besides read, which, once again, they're going to get that relatively quickly. And then once they do, like, they have no reason to go back. So most of the day when FSP was doing, like, FSP groups were running UBRS, it was literally just 9 warriors and 1 healer that they begged to come. Yeah, you got your read first ever UBRS and dipped. I would do the same, Cloud Bells. Fuck doing that. Fuck doing render runs. Holy shit. So I remember at the time seeing those groups and being like, what are they doing that for? Like, why? Like, I don't get it. Dao Rens are nice, but, like, they're not, like, so good that it's worth, in my opinion at least, like, basically neglecting everything else. But a lot of people were doing that. Because, by the way, you don't even make, like, gold, like, doing Ren runs. It's like dog shit gold. You barely get anything. So I remember just joining some of those runs, just being like, I don't give a fuck about Dao Rens. I just would like to get True Strike and or Battleborn. Like, that's all I give a fuck about. Like, whatever. Oh, and Valor Shoulders. Remember that too. And otherwise, I was prioritizing differently. Like, I was totally fine with going with just, like, Mirror Song offhand, and then, like, at worst, like, Thrashblade main hand, or maybe a Skull Mace, whatever. Because I wanted to make sure that I got all the rest of the gear and gold for consumes. Because, like, when you did the first MC, like, you were gonna need to have full consumes as well. Will I upload this to YouTube? Yeah, probably. Probably will. So, thankfully, my Priebus gearing was mostly successful. Over the course of those approximately, like, in reality, like 7 days that I had, got a lot of the biggies, right? I got the Baron Cloak. I bought my Devil Sar. Got the Bloodmail boots, Cadaverous armor, like not SGC, but whatever, Cadaverous armor. You know, all the standard stuff. If you guys were watching at the time, you would know the thing that was cursed as fuck was the True Strike shoulders. Those ones I just could not get to save my goddamn life. Like, I'd seen them drop like 4 or 5 times in those FSP Ren runs, and I didn't win a single one. So that was painful. So that was my cursed item, I guess, for the previous grind. Not great. Not great. But the good news was they announced the MC roster around, I think it was like 2 days before release, and hooray, I was on there. So, whew, I will admit that my previous like membership of FSP and Era, I'm sure, just made me a known quantity, so that helped. And also, I'd gotten like, you know, plenty enough gear to justify the spot. So we made it into the MC roster. Good news. But we were, even though the raid was going to come out a couple of days from at that point, we were basically getting to the point where like you had to be 100% prepared already because we were trying to do shit in advance to prevent griefing. So I remember that day of, like, right before we were supposed to meet to essentially like all collectively log off together in the same spot, I had time for one more rend run with just a random UBRS group. So I go into that UBRS, and it's just like a hodgepodge group of people, like scuffed characters that you expect to see in the first week or two of a server's lifetime. And there was this hunter in the group who is like essentially AFK from the very beginning. Like, we start pulling, he's just AFK. He's not doing anything. And we clear through like those first rooms so we can get to like little fire elemental room, and the hunter AFK the whole time. All of a sudden, oh, he magically shows up again. Oh, cool. He starts running forward through the room and starts auto running, but he gets locked. He's too late. He gets locked out of the little fire elemental room, and we're asking at this point, like, Hunter, like, what the fuck are you doing? Hello, like, Hunter, or like, hey, why are you AFK? What's going on? And like, as we're doing like the little RP event to summon the fire elite guy, he says, oh, well, sorry, I'm applying for jobs right now. I can't really play right now. This motherfucker joined the group, clearly with the intention of not actually playing at all, AFKing the whole time, because he was applying for jobs. And then, lo and behold, we kill the fire elite, and True Strike Shoulders drops. I think about 4 people rolled on it. Would you like to know who won? Look, I get it. Real life happens. Real life is a thing that you got to prioritize over the video game. But the nerve of somebody to join a group with clearly the intention to not actually play, AFK the whole time, leech a piece of Priebus gear as a fucking hunter, by the way, who's going to replace that shit like week 2 in MC with the motherfucking tier 1 shoulders that nobody else is going to contest. This fucking hunter just snipes those goddamn True Strike shoulders on the last run before basically we had to be ready for MC and FSP. If you're out there, dude, number 1, I hope you never found a job. I hope you're homeless now. I hope your wife divorced you. I hope your kids fucking hate you. And also, I hope that those True Strike shoulders never got used, okay? I hope that your internet provider pulled the plug at that point, so that way you never actually got to use them. Fuck that guy. I could have had True Strike shoulders for MC. Fuck you. By the way, I rolled second on True Strike. I was second after his roll. Yes, I would have won them had he not rolled, in case you're wondering. Fuck that guy, dude. Anyways, we didn't get True Strike, so I was salty, but whatever. We were on the MC roster, so we went in with our Valor shoulders and called that good enough. Whatever, dude. So let's talk about the MC, okay? Fucking hunter, man. Fucking hunters. Yeah. Look, we were well aware of the plans by Horde players to hard grief our release run. It wasn't any secret. They already had a hate boner for us even back on Era, and that obviously was going to translate into playing on Anniversary. And knowing what we knew, I knew even before Anniversary actually released, our chances of getting World First MC clear were basically 0. Which for me was fine. Like I said even at the time, like, my prior was speed runs. I don't really care about the progression runs. Like, yeah, I'll do them. I'm like, sure, let's try hard and see what happens. But like, the thing that I signed up for to like try to like really truly compete hard on was the speed runs. So, if we won, cool. If we didn't, which we almost certainly weren't going to, whatever. Have I still not seen the MC from the Dowser's perspective? We'll get there. We'll get there. So we came up with like some different things to try to counter the griefing that we knew it was coming. So one thing was like, yeah, we logged off in a weird, like really weird wall jump spot that like somebody had gotten to and summoned us to like a day and a half in advance. And that's why I had to be ready after that UBRS. We had summoners that were set up at like all like the relevant places like Ajara, BRM, like different places in Burning Steps and Searing Gorge as a backup. If you have the link to Cloud Bells, like we can watch it real quick. And the assigned dowsers were all classes that we could basically we could live without while we were clearing. So like the paladins, I believe, the mages, and maybe there were some priests in there. I don't remember exactly, but regardless, it was people that we knew we could clear all of MC while they were getting the Dows things, right? So we were trying to give ourselves the best possible chance we could full clear while they were getting their Dows stuff. But the reality was, the MC release was, it was a clusterfuck from the very start. Like, and it's not surprising that it was, right? So like, Horde players were already camping our weird wall jumping spot, like, right? Like, people were using the unit scan add-on to know exactly where we had been, and when we logged in, like, people would be spam inviting us, that way we couldn't join the real FSP group. And there were literally hundreds of Horde players on every layer, basically trying to stop us in both BRM and Ajara. Got a promise to meet the voice comms? Yeah, I will. I just want to show you. I just want to show like the perspective of how many players we were up against. Basically, that's what I'm trying to do. Also, what's bothering me? Is this like full screen? I feel like there's this little thing to my left. There we go. That's better. Oh, I'm surprised no one spoke about that. I could see that little thing to the side that was technically like shown a little bit over here. All right. Anyways, okay. Hold on, Cloud Bells. It's private, not like this. So, yeah, there were hundreds of Horde players on every layer. Oh shit. Dazen coming out with the $20 tip.
Watching on a 25 minutes delay. Was late in. Just reporting in.
Cheers, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, you know, the measures we had that had come up with in advance to try to mitigate the griefing were good for like maybe a couple of raids trying to grief us. But the reality is that when you have like multiple hundreds of players on every layer, so you can just layer swap in basically all the relevant places that we needed to go, you cannot prevent, you know, some degree of griefing, right? Or in this case, like a lot of griefing. It was going to be pretty much impossible from the start. And so, you know, we zoned in with relative ease. Pretty much everyone got in. Like 38 people pretty much got in immediately. Yeah, some people had to use their Light of a Loot. I remember that. Like, yeah, you're saying you had to use a clicker. But the funny thing is, like, once we zoned in, the clear itself was smooth. I don't think there was anything really bad about it. I think we mostly quickly, efficiently cleared without any sort of hitches. But obviously the problem is that, like, you know, as soon as you get the hands and they all need to go back to Ajara, like, the dowsers, like, they're going to have to deal with hundreds of people that are sitting there waiting on the island to get to them. And so, unfortunately, to be expected, it took a long-ass time and multiple Petries from basically every dowser to be able to get them back into MC. Because you got to go out twice, by the way, right? You got to go out first to do, like, turn to the hand quest, and then you have to go out to... sorry. You got to turn to the trash quest first, then come back to MC, then kill all the bosses that drop the hands, then you go back to Ajara, and then you have to go back, and then you can douse. Okay, hold on. Try again, says Cloud Bells. Okay, hold on. Mute comes. Okay. Pause the totally real fire here for a second. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So here's little SEAL Team 6, right? Headed to get the thing. Fair enough. Yeah, your little like cliff spot as well. I respect that you were trying to take the sneaky route. Slow fall. Ooh, I didn't even realize you were doing that, actually. That's cool. Little SEAL Team 6 action. I like that. The problem is, you can take whatever weird route to get to the island you want to, but there's only one island, right? Yeah, don't worry. Olaf paused the fire. Okay, yeah, gotta get in the group for the... okay, there we go. Yeah. So, unsurprisingly, yeah, a shitload of players sitting there on the island. This isn't the first time you summoned underwater? Oh, really? I didn't even know that. Got insta-sapped Monka Giga. Yeah. How you guys made it through this clusterfuck at all is impressive. You know, it would have been nice to have, like, some other people helping us out, like manpower, right? But, like, we didn't. So, yeah, we kind of knew this was coming, and, like, our odds of actually ever getting to the first clear from this alone were already, like I said, mostly impossible. First time viewer, do I just mainly play Classic WoW? I only play Classic WoW, yep. So, yeah, you get the idea, right? Hopefully we can see you going back to BRM as well. Alright, so yeah, we were summoning back to motherfucking Red Ridge. Like, it was, like, this bad. Like, we had to summon in Red Ridge because, like, all of Burning Steps and Searing Gorge were being camped. And so, like, it wasn't even safe to summon there. So anyways, you finally get to BRM. And, hold on, patience. Insane PvP, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you can see even the entrance to the mountain is already a problem. And yeah, as far as I know, they basically just had the corpse drag the entire way there. Interesting they got ported to Searing Gorge there, but I guess that makes sense because you were technically in BRM already. Yeah, so at the time when we were doing the MC and we were just standing there inside of MC essentially doing nothing, people were wondering, like, what the fuck is going on? What's taking so long? Like, this is what was going on the whole time. And, you know, in case that wasn't obvious. Managed to equip your Winterspring damage trinket so they couldn't keep you hostage. I think saved you. Oh shit, that's clutch. Yeah, obviously they were doing, like, kidnapping, right, with the mind control helmet and all. Yeah, so basically at this point you just have to corpse drag, right? Like, that's all you can do. Not fun. And, like, you can't get summoned, right? Because, like, you're gonna be in combat and you can't really do anything about being kidnapped by the mind control helms, right? So, as you can see, a pretty much impossible situation to try to counter, right? Like, yeah, sure, we could have technically had more manpower, but, like, who was gonna help us at the time? Like, no one, right? So, you get the idea. So, because of that, like I said, realistically, we were never gonna be able to get it done. And so we ultimately lost, right? We lost to Bricked, who, as far as I know, never got griefed at all. Bricked just was completely comfy from start to finish and had zero resistance, blah, blah, blah. But in fairness to Bricked, they had also been practicing MC on Era. I know that they had been doing a whole bunch of, like, sweaty, like, MC preparation outside of just, like, you know, let's zone into MC and do it. So, I'll be honest, even if you ignore the PvP that happened to us, like, Bricked overall seemed more prepared and, in my opinion, deserved the win anyways, and probably were going to win regardless, even if it was on like the same playing field. So, like I said, I didn't care. You know, progression for me was kind of whatever, right? I was all about the speedruns, so that was that. There you go. All right, let's move into phase 1 of Anniversary. Hour and 20 minutes in. We've reached phase 1. Hooray! All right. Phase 1 being MC Ani, right? Let me start by saying this. I have never and will never understand people's enjoyment of this phase. I know some people are all about, like, oh shit, fresh server, baby, first 3 months are the best, this is gonna be so fucking great. And hey, to each their own, sure. But for me specifically, your characters feel fucking awful to play because they're in dog shit gear. You're wearing paper gear in MC, which means that, like, you're just gonna get, like, one shot on trash sometimes. You're poor as fuck the whole time, right? Like, you can't afford jack shit. And there is an absolutely overwhelming amount of things that you need to get done, especially on this short of a timeline. Like, even in a regular timeline, it's tough, but, like, in a timeline, realistically, where the first phase is gonna last, like, 2 months, it is just... You're so crunched for just everything, for time, for gold, for everything. So, in FSP especially, it was stressful, and, like, it was immediately stressful, right? Like, you know, we had just finished, like, the leveling for 2 weeks into the week of previous grinding into the MC. release run, and like basically immediately after the release run finished, the FSP leadership basically gave us an immediate 1 month timeline from the MC release date to have our alts that were required for guild splits at 60. So that was starting December 10th. So basically we had 30 days to get to level 60. Because they were basically assuming that's probably around the time in which the PvP system will release, like the ranking, which it was. It released January 9th, so it was pretty much exactly a month. A month to get to 60, just one character is bad enough as it is. Especially when like it's still so crowded from everyone else that's needed to level at the time too. But for me, it was especially bad because I only had 3 weeks. Because keep in mind, this was the middle of December, so I was going home for a week for Christmas where I could not play the game. And so that left me 3 weeks to... And keep in mind, my plan was to but to simultaneously level both my paladin and my warrior at the same time, because I didn't want to have to do them separately, because I knew once ranking started, I wouldn't have time for leveling. So like I needed to get my alt warrior for guild splits to 60 and my paladin to use for like jump run and just jump runs and for farming basically to 60 as well. So in the span of 3 weeks, I needed to get 2 characters from level 1 to 60. I needed to level my Rend Capper to level 20. I needed to get enough gold and or materials for Lionheart Helm. And I had also need to make sure that I had enough gold and consumes ready for the ranking grind once that started. Because once the ranking grind starts, you don't really have time for anything else. Oh yeah, and we had to I had to get a summoner to level 20. Now thankfully for me that was easy because I just boosted the summoner at the same time as the paladin warrior, so that was easy. Like that was fine. But still, the rest of the stuff, yeah. So those 3 weeks were just pure misery, man. You know that horrific leveling grind that I just described that I had to do to get the 60 for MC release? Well, all those dungeons that I just did, I had to do them again to boost myself. I used my 60 warrior to boost myself of the lower level characters. I was just boosting myself. I literally just did crabs again. I went back to stockades, did that again, did library again over and over, did cathedral, went to ZF, fucking suffered there, and then went straight back to fucking BRD to boost myself there again. And like, to not only have to deal with the nightmare of boosting yourself in there, but to do it so soon after you just did it and fucking suffered the month prior was soul draining as fuck, man. Like, the first BRD, just like the first go around was horrible. The second time around was just as horrible, especially because the experience was dog shit. My god, man. It's bad enough when you're doing it in a 5-man group. It's really fucking bad if you're just boosting yourself with 1 warrior while 2 characters leech experience. That was horrible. Yeah, you, Captain Jack. I probably will, man. Don't worry. So, yeah, that... Thankfully, at least I made gold as I boosted myself. So, I mean, that's sort of covered, like, 2 birds with 1 stone there. But, yeah, that month period of time was so stressful. I remember being home for that week, too, like, where I couldn't play and just being so stressed the whole time, just knowing, like, this giant deadline that I had to hit. Now, ultimately, I did make it in time. I barely, with Dali, Sally, and Pilla. I think PvP released January 9th. I'm pretty sure I hit level 60 on January 7th or 8th, something like that. So, I made it, but just fucking barely. Okay, now we'll go over, like, basically the FSP meta and the kind of like the overall tryhard meta during this period, like during this like period of time where we were leveling our alts. How did people in the guild find the time to do the same? I guess I'm getting to that now. There you go. First things first, that entire period, it felt like it was basically like an arms race the entire time. It, like, not in a good way. Because even after, like, the MC rosters had released and after we were to the point where the initial race was over, there was still this kind of sense, this unspoken sense across everybody in the guild of just like, you know, I gotta prove myself. I gotta show that I belong. I gotta show that, like, I'm the person who deserves to be on the speedrun rosters in the future. And it just felt like this constant game of just unspoken, like, one-upsmanship, or like, ooh, well, I got this item now. Ooh, I got this item now. Like, ooh, I bought this item now. Like, ooh, I have this character now. And yeah, what Clicker's saying is true. Like, as an example, one person bought a 1 to 60 boost and they had 2 level 60 warriors 3 weeks in. Yeah. Which leads me to my next point. And this is really what first started to sour me, among many things that would eventually sour me on Anniversary. The gold bind within the guilds, like FSP, was not only like rampant, but like painfully obvious. It's not even that like people were kind of, because I don't know. Look, gold bind has always existed in this game. I'm not naive, but it's always been kind of like this hush hush, like, well, you know, do it, but I'm not gonna tell anybody, right? I don't want to like brag about it. This Anniversary, and this doesn't just apply to FSP. This applies to just seemingly the overall sentiment in general. People were not only just like openly discussing how they would be buying gold, they were like straight up just like bragging about it. They would just become this dick measuring contest. Like, well, how much gold did you buy? Oh, well, I bought this. Well, that's nothing. I bought this much. Oh, I've got so much gold for this. Oh, look how much gold I just got. And naturally, like, you know, people were buying gold and doing stuff like paying for boosted characters, right? So like, you know, how did some person come up with the gold needed to boost a character from 1 to 60 in 2 weeks? Like, gee, I wonder. And right, you know, they were using it to pay for their Lionheart helms instantly and their Devil Sar and blah, 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 blah. And then in addition to that, there was a lot of people that were doing like era to Anniversary gold swaps, which, you know, a lot of people had been doing era GDKPs or whatever on era forever and had a bazillion gold that they were using to trade for Anniversary gold. And that wasn't illegal, and that certainly wasn't, you know, it was within the rules. And then, like, honestly, if you had saved a bunch of gold on era and you were intending to use it for like Anniversary, then like it was valid, but it was cheesy as fuck, man. Like, it still felt bad, right? Because like for me, like, yeah, I had some gold on era. I don't know how much exactly at the time, probably 30 or 40k, but I wanted to keep playing era, so I wanted to keep my era gold. I wanted to actually still use it on era. And by the way, like, this eventually became against TOS, but at the time, at least, it was still not against TOS. So, you know, a lot of people were doing that as well. And like, you know, even if it was within the rules, it still felt bad as a player who like was trying to do it like totally legit. It felt bad as a player who was trying to just like play the game like within just like the server itself and not gain gold from any sort of like essentially outside sources. So yeah, not TOS, but hella lame. I agree. And so for me, like, I guess like for an ethical player like me, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it was extremely discouraging because it just felt like so many people were gaining this advantage that was like completely insurmountable unless you cheated. So that was already souring me pretty hard in the experience. Because like I said, I'd never been in an environment where gold bind was not only that rampant, but so like accepted to the point where it was weird if you weren't doing it. Didn't love that. Didn't love that at all. And at that point during that period, it also felt like a lot of cliques were forming during the time, like in the guild, and a lot of kind of seeds of infighting were already beginning to show their faces at that point. I'm talking about in FSP, by the way. Because you got to keep in mind, FSP, it was a guild on era that continued into Anniversary. So you would think that like, oh, so it's just the same roster that you had from era. Like, there were some people that continued on from era into Anniversary, but keep in mind, when they announced the Anniversary project, you weren't just automatically in the guild already as a member of era guild. Like, it was kind of like a new project where they were kind of starting from scratch. So the roster at that point consisted of, if I had to spitball guess, maybe 30% of people who were from the guild on era, and then the other 70% that just came from other random places, whether it be other guilds on era or just, you know, previous vanilla players that were coming back to play, or people that had been playing Wrath or Kata or whatever the fuck it was up to that point. It was like people that were coming from all over the place. So what that led to was like a bunch of kind of like little mini factions being organized within the guild, right? Like, not officially, but just like mini groups of people that were kind of like naturally connected with each other, whether it be, oh, the fire, whether it be because it was people that had come from the same guild from some other place, or people from the same server, or whatever. So it got very, at least what felt like to me at the time, very, very cliquey. Like I said, like, you were like, you know, yeah, you're an FSP, but like, what type of FSP member are you, right? Like, and I'm not the type of person to want to do any of that shit, right? For me, I'm just like, I do my own thing for the most part, for better or for worse. So, and then, like, talking about the kind of like the overall general player base meta during this time. Look, I was lucky enough to, because I got to 60 quickly, I was lucky enough to get my Priebus early, like largely with guild groups, and just like kind of got my foot in the door before the masses hit 60, right? So by the time like the masses were hitting 60, I was already boosting my alts, so I was thankfully mostly immune to what I'm about to describe, but from what I saw from others and from just seeing posts in LFG, World Chat, whatever, the amounts of greed and selfishness surrounding the entire Priebus grind was worse than I have ever seen before. And look, I acknowledge that, like, yes, there's been historically selfish players every fresh, and like there's always people that are being kind of shit, but I had never seen a meta that bad. Yeah, that is a good point, right, Fanstrong? Shorter server length made it feel more desperate. Yeah, maybe that was part of it. I don't know exactly, like, there's not just one factor, right? But like, it seems like, unfortunately, the player base of this game has just gotten greedier and more selfish over time. It used to be that, like, on private servers, like, 5-man dungeons for the most part, just you go in, everybody could get gear. You occasionally saw a hard res item in some run, but for the most part, it wasn't too bad. I swear this time, like, every run, every dungeon you saw being advertised had one or probably multiple hard res items. Every single one of them. And I saw stuff like people were selling dungeon spots, like selling a spot in a dungeon to join their group just for a chance to be able to get gear in that group. People were selling raid spots. Like, everything was just being turned into a transaction, which, look, you can debate the morality of that, but regardless, like, as a player who just enjoys like playing the game with other people and just giving everyone just the chance to just get their items, that was extremely discouraging for me, and that really made me very early on like kind of sour towards the community when everybody seemed to have this mentality of just like, fuck you, I got mine. It was just every man for themselves, right? It just felt like it was every player, like they only cared about themselves and how their game experience went. Fuck everybody else, they'll do whatever that needs to be done to make sure that their experience is completed. Who gives a fuck how it affects others? And that, I know that kind of can reflect on human society in general, but like, man, that's just discouraging to see, just in general. And look, I know elements of this have always existed, but man, it was just so much worse than I'd ever seen, man. It was frustrating and sad, and this is coming from players who didn't thankfully really had to deal with it for previous grinding, and like even just looking, like hearing stories from people in chat and just seeing stuff that was being advertised. It was just, you saw it and you're like, oh man, yeah. So yeah, I mean, time scarcity I know is probably a big part of it, but still, man, like I'd like to think that I've stuck to my principles over the years. I'd still approach the game and interact with other players in the same way that I always have, and I try to just follow the golden rule in life of don't be an asshole. I know that, you know, every now and then I'm gonna fail, but like for the most part, I try not to be an asshole. Oy, man. But anyways, that I observed at the time. It was very painfully obvious very early on, like bots were already rampant 1 month in. It was pretty fucking sad when like it was like 4 weeks into the game and you already saw instance bots like running in and out that were like extremely obvious. Once again, I'm not naive. I know bots are going to exist, but like the amount that we saw like within the first month was kind of, I guess, indicative of how bad it was going to get, unfortunately. And how bad it was already going. It already was, I guess, based on how many people we knew were already buying gold at the time. So yeah, just to summarize, like the overall like just I need the gear now frenzy was by far the most extreme I had ever seen in the release of vanilla. And yeah, you guys are right in that. It's probably in large part due to the timeline, which one of the many reasons why I'm not a fan of a super fast timeline. So that's I guess going to be my, for the most part, thoughts on phase one. Like, yeah, I know we were doing MC during this period of time, but MC during this period of time was kind of meaningless. There's not much to talk about. You're still in paper gear. You haven't ranked yet. There's really no sense in trying to like speed run yet because like you don't have all the good ranking gear yet. You're going to move to phase 2, where the PvP starts. Now, before we do that, that glass is empty. We're still nice and toasty next to this fire right here, so what say we bust out our next scotch? Oh, you thought I was only drinking one scotch tonight? You are incorrect. Alright, we started off with the Benriach 10. Basic starter scotch, tasty, but you can do better. You can do better. Next up, we have what I consider to be my favorite and most delicious scotch in the entire world. We've got some Port Charlotte 10 Isla Single Malt. This shit is liquid gold. So fucking good. If you're into scotch, especially peated scotch, please, if you've not tried this, please try it. It's really fucking good. Do I like it lukewarm or do I use ice? Ice. Ugh. Ice? You want ice? There was never any ice. Ice is just a myth. Don't be that guy putting ice in their scotch. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. By the way, sarcasm aside, I don't care how you drink your scotch or any drink. As long as you enjoy it, that's fine, but no. I'm all about neat, baby. Cheers, chat. Cheers to a comfy retrospective. Hour and 40 in, we're at phase 2. Ooh, the previous one, the Benriach, it's good, but when you then move on to this one and like a peated scotch, whew, whew, whew. Shit's tasty, yo. All right. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. What page are we on? Of our 21-page document, we have reached page 5. All right, let's continue. Okay. Alrighty. So, am I a Log of Ulin fan? I am. Stay tuned. So, let's get to phase 2. So, phase 2 kind of encompasses the PvP system release, world bosses being released, and ultimately the MC speedrunning by the end of the phase. So, if you remember back from OG Classic, this was the phase that fucking killed everybody, both figuratively and literally in the game, and also literally IRL. This is the PvP release, right? This is the phase that I had been dreading the most. This was the phase that was by far the least enjoyable back from OG Classic. And the one that I knew was going to be the part that just made me suffer the most. What's a bottle of Port Charlotte 10 cost you? Depends on where you live, but I think nowadays it costs me specifically like $70. It's pretty reasonable, honestly, for a bottle of scotch. Especially like a good one. So, we originally assumed that the ranking was going to be just like, once it's out, you can go to 14, right? Like the way it traditionally had always been. And so the ranking overall was always going to be kind of miserable. I know it was an updated ranking system.
Great Stories Pro.
Here's OG Skip. Hot Pockets and Doritos Fun, like I said. Phase 2, probably the best single time in Vanilla / Classic. And it just goes to show you, fun is subjective, huh? Yeah, I know some people love that shit, in fairness, but for me, absolute misery. So, the PvP grind for me was already going to be miserable, but it was made even worse by the announcement that they were gating the ranking. They were time gating it. Because it meant that basically in phase 2, you were only going to be able to go up to rank 11. Which, number one, meant that you couldn't have your rank 14 stuff that we all kind of assumed that we would have by the end of the MC phase, and it meant that it was actually going to add an extra week of ranking, right? Because it was going to make the first bit to get to 11 take 4 weeks, and then after they restarted the ranking, another 5 weeks. So it went from being 8 to 9. Now, keep in mind, the honor system was changed. This happened way before Anniversary. This happened, I think, like, probably a year before Anniversary came out. So it was implemented on Era and I think on SOD simultaneously, where what it used to be back in the day was you would gain ranking progression based on how much honor you had compared to other people on your server. So if you were basically, like, there'd be a bracket system, right? So like if you were within the people that got like 90% of, like the 90th percentile of honor gains, you would get like close to max ranking progression. If you're in the 50th percentile, it'd be less, 30th less, blah, 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 whatever. And that, at least for, in my opinion, and overall, I think, made the system very difficult to progress in, because you essentially were competing with others and you had to make like handshake spoken deals that, like, okay, you know, here's how we're going to organize the brackets, like, you know, this group of people gets to go first, and then this group of people, and you can only hit this cap, and it required so much people politics between a bunch of not well-adjusted basement dweller sweatlord WoW players that oftentimes ended in a lot of toxic shit. So I think Blizzard recognized it. And look, I know some people like the whole politic thing. If you do, you're a fucking weirdo, but fine, that's your right. But I think most can agree that the system was cancer, and Blizzard clearly agreed. And so about a year before Anniversary, they decided to change it. And they made it so that the rankings worked in a similar way as it used to. Like, the ranks were still the same. Like, the progression, like how you'd go from, like, you know, next rank to next rank would be the same amount of, like, ranking progression required, but instead the way you would gain that ranking progression was no longer based on how much honor you had compared to others. It was now how much honor you would gain just, like, compared to static thresholds. So now it's just like, well, if you hit this number, that you would get this much rank progression. If you hit this number, you get this much rank progression, and so on and so forth. So it made it overall easier to rank. Like, let's, you know, thoughts aside on how the actual ranking grind went, there's no denying it was easier than the old system. And obviously, overall, it was just a system that was, at least in my opinion, much less cancerous. Unfortunately, human beings have the tendency to ruin everything. Yeah, the system to get like a character to rank 14 might have been easier, but in reality, the players basically just ended up compensating by making it worse in other aspects. So, to reiterate what my plans were originally, I was thinking, like, okay, so I was going to have a main warrior and an alt warrior. The main warrior, obviously, I was going to go 14, sure. Like, with a new system, that was very feasible, very doable. And then the alt, I was figuring, like, okay, rank 10. Like, you know, because keep in mind, back in OG Classic, like, going to rank 14 was nearly impossible unless you, even if you had the ability to play as much as you possibly could, like I did, it didn't mean you get 14. Like, it literally required that you played the game, like, 20 to 22 hours a day. At least as Horde. I know Alliance was different if you were pre-mating, but like as Horde, 20 to 22 hours a day for like 2 months straight. With no breaks. I didn't do it. Fuck that. I just did not have the physical capability of doing it. No regrets there. So back then, like, I went rank 12 and I called that good enough. Even that almost fucking killed me. And even at the time, like, of OG Classic, like, going to rank 10 was, like, a lot of work. Like, even, like, somebody who just worked, like, a regular 9 to 5 probably couldn't get to rank 10, at least not in the Gen 1. And so, this time around, I was thinking, like, okay, well, I'll just go 14 on the main, because that'll be easier, and then I'll go to rank 10 on the alt, because that's, like, should be more obtainable now to the point where it's, like, a reasonable rank to hit on your alt character, right? Brought you to our basin pre-mades. I did some of it. Well, sure, but that was once the pools were being, like, insanely inflated, right? That was on my ult, so yeah, I appreciated that, but that was I'm talking about Gen 1 ranking back in the day. So my plans, I thought, were very reasonable, and frankly, I thought were what I would call maybe your average expectation in a tryhard guild. Rank 14 on the main, rank 10 on the alt seemed reasonable. But it quickly became apparent when people started talking about ranking within FSP that the expectation, like, not the requirements, but like the de facto expectation was that you were going to get at least 2 rank 14s. Like, certainly, at least your 2 warriors, right? And I'd say just overall, the overall player base, the kind of the default expectation for any player that was even halfway serious about the game was like at least 1 rank 14, if not 2. So what I meant before by saying that like players compensated by making it worse, like sure, it was easier to get rank 14 now, but they kind of compensated by saying, and so that means that you're now going to do many of them, like multiple of them. Humanity finds a way, huh? We're going to talk about ranking more in the next phase discussion section, because in this phase, like phase 2, you can only go to 11. So like, going to 11 wasn't that bad. It was, it was just AV spam, right? Like it wasn't great, but it wasn't like cancerous because you didn't have to do that much. It was the next part of ranking that would ultimately release in phase 3 that was the part, that's when we'll talk about it, okay? So in that, we'll get back to it. It was also around this time that I decided to make it worse on myself by choosing to roll an NA character on Night Slayer. And the reason I did this was because Drex, Daddy Drex himself, reached out and was like, hey, I got a guild on NA, and I knew he had one. Do you want to play with us? Like, can you come play with us? For those that don't know the backstory of Drex, by the way, Drex is a player that I played with back in OG Classic. I first got to know him when he was in Onslaught, and he was playing a priest in Onslaught, and he was speedrunning with us. I know in AQ, maybe like BWL as well. And when he was in Onslaught, he was also separately running GDKPs. Like because GDKPs back in the time, like the first half of Classic, weren't really widespread. Like they existed, like even back in the P server days, they existed to a very limited extent, but they weren't meta. And they started to become more and more popular, like probably around the midpoints of OG Classic, and became more and more popular through the end of like original Classic Vanilla. And so at the time when Drex was running these GDKPs, I had never really dabbled in pugging at all. I had always just at that point done exclusively guild runs. And when I got to know him a little bit in Onslaught, and he got to know me like through my stream, he knew that I had an alt, Synthex, !Veil, blah blah blah, and he was like, "Hey, you should join my GDKPs on your alts. Get gold, have fun, pump, come help the boys." And so I was like, "All right, fuck it." So I went to play with Drex in his GDKPs on Scarum. And ultimately, it ended up being really fun, and it's what originally kind of made me fall in love with GDKPs and realize like how fucking awesome of a system it was. And ultimately, it's the system that allowed me to get my full fucking BIS, or at least close to full fucking BIS, by the end of OG Classic on Salvador, right? Because Onslaught fell apart, so like the only way I could do it was GDKPs. Yeah, ! Roots, exactly. Yeah. And so ultimately, when TBC came out, it wasn't from the start, but relatively early on in TBC, I ended up joining his guild that Drex was running in TBC. At the time called Salad Bakers NA. Had Laddie in there to kind of make the connection. And I played with him throughout almost all of TBC on my warrior, my NA warrior specifically, which was prime meme material. No doubt about that. It was the man himself. It's just that easy.
Olaf, nice play.
Thank you, Drex. Coming in out with the sub. It will go directly to the Hot Pocket Doritos and one Glaive Fund. Womp womp. At 1 week, we took off of Rating Man. The 1 week we did. That's the week that the Glaive dropped. It wasn't meant to be. Anyways, so ultimately, fast forwarding back to Anniversary, Drex reached out to me, and what he was trying to do pretty clearly was like trying to build a speedrunning roster that was essentially composed of like a lot of all-stars, I guess, from other guilds. Like Threatcapped had, that was the name of the guild, Threatcapped had members that were kind of just like sole, just only members of the guild. But he was also trying to get like top players from other guilds as well. And so I initially turned him down because, you know, at the time, like I was dealing with enough already as it was with all like the leveling and ult boosting and needing to make gold, blah blah blah, and ranking on EU. And so I just turned him down because like, bro, I don't have time for this shit, and I can't justify the cost of trying to do all that shit. And Daddy Drex, being the oiler that he is, basically just said, look, I'll pay for the sub, I'll pay for all the boosting, you know, just get to 60 and then we'll pump. And you know, at the time, my copium thoughts and response were basically like, well, man, I do miss playing Horde, and man, Wind Fury is so much fucking fun. Because keep in mind, at the time, I wasn't playing on Era, right? I could only like justify the time I was spending on Anniversary. I miss playing Horde, like, you know, Wind Fury sounds really fun. Baker's NA, it was prime, like, meme content material. It would be nice for the NA viewers. You know, and after ranking, it's mostly gonna be raid logging anyways, right? Like, what else am I gonna do anyways, right? Right? So I ended up agreeing, with the caveats of, number one, my FSP characters would always be prio, right? Like, had to make sure I prioed that. Because technically, Traeger had made a rule with an FSP where you're not allowed to raid with other speedrunning guilds. But, like, I went to Traeger and be like, look, like, you know, yeah, it's technically a speedrunning guild, but, like, let's not kid ourselves here. Threat Cap wasn't going to be breaking any world records, so it wasn't going to be, like, direct competition with FSP. And Traeger was like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. So I told, Drex, like, okay, FSP characters will be prio. And I'm pretty sure, Drex, at some point you either forgot about this or maybe chose to conveniently ignore it. I told you I couldn't guarantee I'd go anything past rank 10. Because, like, I was already going to have to rank my regular FSP characters. I fucking hate PvP, and I don't want to do that shit. So, I went 12. It was great. You know, I could have sworn at the time you were saying going 12 was not great. I could have sworn at the time that, like, 12 was not nearly good enough. Apparently it's fine. I gotta do 12 at least for boots. Well, ironically, I ended up getting chromatics super early, so that wasn't... Anyways. Turned down 1k subs. Dude, we'll get to the suffering for PvP later, but no, it would not have been worth 1k subs. My sanity, there's no price on my sanity after a while. Anyways. So, I agreed to play, get the NA orc boosted, blah, blah, blah. So, during this 2-month period of, like, basically after Phase 2 came out, I was ranking my main warrior to rank 11. I was ranking my ult to rank 10. I was working on gearing up my ult warrior and ult paladin, because they had just hit 60, but they didn't have gear, so I had to do, like, Priebus farming on them. I was boosting the NA orc warrior, which admittedly wasn't much work, right? Just sat AFK in a dungeon with gold that Drex gave me, but yeah. I was ranking my Orc Warrior after it got 60 to rank 10. And then I was also working on my Orc's dungeon gearing, like getting it Priebus. And for the first half of the phase, was working on practicing MC speedrunning on the main warrior. All of this, like, you know, had to juggle within a 2-month period. Once again, like, this whole, like, 1-year timeline, 2-month phases... I know I made it harder on myself by making it, like, giving myself this much shit to do, man, but trying to do all this shit that I just talked about within 2 months was, looking back on it, like, why did I do this to myself? It would get worse, by the way, but, like, even at the time, I was just like, Jesus Christ, man. Also, with Phase 2, completely separately, came world bosses. So world bosses were something that, like, if you're a try-hard guild, like, you should be trying to get world boss kills, right? Because, like, yeah, you know, Azurgos drops Crystal Adorned Crown, and, like, Kazakh drops ED, and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, any try-hard guild should reasonably expect that their members should try to contribute with world boss kills. So, we specifically were in a coalition, like, we as an FSP, we're in a coalition with a few other guilds, that I'm now struggling to remember the names of, to be honest. But it was like 4 or 5 other guilds for the most part, like, that were all working in a coalition to get world boss kills. Yeah, Turtles was one of them. Venom was another one. Not a good look, I think, right? Was one of them? And some other ones. Anyways. Now, keep in mind, I was already super burnt out on doing world bosses from OG Classic. If you guys don't remember from OG Classic, I used to be religious with showing up to every single world boss. Didn't matter what time, didn't matter what day. I would show up to world bosses for Onslaught. And Onslaught, for a long time on Skyrim, had a monopoly on world bosses. We got every single kill. So I remember, like, back in Onslaught, like, there was 2 players that for, like, the first, like, 3 months, 4 months, whatever world bosses, that had literally 100% attendance. Literally players that showed up to every single world boss that ever spawned. It was the Guildmaster Faye and me. And, ultimately, was it worth it? I don't know. Did I get items? Sure, I got an ED. Sure, I got an Horde. I got Puissant Cape, sure. But there's no denying that, like, that's an insane schedule because, like, whenever world boss spawn, is it 3 a.m.? Okay, you're waking up and killing the world boss. Another, Kazakh spawns 2 hours later at 5 a.m. Okay, you're waking up again and killing the world boss, and this is on top of just working and streaming the regular schedule that I was streaming. And what I would have to do every time they spawned, if I was on stream, is I would have to hide screen, basically, because I couldn't show the world boss kills and couldn't, like, talk about it, blah, blah, blah. I basically had to just, like, do blank screen content, like, for 20 minutes every time a world boss spawned, which was shitty for stream. So this time around, I was not particularly interested in doing them. I knew I would, to an extent, have to participate in them because that's just what you have to do on a try-hard server, right? But I wasn't desperate to do it. And that was just, based on what the world boss schedule used to be like. But keep in mind, this time around on anniversary servers, they were layered. Like, on the original server that I was on, Skyrim, there was just 1 layer, so it wasn't, like, that bad. On a layered server, for those that didn't do world bosses and don't know exactly how it works, world bosses are not like a once per server thing, like every window. If you have 5 layers on a server, world bosses can spawn on all 5 of the layers, and they have their own individual timers on each and every layer. And as servers come up and collapse again and come up, like, the timers will change, and it's... So if you've got, like, let's say just like a 3-layer server, which is like the minimum of what we always had with Anniversary. I think the fire's dying down, but I think I might get a little more action soon. Just let it cook, boys. We're still toasty, we're good. If you were on, like, Anniversary and there was like 3 layers, essentially it was minimum triple the amount of world bosses that used to exist back in OG Classic. Like, keep in mind, the OG Classic world boss schedule already was stressful and killed me enough as it is. On Anniversary, multiply that by like 3 or 4. I don't know why Blizzard thought that was a good idea. It's fucking awful, right? Like, every single layer has world boss, separate timers. It's like cancerous as fuck. I don't possibly understand why they thought that was a good idea, and yet that's how it works on layered servers. So I knew from the start, okay, I'm not going to be showing up to every world boss. That's not feasible. I don't have the tism to do that anymore. So I kind of set a schedule for myself where I would only attend during non-stream waking hours. So basically, like, I would go, like, as long as I wasn't streaming and as long as I wasn't asleep, then I would attend world bosses, which, to be honest, wasn't a huge amount of time out of every day, right? Because, like, during my waking hours of, like, I would wake up and then pretty much immediately start streaming, and then I would finish stream, take a nap for 2 hours, then wake up, and then probably be awake for about 5 or 6 hours before I went back to bed again. Which meant that was probably like a 5 or 6 hour window each day in which I could do them. And that caused some friction. Because look, the rest of the guild is in a situation where, like, well, if they're logged on to the game, they can just go to the world bosses, right? And I was in a situation where, like, well, if it spawned while I was streaming, like, especially because ranking was going on as well. Like, oh, sorry guys, I gotta hide this. Because, by the way, there was competition for it. It's not like we just getting world bosses free. There was a horde coalition that was trying to compete for them as well. So if I was like in the middle of like AV and all of a sudden like, guys, I gotta hide the screen now for 20 minutes. Don't even think about it. Like, it was exceedingly obvious that like, oh, well, obviously it's a world boss that has spawned, which would then alert horde that, oh, like, there's a world boss. So streaming, like trying to do world bosses while I was streaming, I didn't want to do, because number one, it was gonna be obvious, and oh yeah, there was another alliance coalition. That's right. Yeah, there was a second alliance coalition as well. Yeah. And number two, it was just horrible for content, right? Like, especially with world bosses spawning 3 times as frequently. Like, I didn't want to have to hide the screen every time a world boss spawned, and like, had I done that, I would have been pausing stream like every like hour. It'd have been awful. And so yeah, it was partially stream motivated, but then honestly, like, even stream aside, it was just mostly personal burnout reasons that I just really didn't want to go to world bosses. Besides, like, the times where I could like most conveniently make it, I guess, just because I did so many of them back in OG Classic that it made me just truly hate that shit. And it got to the point where it's just like, I would like trigger some like gamer PTSD or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The rest of the guild didn't do shit. It was about 50% who would turn up often,
was special to share.
20% who turned up sometimes, and 30% who just didn't give a shit. No clue why it would cause friction for me. Well, maybe it was causing friction for everybody. I don't know. But to be honest, and what's up, Falfa, coming in hot with the sub. Thank you, sir. 60 months. Wow. Directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos fund. Thank you, sir. Why did it cause me friction? Honestly, man, I think it was partially just because it was a very visible representation of FSP, and like I was a very easy target, because I think some people were getting salty that like, oh, well, World Boss is up and I can see Dali streaming and he's still just doing AV. What the fuck? I was just, very visibly not participating sometimes. So I felt a little bad at the time, but at the same time, like, also I just didn't want to fucking do them because I fucking hate them at this point. So I respect the people, by the way, that went full Sweatlord, because a lot of people did go full Sweatlord on the world bosses, like even into phase 6, like even when Hex is up, people were still like, world boss, wee. Shit, respect to people that did that, but I don't know how the fuck you got the tism to be killing fucking Azragos in phase 6. I didn't have it in me, that's for sure. So all of this makes it that much funnier that I ended up getting ED relatively early on. For those that don't know the story behind it, ED is, at least according to Sims, the second best weapon in the entire game, only after Gressel, right? And so the idea of getting it super early in the game is like kind of like the pipe dream of an Alliance warrior. And so I remember at some point, like, it was middle of phase 2 and Kazakh spawned, and it was like probably like, I don't know, 10, 11 p.m. my time. So within the window of time where it's just like, I'm awake, I'm not streaming, I can join world bosses. I was like, okay, sure. What is ED short for? Short for erectile dysfunction. It's this thing where your dick doesn't work. Very annoying. So Kazakh spawn was like, okay, I'll show up. And it was like 11, it was like I said, like probably around 11 p.m. my time, which meant that it was like 5 a.m. server time. So it meant that the amount of people showing up was going to be somewhat minimal, because it's like giga degen hours. And the way it worked was, whenever we killed world bosses, we were in this coalition, right? So like the way it worked was, when we killed a world boss, we would do like a roll from 1 to whatever number it was, and the number was based on it was 1 through 40, right? 1 through 40? No, sorry. So it was 1 through whatever how many people showed up, and basically for each and every member that a guild brought, they would get an extra number that would qualify for them to win the loot. So like, let's say if 80 people showed up to the world boss to help out, and 15 of those people were FSP members, then they would roll 1 through 80. And if the roll was like a certain segment of like 15s, like 1 through 15, or maybe like 25 through 40, whatever they determined, then that guild would get the item and then get to choose who within that guild got the item. So I don't remember how many people we had at the time. It was probably like 60 or 70 or something that showed up. and FSP people showed up, and the way it worked was, if you had already killed a world boss within that reset already, you were locked out of loot. You can only be eligible for loot for one world boss, or at least one Azergos, one Kazakh per week, essentially. And so I think it was like relatively late in the reset. So when I showed up at like sort of degen hours, it was really only like 3 FSP warriors that were eligible to even receive loot from Kazakh in the first place. So I'm just gonna do !ED, so like I can literally just reread the sequence of events as well, because it's been a while at this point, not gonna lie. So basically, okay, yeah, you can read the doc too if you want to. The sequence of events was essentially Kazakh spawn, Coalition, Discord was alerted. And the one thing we'd always do is we'd form 2 raid groups. The PvE kill group, the one that would actually get the tag and kill the boss and like be able to distribute loot. And then like the PvP protection raid that would protect against like horde people trying to get the boss. So we all got some in there, blah, blah, blah. And then, so we pull the boss, the boss gets tagged by the PvE raid, Kazakh dies, and he drops ED. Oh shit. Initially, both the PvE and the PvP raid, like the boss showed up as like colored, like when they died, which meant that like, oh, we got the tag on him. So for whatever reason, it bugged out in the PvP raid. It looked like they had the tag. And so there was some confusion surrounding that. So raid members from each guild, though, they were counted up, right? They do like a little like, okay, how many people does each guild have? And they make this little roll table where like, okay, FSP is this number through this number, and then Turtles is this number through this number, blah, 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 blah. And then the leader of the PvP raid, don't remember who it was at the time, who was under the impression that their raid was eligible for the loot, rolled I guess it was a 1 through 66, and the result was a 65. Which was not within FSP's range to win the item. And then at that point, the coalition leadership realized 2 things: that the roll table A was not calculated correctly, and like basically they forgot to count certain people within there. And number 2, the PvP raid is not eligible to loot the boss anyways. So with that in mind, they made the decision to re-roll. Like, and by the way, it's not just like, FSP made the decision, or FSP said, like, we're re-rolling. It was just like the coalition leadership collectively said, like, okay, I guess we're going to re-roll. And so they re-rolled. It was 1 through 71 this time. The result was a 20, which was a number that was within FSP's range. And so, like, okay, they were like, all right, so FSP gets the ED. So there was some saltiness, like, after the fact, around the fact that, like, well, the original rules was 65, and that was supposed to be the guild Turtles. But the coalition leadership overall decided to make the reroll, and Turtles ended up not getting it. Keep in mind, this entire time, I'm just a regular-ass raid member. I'm not an officer. I have nothing to do with any of this decision-making process. Oh, shit. Next video. I have nothing to do with this decision-making process, right? So, I'm just sitting here being like, well, shit, I hope we win the roll, and I hope I get it. Like, that's all I was doing. I was just standing there with, like, no part of the decision-making process. And so they re-roll, and it's an FSP number, and after deliberation, like the FSP leadership that was in that raid at the time decided that, okay, we're gonna have 2 warriors within the people, like the FSP warriors that showed up roll. It was me, and I didn't know him at the time, but ironically, it was me and Can, which, by the way, they should have given it to Can, 100%. He should have taken it, or he should have been given it. But anyways, they had me and Can roll. I roll a 60, Can rolls 58, and I win the ED. Yeah, it was Can. Oh, the irony. And so I'm just like, I get up and be like, fist bump, like, yes, let's go, baby. Because, look, I was just sitting there. I just got told at some point, oh, okay, Dali, go ahead and roll. And I was like, okay, I'll roll. And like, oh, you won the roll. There you go. Congrats, ED. I was like, oh, cool. Shit. That's the only part I took. That's the only way I partook in this entire thing. I helped kill the boss, and then they told me to roll, so I rolled. And then after the fact, like this whole drama is manufactured, like, raw, FSP ninja the ED, Dali ninja the ED, they gave him the streamer the item, they fucked over the other guild, blah blah blah. Right, like a bunch of people started spewing a bunch of of bullshit about what happened, and like, you know, obviously they start to morph the story more and more to the point where it's just like all of a sudden like I was the one who directly ninja the item, and I was the one who you know, invoked streamer privilege or something, right? So looking back at the entire thing, it's just funny in like an absurd way, because I just remember being like basically an innocent bystander being like, what they say fuck me for? Like, I just rolled for the item when I got told to roll. And it kind of just goes to show you that people will kind of choose to believe anything, or like go out of their way to manufacture like a narrative, as long as it fits their own narrative, right? It was just kind of funny looking back on it. Like, ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't even fucking matter, right? Because everyone gets rank 14, who cares? But it's just funny how, I don't know, looking back at that whole situation, how people they're looking for any excuse to create the spicy drama. And I am not a drama handyman, so I was just like, I explained the entire situation that I just explained at the time as well. And, you know, if people choose to not believe it, then what are you supposed to do, right? So, oh yeah, there was a whole server Discord thing. I won't get into that, but it was a whole thing. It was silly, and like a bunch of people that are way too bored trying to drum up drama. It was silly, to say the least. I didn't partake in any of the drama. I made no comment. I was just like, I just won the roll, and I'm gonna use it. Cool. Anyways, so, and look, we could talk another 2 hours of the whole like fallout of the situation, blah blah blah. I don't really give a fuck. It doesn't matter at this point. I was not involved in any decision-making process, so I got ED. Hey, cool, awesome. Anyways, you know what I'm gonna do? Let me refill my water real quick. I'm enjoying the scotch, but ain't no spring chicken. Be right back. All right. Most excited you've seen someone about ED? Ooh. I wasn't even on stream. I did do like, yeah, but it was off stream. Feels bad. Okay. So, would I care for a bingo update? Sure, how we doing? So, in Discord, they made an anniversary retrospective bingo. How are we doing on the bingo? Better use ED this week on Loatheb, this week with chickens. Oh, shit. Yeah, good. Good. In the thread? No, I don't want to look at the thread. I don't want to spoil myself. We can look at the end. Whew. All right. Cheers, boys. Comfy campfire. All right. What item is ED? It's Empyrean Demolisher. Mace that drops off of Lord Kazakh. Alrighty. Oh, it's just a screenshot. Okay. Well, no. I want to look at the rest, though. Okay. I can't. I don't want to look at the rest because I don't want to like be biased. All right. Okay. Anyways, so, the last thing to say before we get into the MC speedrunning part is, during the latter part of the phase, I also had to start focusing on making as much gold as possible for phase 3 ranking. Like basically like the big boy, like super intense part of the ranking grind when you're gonna have basically no time to do almost anything else. So I started doing jump runs basically for the first time using my warrior plus paladin, and up until that point I had never really done jump runs on like pre-bis characters, especially not on Alliance. And at least when you're Horde, like grounding totem makes the sacrifice boss like a joke. But if you're Alliance, you don't have grounding totem, obviously, so I had to deal with a paladin and use like pillar LOS shenanigans and use like a bunch of trinkets. Basically, it was a fucking nightmare. Holy shit, dude. Jump runs, yeah, they might be a joke once you're geared, but oi, man, they were rough. Like the first little bit while I was trying to learn them to them as Alliance, and They were so frustrating, but anyways, ultimately, like, I got them down. It was just fine, and I kept doing them over and over again, blah, 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 and saved up around, like, 3k gold during this period of time as well, which was the amount that I was kind of assuming I was going to need approximately during the ranking grind. And then, I had to use the Shadow Reflector and the Barov Peasant Collar, yeah. So that brings us to the MC speedrunning portion of the phase. Now, keep in mind, MC speedruns back in OG Classic were a thing, and plenty of guilds were competing with them, but it's funny how looking back in OG Classic, the MC speedrunning, like, at that point, the speedrunning community was, like, still, like, amateurish, like, which is, I know that's funny to say, because it was, like, Progress and Onslaught and Dream State at the time doing it, like, it's not amateur guilds, but, like, you know, knowing what they did back then versus, like, how we approach this MC speedrunning phase this time, it was, like, night and day difference. This time around, MC speedrunning was the most cancerous speedrunning meta I have ever played in, bar none, like, including all the rest of the anniversary as well. This shit made me realize that, like, speedrunning can get to the point where I fucking hate it. There comes a point where it's not fun anymore. It's not even close to fun. This is definitely the first speedrunning phase ever where the meta got too sweaty even for me, like too, like, excessively stupid even for me. And it was largely having to do with the pre-clearing, right? Yeah, I mean, the pre-clearing had always been sort of a meme on, like, private servers and into OG Classic about, like, doing it, but, like, nobody within the speedrunning community really respected the idea of pre-clearing for a speedrun, and it didn't ever really happen in OG Classic speedruns at all in MC. But unfortunately, the Warcraft logs rules that were used, like the trash requirements that were used, were still the same trash requirements that were used back in the OG Classic days. And the OG Warcraft logs rules, it turns out, were, if you were willing to basically be shameless and pre-clear, very exploitable. I don't know who the first guild was to start the pre-clearing, but regardless, it was gonna happen. It was gonna happen at some point. Like, somebody was gonna break the pre-clearing cherry, and once it happened, like, it got just, like, absurdly excessive. Because keep in mind, so basically the Warcraft logs rules were that, like, you had a certain set of trash mobs you had to kill, and then, like, they were designed to be rules where, like, you only had to kill stuff that was, like, along your way. Like, you didn't have to kill stuff off the side that you wouldn't pull otherwise. But the reality was that, like, there were certain patrols and certain mobs that you could kill that would make the routing easier, even if it wasn't, like, required to kill them. Like, it would make it, like, much more convenient to run through MC. And so we would eventually have to spend, like, 20, 30 minutes to pre-clear mobs. That would just make the run slightly more convenient, slightly easier. And to get to all those mobs, like, at some point you had to use, like, some invis skips. You had to have, like, very precise movements, like, through certain areas to not, like, body pull stuff, because you were trying to skip the stuff you would have to kill later. And keep in mind, if anybody fucked up, if anybody, you know, pulled a mob that they weren't supposed to, or, like, if anybody just basically got the raid wiped, the entire raid gets delayed by an hour, because you have to restart the whole thing again and pre-clear again and, like, do this entire process essentially again. And the one that was the worst one by far was the like, all the Corehound packs before Magmadar. Initially, the meta was just like, well, you gotta kill him. Like, how else are you supposed to do it? Like, between Luciferon and Magmadar, you just have to pull him, right? But eventually, it got to the point where it's just like, oh, well, we can actually skip those because they're not actually part of the trash requirements according to the Warcraft logs. So we'd Petri and off the side and pull them all off the side and run in, run past. And then eventually, it got to the point where it's like, well, wait a minute, we don't even have to skip them at all in the run. We can just pre-clear them first. We can just kill them before the run even starts. So we'd have to do this entire fucking summon invis process to run all the way through and get summoned here, and the Warlock has to die here in Soulstone and summon the entire blah, 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 blah. In addition to all the rest of the mobs, like when you went in the direction of, like, Geddon and Shazra to pre-clear as well. So the pre-speedrun, like, MC routine became essentially this. You would go to MC with the guild to pre-clear. It would take, like, initially like 20 and then like, well, 30 and now like 45 minutes, whatever. And then after you've pre-cleared, you're on a timer because like all the mobs have like a respawn timer, so you gotta start the run before they respawn. So then you have to very quickly, okay, get summoned EBRS, get fire res buff, port back to Stormwind, pre-pop every single protection potion because there's no buff cap, get summoned MC, log off inside. When everyone is now an MC and like inside summoned, everyone logs in. You pre-clear the trash from the start of the raid all the way down the ramp to the part where you actually start the run, like, you know, closer to like where the bridge to Luciferon is. You all equip chickens, you log off, you wait like 8 to 10 minutes for patrols to properly line up, and then you log back in, you pull one last non-required trash mob, pop chicken, AFK for 1.5 minutes trying to get swalks, and then you equip your real trinkets, and then you pull and start the speedrun. Oh, and don't forget the giant fucking yap session in between. Yeah, that too. All that, so that way you can do a 14 or 15 minute speedrun. That sounds fun, right, Dave? So it was like 2 hours of prep, basically, for like a 14, 15 minute run. Safe to say, yes, it was painfully unfun and stressful for everyone. And if anybody fucked up the pre-speedrun process, start all over again. Restart the counter. Yeah, like I said earlier, by far the most cancerous speedrunning meta I've ever been in. That shit, if someone had found a way to pre-clear BWL or any future raid, I'd just been like, nah, I'm good, I'm out, I'm done. You know, people are asking like, well, of course you'll play another fresh, like among many other reasons why I would never want to do a fresh again. Assuming this was the meta again, this whole MC pre-clear shit, nah, I'm good. Not interested in ever doing that again. That was pure pain. Pure pain, man. Awful. And by the way, we were dealing with the same shit in Threat Capped on NA, so I was doing this shit like multiple times a week, and that was, yeah. And then also, by the way, on top of all that, my fears about the no buff cap and the no debuff cap were like immediately realized. Like I talked about earlier, like how like when they announced that was gonna be a thing, I talked about how I already knew how cancerous that was gonna get. It ended up being like even worse than I thought it would be. Like, yeah, we had to pop like our Bogling roots, every single, and this is MC by the way, just MC, Bogling roots, every single protection potion before the raid started, Troll's Blood potions, Gift of Arthas for the Shadow res to try to resist some of the dog debuffs that are technically the Shadow class. Fucking Ogre suits, man, so that way you could slightly increase your cleave and whirlwind radius, and then you can pop Fire Water so that way you can specifically increase the size of your Ogre suit to also increase the size of your cleave and whirlwind radius by a tiny bit more, and it was only 10 minutes, so you'd have to like have somebody else carry another Ogre suit so they could trade you an Ogre. You could pop your Ogre suit and have them trade another Ogre suit so you could use that in the later part of the run. You're saying all optional, by the way. I'm aware of that, man, but one of the main reasons I play this game is to speedrun, and the way I enjoy playing the game unfortunately devolved into this. So yes, like all of this is technically optional, but if you're trying to be the best, if you're trying to be in a guild that's trying to be the best, it's not optional. It's like, you know, every single thing that can technically be an advantage, you have to use, otherwise, like, you know, you're giving up potentially free time on the table, right? So Ogre suit fake news? Well, we were at the time. It wasn't fake news. I can tell you that, boys. Regardless of what reality is and not, it was the meta at the time, and you were expected to use it. So yeah, immediately like my worst fears about the buff cap and debuff cap shit were realized. It was cancerous as fuck, and it never got better. Like, well, I mean, thankfully Ogre suits weren't used in any other phase really, but in the overall speedrunning meta for the rest of Anniversary still, the lack of buff cap is one of the many reasons why, like, assuming that's a thing for future fresh is why I would never bother with that shit ever again. Fuck that, man. I knew it'd be cancer, but it was cancer and more. Oy, man. And if you're trying to min-max, like, you know, you were kind of, unfortunately, sort of a slave to that meta. Anyways, so all of that being said, the competition during this period of time and all the guilds that were going through this entire process that I just discussed were mainly Bricked, Eternal, FSP, and then like later on in the phase progress. You know, there was not to say that there weren't other guilds speedrunning, and it's not to say that there weren't other guilds that put up times that were like decent. But those were the big four that were like truly kind of in contention to be able to potentially set the world record, right? Now, do I know about the UBRS Drakathath Sword FSP drama? Honestly, no, that doesn't ring any bells. I'm not aware of any of that. So, okay. You hear me mention progress, right? If you guys remember back from OG Classic and Phase 6, the next phase, Progress made the decision to not stream any of their raids and not post any logs of any of their raids. And basically just go complete radio silence. So, and to try to hide like super secret strategies or whatever. And everybody thought that was lame as fuck, and everybody thought that was super cringe and super dumb for the speedrunning kind of scene overall. And Progress got like immensely shamed for it. And then they lost, yeah. KW. So before Anniversary released, when we were having like a guild meeting, it was explicitly stated by Traeger, like when we were doing the meeting, that we would never, and I quote, be cringe log and stream hiding. We would never be cringe and stream hiding progress losers. And when I heard that, I was like, okay, fuck yeah. Like, I mean, because keep in mind, yeah, I thought it was cringe as fuck as well. Ignoring the fact that I'm a streamer, it's just lame that, like, if somebody does that, like, it's all it does is stifle innovation and just make the entire scene less fun overall, right? Like, imagine if every single guild just doesn't post their logs and doesn't stream and just post their log at the end of the phase, right? And then it becomes lame as fuck and no one cares. So I was happy when I heard that. I was like, okay, good. Not that I was expecting that to be a thing, but it was just nice to hear confirmation of them saying that out loud. Not many in Progress liked it either. Yeah, I don't know who came up with it in Progress, but yeah, cringe as fuck. Anyways. So fast forward back to the MC speedrunning phase and Anniversary, and lo and behold, Bricked begins hiding all of their logs and streams around probably about halfway through the phase, and starts, just going. They just go radio silent. And when I heard about them doing that, like, it immediately got me worried that FSP was going to cave to the pressure and do the same thing. And, I know, like, we've been told, like, oh, we're not going to be cringe log and stream hiding losers, but, like, lo and behold, a few weeks later, that's exactly what happens, right? Like, we were told one day, like, oh, you can't stream this raid, by the way. I was like, what? Excuse me? Like, oh, well, we're practicing strats. We're doing strats that we're trying to practice. I was like, okay, but, like, and basically the justification was like, well, we want to hide the strats until they're perfect, until, like, we know for sure they're going to be, like, perfect. And, like, yeah, okay, at the time, that argument, I get what they're saying with that, but in reality, like, how do you define when a strat's perfect? How do you define when it's, like, been taken to the point where now it's ready to show off? The last week? Like, what? It's like, well, it was pretty good, but it can be better, so you still can't stream it. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, personally, I was pretty pissed about that. Number one, that they had essentially gone back on their word on what they originally said. And number two, that, like, we were caving to the same cringe shit that Bricked was. I don't remember. Was Progress hiding in their logs and streams at the time? I don't think they were. I think it was just Bricked and us. Were they? Okay, never mind. Progress was doing it too. Of course they were. The OG inventors of stream and log hiding, right? So it was literally just Eternal that was streaming and logging their runs, every run, and winning. Like, right? They were having the best runs. Like, I knew what our times were, even if we had to hide them, and, like, I knew that Eternal was beating us. It was really fucking stupid. Shout outs to Eternal, by the way, for never being cringe. Like, I was jealous at the time, and I respect the fuck out of the fact that they never caved to that stupid peer pressure. So anyways, the whole, like, not streaming, not logging, or, not posting logs policy was definitely divisive within FSP's ranks. I mentioned earlier about how, like, there was already kind of cliques that had been forming within the guild and different vocal factions or whatever you want to call it, and all these different groups had kind of different opinions on what the guild should do and what it should be and how it should be run, and so some were supportive of the policy of not streaming / logging. There were some people who were just like, it's just a disadvantage. I don't want to hide it. I gotta hide our juicy secrets. And and then obviously others, myself included, were against it. Eternal farmed every phase. They didn't. They won 3 of 4, right? They didn't win AQ. Progress won AQ. But anyways, and by the way, like at the time, people were just like, "Well, you're obviously against it because you're a streamer," and sure, was that a part of it? Like in a biased way, was that part of it? Absolutely. But also, just separate from me being a streamer, separate from my own selfish reasons, it's just shitty for the speedrunning scene, right? Like I don't know about you guys, but as a person who has historically at least likes following the speedrunning scene and following the speedrun competition, that phase was lame as fuck. The only guild you could watch and follow was Eternal. Everyone else was hiding their shit. Everyone else was like, fuck the rest of the people who give a shit about speedruns. Like, we're gonna hide our streams and hide our logs. And like, I made the analogy at the time of just like, wouldn't it be lame as fuck if like you're a fan of like, let's say golf, for example, but each individual golf player decides like, oh, well, they've come up with like this perfect strat to play the course they don't want anyone else to see. So golf players all decide collectively that you're not allowed to film us playing golf and like shooting like and like playing in the tournament. And so the only way you know who won the golf tournament is just the end. They just post the results and be like, oh, here you go. Here's who won the golf tournament. Here are the standings. Would that be a fun sport to watch? No, that'd be lame as fuck, right? People want to see like, well, how did this guy win? What did they do to win? Like, what cool shots did they pull off to win? It'd be stupid as fuck, right? And like, it's the same thing for speedrunning. We're like, no one gives a fuck about the competition if you don't see how someone won, if you don't see how the competition progressed, if you don't see like the cool shit that people did to be able to accomplish the times, right? No one cares about the time at the end on its own. It's all about what you did to get that time. Yeah, and the hype for the scene dies down when they hide everything. Exactly. Like one of the reasons I think why the speedrunning scene like really took off, not just like streaming popularity wise, but also just like how many guilds were doing it back in OG Classic in like the BWL days, was the fact that like so many guilds were doing it and streaming it and showing it and coming up with new like innovative, interesting strategies, and people got to watch them and then like, ooh, let's like innovate on those strategies and like let's see if we can improve them and make it even cooler. And it was cool as fuck, right? And I think overall the speedrun scene just benefited from it because I think it got a lot of people interested in speedrunning that didn't previously have interest in it or didn't even know it was a thing at the time. I would imagine a lot of people who speedran this anniversary, hell, probably people in FSP, like maybe first became aware of speedruns in OG Classic who didn't do it at the time but became aware of it because of all like how cool the competition was. So anyways, yeah, that's, those are my thoughts to this day. These were my exact same thoughts at the time, that hiding streams, hiding logs is lame as fuck. I have no interest in ever being in the guild that hides logs and hides streams because, like I said, even selfish reasons aside, I think it's just on principle lame as fuck and not conducive at all for long-term speedrunning. Like, sure, maybe it's good for you in the short term, but long-term, if nobody wants to fucking speedrun because they don't give a shit about it, then how are you supposed to speedrun anymore? Yeah. So anyways, when it comes to the actual speedruns that we were doing at FSP, they were mostly rough. It's not to say that we didn't have any good runs. We did. I think early-ish in the phase, we had a world record run that was really good, but I think most of our runs were kind of scuffed, and I think... Oh, Olaf, he's back, what's up, man? Hell yeah, dude, give me some more wood on that fire. Hell yeah, baby. Whew. 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 Ah. Oh. Ah. Toasty, okay. Thank you, sir. So anyways, the reason why the runs were scuffed, I think, number one, it was a meta that was like very quickly shifting, quickly developing. So like if it felt like there was like a new strategy being introduced like every week or every run, which was cool, it was just difficult to adapt to, like when it was like constantly changing, especially for my tiny NA brain. And there was no real opportunity to practice outside of the real runs. So like the only way you could test these new strategies was just, well, you just had to do them in real time. There's, no PTR. Like, technically you could practice on era, but people don't have, not every single player had an era character, and even if you had an era character, you don't have the same gear as your your anniversary character, right? And also, like, you have to convince people to, like, do PTR, and good fucking luck with that. So you could only practice in the real runs, and because the timeline was so short, you didn't have time to, like, okay, let's settle into these strats, get comfortable. Okay, once we're comfortable, okay, maybe we'll add these ones. Like, we all felt this time crunch of, like, well, these phases are only 2 months long, and so therefore, like, well, we just, like, every time a new strat comes up, like, well, we just have to do it and implement it immediately. And then add on top of all that, like, just the excessive, like, pre-clearing shit that I talked about earlier, like, meant people got, like, you would get, like, really antsy before a run, right? You'd spend 2 hours setting up for a speed run that took 14 minutes. And it's hard to kind of be locked in for that long. Oh, shit. So, you know, we had some okay speedruns at points, but by the end, I think in the final round of speedruns, we didn't really ever pull off a good run, and I don't really think we ultimately finished with a run that we were truly proud of. I think we ultimately were third, I'm pretty sure, behind Eternal and Bricks, but we were, like, way behind those two. So, it was that was not a good time overall. I have no interest in ever doing a meta like that ever again. It was not fun in the slightest, and the only reason I stuck around was the hopes that it would get better in the future. And, like, speaking of myself, like, I personally, like, thoroughly struggled with my own personal performance throughout that phase for, I think, a couple of, like, main reasons. Number one, like, at that point, I'd been accustomed to playing on Era with Nax gear for, like, a year and a half up to that point. And obviously, you have to play differently in MC as a warrior if you're wearing, like, Priebus leather gear. Number one, like, obviously, you can't play as aggressively because, like, it's so much easier to die. And number two, you gotta manage your rage differently, which was something that I am not good at. Like, warrior gets easier to play as you get better gear because you get more rage and you get more margin for error. When you're shit geared, like, playing a warrior with, like, shit rage gen is, like, much more difficult to play, like, well, and I'm not very good, so, like, I couldn't play that nearly as well. So that was part of it. And then I didn't really fully realize this at the time, but I know now, like, the average skill level of FSP players and just kind of players in the top speedrunning guilds in general was way higher than any other guild I'd ever been in. And it's not to say that previous guilds that I've been in the past have been bad. Like, the skill level in Onslaught was very high. The skill level, like, you know, historically in Progress and Bakers and FSP on Era, like, was high. But this anniversary brought the level of play, like, for your average warrior in a speedrunning guild, like, to a new level. It was crazy to compare, like, the level, like, if you look at, like, the 10th best performing warrior in a speedrun in OG Classic and compare it to the 10th best performing warrior in, like, an FSP speedrun, the 10th best warrior in the FSP speedrun was probably, like, in the top 3 or top 2 of, like, the OG Classic speedruns. So, like, all of a sudden, like, it was an entire roster filled with, like, number 1s or number 2s. It was crazy. So that, you know, that I don't think I've gotten any worse at the game, but I don't think I've really gotten, like, significantly better mechanically at the game. So, like, you know, yeah, I was never top in the meters back in the day, but I would get, like, maybe 6th or 7th or something back in the day. And that same level of skill only gets you, like, 13th, 14th, 15th in anniversary speedruns. What's the skill difference? It's all about uptime, man. Like, yeah, anybody can do the basic rotation, but it's all about uptime, positioning, rage management, GCD management, target swapping properly, consume usage, cooldown usage, engineering item usage, sweaty consume usage. There's a bazillion different factors you can min-max in vanilla, like, outside of just the basic rotation. And obviously, like, I'm not an expert on it. It's not like I'm top in the meters, but if you look at what other warriors are doing, like, uptime is king. Also, yeah, don't die. That helps too. So yeah, over the course of the phase, I had a lot of personal stress from trying to, like, earn my roster spot, basically, let alone a second one, because, like, I was trying to earn the second spot as well at the time. And for most of the phase, I wasn't in the second run, right? Like, I was only being rostered on the main warrior. And it honestly caused, like, some serious FOMO at the time. I was like, not only because, like, you know, I want to be able to stream the second run for content, but also because I wasn't getting any, like, warm-up. And yeah, I'd technically speedrun MC before, but the experience of speedrunning an MC when you're in phase 2 gear and you're going like at a 14-minute pace is very, very different from any other MC experience I had ever had. And so like I'm the type of player, I need reps to get like okay at doing a raid. I just need to do it over and over and over and over and over again until finally it's like muscle memory. And by not having the ability to practice that in the second raid, I really suffered from it, because I just felt like every week I never got comfortable because we were adding new stuff constantly. I was just always felt like I was just on the back foot. So better players, of course, can adapt faster than I can, but yeah, that made it really uncomfortable for me for sure. Now, ultimately, I still did like fine, but not up to the standard that I had traditionally expected, I guess, for myself up to that point. Okay, now let's get to the part that everyone like, oh, we want to hear the juicy drama, Dali. Like, okay. So, you know, that basically covers like the entirety of the MC speedrunning throughout the phase, right? ED also cucked me a bit. I mean, you're saying that as if like the previous weapon would have been better. Anyways, all right. Throughout the entirety of like this phase, there was drama going on with the leadership in the background. I'm not going to get into the full juicy details of it, since there was a lot of personal stuff, and there was things that like are not ever worth revealing as just a random dude that was around it but not personally involved. But the gist of it was basically DMs were leaked, feelings were hurt, a bunch of essays were posted, and just there were very clear like philosophical differences and a philosophical divide that developed between some of the officers. And there was like aspects of like power struggles and a bunch of finger pointing, like, this person's not doing enough, or this person's doing too much and not allowing us to do more stuff. And like there were disagreements around and like uncertainty around like whether class leaders were part of leadership, right? Because we had like the officer corps, and then there was also like class leaders, and like, well, are class leaders a part of the decision making process? Do they have influence on decisions that the guild makes as far as like how the guild is run and what we do? And that caused a lot of friction. Kind of classic symptoms of like a new guild that has like not really settled in fully yet and is kind of struggling. It's just trying to like kind of get its initial footing, and like a lot of people have a lot of different ideas as to what direction you should go. So there was just what, at least based on my POV, just an overall very negative vibe in the guild during this period of time. It felt, and this is kind of somewhat also related to factors I talked about earlier, like it felt very cutthroat. There was basically like zero camaraderie. Like it just felt like every person was just kind of like playing for themselves to basically prove themselves, to show like, see, I deserve to be here. And like, you know, people played greedy, and people played in a way that like, you know, prioritized their personal damage. And it felt very similar to what happened like back in TBC with Insidious, if you guys remember that, where basically a lot of, you know, there was a lot of infighting, a lot of different cliques that formed, a lot of people that had different ideas as to what the guild should or shouldn't be. A lot of egos, you know, whatever you want to call it, right? And it led to what was obviously a very unsustainable trajectory for the guild. Like there was no way I was going to be able to keep that direction, because people weren't happy and the raids weren't going particularly well overall, and the overall vibes were just bad. So by the final speedrun, decisions by multiple parties had been made at that point. So after the final speedrun finished, by the way, in case you guys are wondering if I'm going to go into any additional detail than that, no, I am not. So you can stop there. By the final speedrun, decisions by multiple parties, like I said, had been made, and after the final run finished in MC, like Traeger, aka like the GM and the raid leader and the main tank just like instantly quit. Which is a problem, obviously, for the guild. And then like additional leadership stepped down. So like ultimately like a leadership core that consisted of 5 officers and around like 7 or 8 class leaders was down to 2 officers, and that was it. Class leaders were gone. 3 of the officers were gone. It was just down to two dudes. And then at the same time, like multiple regular members like had been either quit or were kicked for reasons related to drama, and at that point, like, yeah, the guild's future was very uncertain. I kind of assumed it was over. Generally speaking, when this happens to a guild, very, very rarely does it survive. Who were those 2 people? Panzer and Inkia. So yeah, when this happens to a guild, very rarely does it survive, right? Usually that's GG. And to be honest, I had already been considering leaving anyways at that point. Largely due to the streaming policies, as well, to a lesser extent, as well as just the overall negative vibes of the guild that were just not great. The Panzer, hi, yes, thanks, bud. Kept the boat afloat, baby. So at like late in this phase, I had already inquired with like multiple guilds, even before all this drama shit went down, about potentially joining them instead, because I knew that even if the guild did continue, like, if these streaming policies were the same, like, it was just untenable for me to continue going, right? Question, you never got the option to move your tunes from Night Slayer to TBC, not Era. Please don't tell me your tunes went to Era. No, by default, if you didn't do anything, they went to TBC. Yep. Anyways, so it was very uncertain there for a few days, and I wasn't sure what the future was at that point, and it was all very uncertain, right? Like, am I quitting the Anniversary, going back to Era? Like, am I joining a different guild? Like, what the fuck was going on? But thankfully, in the days leading up to BWL release, agreements and compromises were made kind of in the background there. I'm not privy to this day as to what exactly those agreements or compromises were. I just know that there were some made, apparently. And ultimately that led to Traeger deciding to return, but no longer as the GM. Like, basically him, Panzer, and Inkia would kind of just like lead as a council at that point, with more like evenly distributed responsibilities, so that way ideally would solve the problem of people having power struggles and finger pointing of whether one person had too much power or too little or wasn't doing enough, blah 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 blah. And I mean, I will say, from that point onwards, at least from a regular guild member's perspective, I didn't notice any sort of like issues with leadership from there onwards. So, thankfully, at that point, things stabilized, which is appreciated. So, an overall phase review. For me, it was one of the most miserable periods of me ever playing WoW so far. The leveling was fucking miserable. The pre-bis grinding, that 1 week time span, especially trying to get Hodge and just failing over and over again. Those stupid true strikes, man, was miserable. Alt leveling was miserable. The ranking was whatever. I mean, that was like the easy part, so okay, whatever. And then the speedrunning meta was the worst I've ever encountered by far. Like, it literally made me actively like hate the raids. It was legitimately miserable. And the guild vibes at the time were also some of the worst I've ever experienced in a guild. So, my personal overall grade for this phase, based on my experience alone, F-. Terrible. Like, literally as bad as it could possibly be. I cannot imagine... if you ask me to think of like worst case scenario playing vanilla, like, it'd be that. Like, your gear is shit, the speedruns are shit, the meta is shit, the guild vibes are shit, like, everything was shit. It was awful. Hated it. That's one of the things that'll make me never want to play it fresh again. I don't have to go through any of that ever again. Fuck that. And also how rushed I felt the whole time, like how like compressed this whole thing was, and how intimidating it was. You think I just hate the game in general? Bro, I did an Arrow raid yesterday and I had a fucking blast. I absolutely still love vanilla, man. But there's certain portions I admittedly don't like, and what I just described is definitely not it. So anyways, that aside, for just a regular player, I assume it was a decent, fresh experience. Like I said earlier, I'm not trying to speak from the perspective of a more general regular player because I don't really have a whole lot of connection with the regular player nowadays. There's nothing wrong with being a regular player. I just don't have a whole lot of, I don't know, perspective of what it's like to play as a regular player nowadays. So, thoughts on no GDKP? We'll get to that later. I would assume for a regular player, it was probably a perfectly fine, fresh experience, right? Like, I assume they got to do all the stuff they like, you know, leveling dungeons and talking with a bunch of people and questing and Priebus, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But that being said, I still think even for a regular player, it was definitely still too rushed. There was a horrific dungeon hard res meta, and like the gold bind and the botting was already absolutely rampant within the first like month of the game. So even as for a more general player, I'd still think the grade I would give it be like a C or C minus if I had to guess. But admittedly, that is me just sort of guessing. I don't know. All right, boys. Almost 3 hours in, we've reached phase 3. Hooray! All right. So, phase 3. Cheers, boys. Economy fucking sucked. Oh, we'll get to that. Don't worry, boys. We'll get to that. Phase 3. Traditionally, honestly, the first phase that I truly actually like. I know I just talked a whole lot of shit about the previous phases, because generally speaking, phases 1 and 2 of vanilla I don't like at all. And you guys are thinking like, wow, you hate this game. Oh, you're not saying anything positive. Usually once you get to this point, I'm like, okay, now we're chilling. Got you to, like wanting to open a bottle of bourbon you've been staring at for months? Bro, it's Tuesday nights. There's no WoW to play anyways. What else are you going to do? Cheers, man. So, yeah, so traditionally in this phase, usually the ranking is over, traditionally. DMF is out, BWL is a fun raid. So usually at this point, like we're chilling, we're vibing. Unfortunately, this time around, this phase was heavily gated or influenced by like the gated ranking, right? Like this time around, well, ranking wasn't done. In fact, the worst was yet to come. What's up, Coral Maker with a gifted sub? Thank you, sir. It will go directly to the Hot Pockets and Drio's Fund. Thank you, sir. So yeah, the gated ranking definitely soured the first half of the BWL phase, just because, at least for me, because it was just miserable. So we'll start with the BWL release. Like I said earlier, like FSP's original intentions were to get the world first anniversary, I guess, like progression clears, but because of all the drama and shit that we went through and like losing a bunch of members and guild restructuring, blah 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 blah, there were no serious plans for trying to get world first BWL, which is a shame because, to be honest, of all the raids we could have tried to like compete with it, like BWL probably would have been the most hype one, because MC was like fucked from the start with the PvP. Nax, I mean, we'll get to that eventually, but like BWL would have been like a legit race. But yeah, because of all the drama stuff, like it wasn't feasible, which, yeah, I mean, I understood at the time. So the plan was just to send like a fast but not like super sweaty release run. And we had like maybe like minor issues zoning in with PvP, but for the most part it was fine. So for the most part we zoned in without too much difficulty. And ironically, the run went a lot smoother and was way more competitive than the MC release run, even if we weren't necessarily trying to get it. Like Bricked still got world first, right? But we still got world second. I can't remember how far behind we were Bricked, but it was actually like a decent competitive run. So it's kind of a shame that, you know, the drama had happened, because it's a bit of a what if for me, like what we could have done had we like gone like more sweaty with it, but oh well. But I will say, things at that point were like noticeably, at least from my POV, a lot less tense in the guild. In my opinion, many of like the quote bad eggs were gone at that point, so it meant that like the vibes were just better. Don't get me wrong, I'll be honest, I don't really think FSP ever really developed any sort of like major camaraderie within the guild and among guild members. It was, in my opinion, never really like a super tight-knit community where everyone was buddy-buddy and everybody was like shooting the shit on Discord just for funsies. It just wasn't that type of guild, which is fine. I personally don't need that out of a guild to be able to play in a guild, and I'm not the type of person to just hang out in Discord and shoot the shit. I'm just a very introverted person who, outside of raid, usually just keeps to himself. But at that point, at least things felt like civil, right? There was no more like finger pointing and no more, minimal finger pointing, whatever. And things for the most part were like, we're gelling fine. Like it was all very professional from that point onward, if that makes sense, for the most part. So the guild's strength, I guess, kind of slowly recovered over the course of this phase and got back to being competitive. Which, like I said, by the end of like the MC phase, I was like, I thought it was over. So the fact that it ultimately recovered was like impressive. So anyways, release run happens, goes fine, cool, yeah, sure. And then 2 weeks after the BWO release, the rest of the ranking grind was released. Ugh. I was already not in a great spot, like mindset-wise, after the MC phase. To say that the the phase 3 ranking made me even more miserable would be an understatement. Keep in mind, I'm not a fan of PvP. I don't like PvP. I'm not good at it. I don't enjoy doing it. I don't like Battlegrounds. I don't like what PvP does to people, which is basically, I've always said, like, PvP essentially turns people into the worst versions of themselves. People become toxic as fuck, usually. And that alone's already enough to make me not want to do it, but then when it becomes like a ranking grind and like something that you have to do for long periods of time, like every day, every week, whatever, that magnifies, at least for me, how bad it gets. And like, keep in mind, it was an AV meta, so like, is that true PvP? No, but it still makes people into like what, like I said earlier, like the worst versions of themselves, even if it's a mostly PvE battleground. So the AV meta, when the ranking, like when we were in like the worst of the grind, like at best it was boring. At best you were just bored out of your goddamn mind running south or running north every 15 minutes or whatever. But then at worst, like, you know, it would turn into bunch of toxic shitters, like intentionally turtling and people like clearly just trying to grief for the sake of griefing. And you had all those fucking selfish mid PvPers who were like, you know, basically griefing their team's ability to win the game, so that way they could farm honor in mid and get more honor for themselves at the expense of just like the amount of average honor that everyone else received. Like you'd always have those same shitters you saw every game that were trying to like grief and extend the games just because they just enjoyed griefing. The fucking raid warning spammers, dude. The people that like fucking General Pat and Andy's be like, okay team, I'm gonna take the reins, spam the raid warnings the entire time. They're like, you know, like shut the fuck up, dude. Like I turned off Battleground chat, but you couldn't turn off the raid warnings. Or I mean, you couldn't separate Battleground raid warnings from like regular raid warnings, so you had to keep them on in case you needed raid warnings and like in actual raids. Yeah, man. This like period of time was like my biggest interaction probably with like just regular players, I guess, like during Anniversary's lifespan. And look, I get it. Regular players are not trying to take the game super seriously. They're not trying to be the best. They're not trying to min-max the shit out of every aspect of the game. I totally get that. That's fine. Ugh. But man, when you're just grinding AV all day, every day, the amount of frustration that builds over the absolute just average brain-dead, clueless player that seems to play the game nowadays is like overwhelmingly frustrating, man. So many just like fucking clueless bot paladins, clueless bot mages who would be like, have no idea how the kite worked on Drek, right? Like the paladin would be like begging, like, please bop the mage. The paladin just standing there AFK like a bot and eventually just bops himself or something. And then like the fucking mages, like, you know, please, just go and do the direct kite. And the mage just standing there, like the paladin, like, you ready? And he finally bops the mage, and the mage just stands there. And then, like, when the bop has, like, a second left, he's like, oh, shit, and he runs in, and he just fucking dies. People would, like, peek and look at Drek, like, ooh, who's in here? And, like, pull a Drek and just ruin the entire thing, or, like... Jesus Christ, man. So much fucking just... Also, people that would get baited, be like, ooh, I see, like, a warlock is inside defending Drek. Let me go take a look at it. And it gets feared, and the Drek pulls everything, wipes us all. Bro, oh my god, man. Fucking peekers, yeah. And obviously the same would apply to Horde side when I was doing it on my Horde warrior, so... I know this is gonna make me sound super elitist and super, like, pretentious, but, like, I'm really glad I don't have to play with normies usually. Because normies, unfortunately, tend to be kind of terrible at the game. And keep in mind, this is coming from a person that is terrible at the game. And yet, some people find ways to make, like, to take it to the next level. Ugh. And, like, that's what you gotta do to get to 14. Like, that's your only realistic option. Like, there's no other way to get anywhere close to as much honor. So, like, that's your choice. Ugh, yeah, man. And then the fucking mid PvPers. I know I already brought that up, but like the people that were just sitting every game in mid, farming honor, being like, whoa, don't care. Farming honor for myself. Fuck you. You're a mid PvPer during the ranking in Anniversary this go around. Let me be the first to say, and I'm talking to you specifically, you that were sitting there in mid farming honor. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. I fucking hate you, and I hope that your entire characters get deleted when this pre-patch finishes. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Fuck you. Alright. Anyways. Let's move into talking about like FSP as a guild during this phase. My biggest impression of it was the peer pressure was strong. Even if it was never spoken, even if it was never officially stated, there was some serious fucking peer pressure. The official FSP rule was that rank 14 was mandatory for one character, nothing else. And that's what my plan was, right? Get my main warrior to 14, and like originally just get my alt warrior to 10. Like, okay, that'll work. In reality, though, people, and leadership included, were kind of talking from the start as if doing like at least 2 rank 14s was like a foregone conclusion. Like, you know, well, of course we're going to do 2 rank 14s. Like, obviously, well, like nobody would be amateur enough to not do that, right? And it felt like that like unspoken expectation, or it felt like the unspoken expectation. What became reality was that almost every guild member in FSP was doing at least like 2, if not more, rank 14s by doing AV on 2 characters at the same time. Like essentially, you know, having 2 clients open, they're in AV on 2 different characters, trying to control them separately. And look, I get it. I'm a more ethical Andy than most. I understand that I'm a person maybe who plays this game more with, I guess, what I would call principles than most. And I'm not trying to say that makes me better than anyone, but my personal feelings on playing AV on multiple characters at the same time to rank on them is that if you're doing that, I don't care how good of a gamer you are, you cannot and or will not play either of those characters well. Like, even if you're trying to play both of them at the same time well, you're obviously never going to be nearly as effective as you are if you're just playing one character. And to be honest, this is backed up by the fact that like plenty of guildies were talking about during the ranking about how they would basically every game be doing the bare minimum just to not be reported AFK. Not everyone, but like some people did. Like basically we were talking about like what their min-max strat was to avoid being like, you know, reported as AFK. So my take on doing that is all you're doing, what you're doing at that point is you're griefing your team by playing shittier, and you're leeching on both of your characters by doing that. You're basically expecting other players to carry you in order for you to get twice the rewards, right? Like other people are going to have to play better so that way you will get more rewards for it. And to me, and this is just my personal opinion, if you're someone in chat who did this, it's your right to do so. It's not against TOS. I'm not saying that like, you know, I hate you. Well, maybe Officially, I'm not saying that. But my personal thoughts on it are that, like, you are basically making others do the work for you so you can earn twice the rewards, which for me does not sit right with me. That there's a reason why I didn't do it, because I personally don't. Like I said, it just doesn't sit right doesn't sit right with me doing something like that. And it also just sounds completely fucking miserable. Like, ignoring the ethics of it, like, just the idea of, like, having to play 2 characters in AV at the same time, in 2 different AVs, by the way, for 10, 12, 16 hours a day, just sounds fucking awful. Like it would just drive me fucking insane. I know this because I tried it for a couple of days, and it drove me insane after, like, a couple of days. I was like, fuck this, never again. So, honestly, as a result of this, like, during most of that ranking period, I'm not gonna lie, well, I was a little salty that a large portion of FSP was, at least in my eyes, like, at best, like, being a bit unethical, and at worst were, like, borderline cheating to get multiple rank 14s. And, like, as an extension of that, like, I felt some serious FOMO because I knew that people doing that were going to be at a serious advantage versus me, who would probably never get rostered for the second raid without a second rank 14. I get it. People have to do what they have to do, and it's technically not against the rules. Then, like, well, you can take advantage of it, and, like, it's technically. So once again, I'm not calling out people and be like, fuck those people, like, how dare they did that. Like, I get it, but it still bothered the hell out of me. Like, just no way around that. It is against the rules. No, I mean, technically, if you're trying to play both characters and play them separately and actively playing both, then that's fine. If you're AFK, then that's a different story. But anyways, yeah. So, I mean, and, you know, unfortunately, ultimately, I was correct. Like, as far as, like, you know, not getting rostered if you're for the second raid if you're not rank 14. Like, there was only 3 players in all of FSP, as far as I know, at least 3 warriors, I should say, that didn't go to rank 14s. One of them was Strager, the main tank, so obviously he still got rostered. But the other 2 were just DPS warriors, me being one of them. Never got consistently rostered for raid 2 ever again. And, like, for the raid 2s I would get rostered for, like, in the future, was the paladin, like, the warrior, outside of a few just, like, raids to basically just be a fill-in, like, never got rostered ever again. Honestly, that ended up being a blessing in disguise. At the time, I was stressing about it because, like, I did want to be in both raids, and at the time, I did want to be able to showcase both of them, like, both to be able to just to have the ability to play in both, and also to show them on stream. Well, later I'll talk about why ultimately, like, I'm actually glad it worked out that way, but at least at the time, yeah, it kind of sucked. For me, I don't know. And so, I mean, that FOMO that I'm talking about did kind of cause me to adjust my ranking plans. Like, it changed my plans from originally going rank 14 on the main and rank 10 on the alt to going to rank 14 on the main still and then rank 12 on the alt instead. Which I thought, at least for me, like, that's going above and beyond. Like, that's more than I originally planned on doing and more than I thought that would be, I guess, mentally healthy for me, but that's what I settled on. And it's insane to me at the time that, like, when I told people that plan, people in chat were still calling out my plan as, like, you're lazy? You're only going rank 12 in your second character? You're slacking? Why not a second rank 14? Like, the idea of, like, just, like, questioning why somebody, like, why are you not doing a second rank 14 to this day, to me, is crazy. To all those people out there that did do multiple rank 14s, I respect it. I know, I'm sure it was cancerous as fuck. Even if you did it in a questionable way, like, there's no denying that it's still cancerous as fuck either way. So, good for you. You had the tism that I didn't. That's for sure. Full-time streamer not going 14 is wild. No. I went to 14 on my main. I'm talking about for my ult. I'm talking about for a second rank 14. People calling me out for me being lazy or slacking for not doing a second rank 14 on top of the one that I already did. I mean, that's crazy to me personally, but, everyone's entitled to their opinion, I guess. Anyways, so the peak misery of this period, for me specifically, was definitely reached on the second week of the Phases grind. For those that don't remember, that was AV weekend, like the first ever AV weekend. And the way it had lined up was both of my EU warriors and my NA warrior for like max efficient ranking needed 500k that week. So that week I didn't originally plan this, but I did 500k on my main warrior, and like, the experience or the honor you got in AV during the AV weekend, like initially was like really fucking good. So I was like, okay, I finished 500k in a couple of days, like sweat lording the fuck out of it, but yeah, a couple of days. And then I was like, well, okay, I guess I'll do 500k in the alt now. And so I did the 500k in the alt. And then I finished that. I was like, yeah, I still got like 3 more days. So I ended up doing 500k on the NA warrior. So ultimately, just in that 1 week alone, I did 1.5 million honor, all one at a time, right? Like never multi-boxing at any point. At the time I was like, oh, well, it was tempting because like, ooh, cool, I'll get my characters to rank 12, and then like, the main will be closer to rank 14. It'll be super efficient that way, blah, blah, blah. But man, by the time I finished that third 500k, I pretty much immediately knew that like I'd pushed myself too far. The amount of burnouts I felt at that point was overwhelming, and like it made me so grumpy dealing with all the shit that comes along with doing AV for 16 hours a day every day. This is kind of the point in which I reached like my worst mental state, I guess, of the entirety of the anniversary servers. I was a miserable fuck, and I'm sure you guys, if you watched during that period, were well aware of that. It was just a combination of like non-stop AV, saltiness towards how like other guildies were ranking, and all that FOMO, like all that shit was just making me grumpy, man. And with hindsight, it's easy to say now, right? But with hindsight, I should have just not streamed like during that period of time. I should have just taken like that couple of weeks off, like when it was like the worst of the worst of the ranking. Because I ended up becoming the person that I described earlier, like the worst version of myself. Like that was me. I was in a really, really, really horrible mental space, and streaming during that period of time was not a good idea. I did it anyways because I'm dumb. I don't know. And also, ironically, with hindsight, like going to rank 12 on the alt warrior instead of 10 was kind of a waste of time. Like, what did that really accomplish? Like, what did that gain me? Nothing. It didn't get rostered anyways. It was kind of this dumb half measure that really accomplished nothing but more misery. So, that was kind of self-inflicted, I guess. Honestly, even rank 12 in the NA warrior was potentially a mistake. I don't know. I mean, that gear, of course, at least got utilized in raids, but ultimately, it wouldn't be that long until you replace it, like certainly in AQ. So, Era though, I'm not playing that character on Era, so yeah, it's just not. The alt warrior for sure on EU was a waste. Rank 12 accomplished nothing. On NA, short term, sure, it was a benefit, but long term, I don't know, man. I don't know if it was worth the sacrifice of my sanity. I don't know. But anyways, with all that being said, what are my overall thoughts on like the updated PvP system? Despite like this entire experience that I'm describing, I still think it's definitely better than the old system. There's no more toxic like social politics involved, no more bracket breaking shit. Overall, like less hours per day and per week required that you need to do. You can take breaks between grinding weeks if needed, and there's no decay, so it means you can just basically go at your own decided pace. Like, right, there's no like use it or lose it sort of situation. And I will admit that like the easier gear you got from ranking did help to compensate for the otherwise shorter phase lengths. So it did have its upsides, 100%, and it's still, like I said, better than the old system, but the new system 100% still did have its major downsides that I think a lot of people didn't anticipate necessarily. And like, one of the biggest things that I kind of just already described was the fact that like the tryhard players compensated for this easier grind by just doing way more characters, right? Like instead of like in the new system, rank 14 was way easier than the OG system, so it made sense, like, okay, sure, now you can definitely do 1 rank 14, but the problem is, like, 2 or 3 rank 14s in the new system is still pretty fucking miserable. Like, sure, it's like, now you can get to rank 14, so now we're gonna compensate by doing a bazillion of them. So, like, let's make ourselves just as miserable by just increasing the volume instead. Human beings, unfortunately, kind of tend to find a way to ruin everything. And, I mean, like it or not, that'll undoubtedly be the expectation for tryhard guilds for future fresh releases, is multiple rank 14s. And, this is one of the many reasons why playing another fresh is the hardest pass of my life. Like, assuming I wanted to play with a tryhard guild, the idea of, like, well, if you want to do that, like, the expectation is multiple rank 14s. Like, I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'm pass. I'm good, man. So there's that. In my opinion, the rank 14 gear and the title of rank 14 was it was cheapened. I know that in OG Classic, like, it was more common than maybe it was back in, like, the retail vanilla days, but it was still, like, a impressive thing to do, right? 99% of people could not go rank 14. And so if somebody did it, like, assuming they did it legit, like, it was impressive. It was an accomplishment, for sure. So, I don't know. To me, even if I don't have any really good, like, rational reason or rational way to explain this, it just feels silly to me when you've got, like, what at least felt like 90% of players running around as, like, Grand Marshals or High Warlords with their swords. Like, it just... It makes rank 14 from something that used to be somewhat prestigious, somewhat impressive, to, like, something that's just, like, now, like, the norm, which to me isn't what rank 14 gear should be, in my opinion. But once again, this is just opinion. And, like, the OG system, as cancerous as it is, it's at least saves people from themselves. Like, I know, like, the overall grind was still terrible, but at least when in the OG system, like, some people just know, like, okay, rank 14 is just not possible. It's not even something you're gonna bother trying for because you just know, like, it's just literally impossible. Bunch of noobs running around this gear. Well, I mean, like, to me, I don't care about that part. It's just, like, it cheapened it, right? It wasn't special anymore, which... to me, like, I remember, like, when I bought my rank 14 weapons, I felt nothing. I was just like, all right, well, I got them just like everyone else. Okay. In my opinion, it shouldn't feel that way. If you truly end up getting that and earn them, like, it should be hype as fuck, right? And just, like, to me, when I felt nothing when I got them, that was just indicative of just, like, it just wasn't an accomplishment anymore. So, I don't know. So, I'm not saying I want the old system back, to be clear. I never want to rank in that old system ever again, but I also don't ever want to rank in this new system ever again, so. Yay, equal opportunity. Cool. So, my overall review of this phase, at least as far as the PvP aspects are concerned, and we're going to talk about the BWL speedrunning portion here in the next phase. It was less miserable compared to OG Classic ranking, for sure. That's not saying much, because OG Classic ranking was, like, probably the most miserable I've ever been in my entire life. That was truly, truly awful. Like, to compare, basically, like, OG Classic ranking, I was playing 20 hours, and this is Horde. I know Alliance was different if you were pre-mating, but as Horde, you were playing 20 hours per day, 7 days a week. Like, you were playing, like, 140 hours per week. And this was with, like, 30 to 45 minute AV queues. The new ranking this time around was per character, probably around closer to, like, 35 hours per week to cap. So, like, not nearly as bad, right? But that being said, it was still the AV meta. It still turned people into toxic, like, selfish assholes. I'm guilty of that as well. I was miserable too. I was a miserable fuck as well. And just the general FOMO and, like, the shameless greed of others is the part that just really sticks out to me about that phase. That just really made me grumpy. So I give this phase a D+. It's not an F only because comparing it to OG ranking, how much that sucked. Like, it was at least better than that, but, like, it was still fucking miserable, and I still don't want to do it again. So yeah, this fire's struggling, man. Next. Oh yeah, there we go. All right. Wow. Okay, so let's move on to the BWL portion. F and D plus tough start. Yeah. Surely the next phase will be better, right? All right. Now, I kind of alluded to this earlier, but for me, BWL, the BWL speedrunning phase is historically like one of the GOATs. Historically, it is the speedrun phase that is like most accessible, right? Like it's still a relatively easy raid, which means that like a lot of people can still feasibly do it. There's tons of cool potential tech because of like the RP phase of Nef means that you can do some interesting routing, interesting kill orders. All the world buffs and all the Zanza pots are in the game at that point, right? ZG is out. And at that point, you are definitely done with ranking, so you're no longer wearing paper, right? So you feel like a true, proper, like, chunky warrior with full plate gear. You got good weapons. You feel like a somewhat complete character for the first time ever at this point in the game. And, like, all these factors still held true this time around. So, in fairness, this is that's a big reason why this phase probably, in my opinion, sucked the least. At least was one of the ones that sucked the least. Usually for me, this phase specifically will consist of like raiding, speedrunning, sure, and like just chill farming, right? Like you've gotten to the point where like there's nothing you have to do. Ranking's done, all the hard, like intimidating grinds are over. Now you can just focus on doing comfy jump runs or comfy Skolo runs or comfy Juju farming or Silithus rep farming, blah, 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 whatever. Stuff that's like not mandatory, but stuff that's just like chill to do on your own time. I'm yapping a lot. Cheers. Okay, I'm gonna take a break for a second and say, I will admit I'm maybe sort of trying to rush through this, only because the amount of things I have to talk about there's so many things, and I'm like trying to make sure it's not an 8-hour stream, but taking a break from the yapping to say, I hope you guys are enjoying. I hope you guys are having a nice comfy time here. I am. Just yapping about shit. I don't know. I promise we'll make this more of like a back and forth discussion thing a little later. I'm trying to make sure that we get through all of this without it being excessively long. So, hope everyone's having a comfy time. I don't know. Hopefully everybody's enjoying all the juiciness, if you will. All right. Anyways, have I graded BWL? Not yet. All right, let's get back to it. Okay. Like I said earlier, usually this phase consists of like raiding and chill farming. The problem is this time around, the super compressed anniversary timeline meant that literally as ranking was ending, like they technically had a little overlap. The final week of ranking was when ZG released. And so we went straight from that giant long grind straight into the ZG release grind where you have to like farm ZG a shitload to get the rep that you need for the shoulder enchant and get all the items that are like bis from ZG. You know, the warriors need the Eye of Hakar and maybe sacrificial gauntlets, and the casters need their ZHCs and their Cloak of Consumptions and Touch of Chaos, blah, 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 blah. And keep in mind, I was like super poor after the ranking grind. Like all that gold that I'd saved up to that point to be able to save for the ranking, I'd spent because I couldn't really farm much gold during the ranking period. Meaning I kind of had to farm extra gold during that period to kind of catch back up, essentially. So during this time, I already had a lot on my shoulders, and for some reason, and like, I don't know, man, the fuck was I thinking? I know what I was thinking. During this time, Drex propositioned me to basically fund a boost of a shaman on NA. Basically, you know, Threat Cap was running 2 guild raids a week, and we were short on shamans. He was like, hey, you should come play a shaman in the second raid, and don't worry, I'll fund all of the boosting for it, so that way, you know, you just get to 60, and then you can have that character. And up until that point, like, I was struggling hard to afford raiding on the NA warrior. Because I only had the warrior, right? I couldn't do jump runs as a solo warrior, so I was just doing, like, the SM herb farming, which, like, yeah, it made gold, but it wasn't ultra efficient. And so the shaman at the time, I was thinking like, well, basically what it will allow me to do was it would let me have more efficient gold farming, right? It would let me do stuff like jump runs and maybe Skolo and other stuff. And in exchange, like, I would help with the second threat cap trade. So at the time, it felt like, oh, I should just, yeah, that seems like a good idea. I should do that. So ultimately, during this phase, in addition to like having to do the ZG release grind and like the getting gold back on the EU, I spent a good chunk of time like getting the shaman like first boosted and then geared up in dungeons and then ultimately raiding on the shaman. In hindsight, like easy to say now, similar to the NA warrior, that was a bad idea. I shouldn't have done that. I mean, I know what I was thinking at the time. Like, historically, from this point onwards in the game, I've got plenty of spare time. I've got plenty of time to dick around and do whatever. Which...
Kleiner als 3.
What's up, SMK WoW TV? Coming in top of the tier 1 sub. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The sub will go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos one. Cheers, man. So yeah, historically, like, it's... this point in the game has been to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I got time. But I think the factors I wasn't really fully considering at the time was, number one, the compressed timeline meant that you had a lot less time than you used to, and then number two, I was already committed to playing more characters than I ever had at that point. Because keep in mind, by this point, I was also playing on Era again, so I was also doing Era raids every week, in addition to anniversary stuff. So yeah, a lot of this stress and a lot of this crunch that I dealt with was self-inflicted, that like I could have avoided had I just decided to have a more reasonable workload. So a lot of it's on me, 100%. But anyways, another thing to talk about was by the end of this phase, like the end of phase 4, this is when the inflation was becoming like very noticeable, like the economy, gold economy, whatever. By this point, Lotus had already been fixed, right? Like, they'd added the changes where it can spawn in high-level herb nodes, but this was the point where, like, the prices of consumes just in general started to, like, absolutely skyrocket, and not just, like, Lotus stuff, like, just everything. Because, like, yeah, like, Blizzard came in and, like, did that little Band-Aid solution for Lotus to, like, see, okay, we fixed the problem, but, like, it didn't solve the root of the cause as to why everything was expensive. Like, the world was way overcrowded, and there weren't nearly enough layers, right? Like, you know, basically you had the population of, like, 6 or 7 times worth of, like, a normal vanilla server, and usually only 3 or 4 layers at most. And then, not only that, but, like, during off-peak hours, the layers would compress down to the minimum of 3, even though like the server needed like 5 or 6 layers worth of resources at all times a day to have enough, and there just wasn't enough. There just wasn't enough stuff to farm. Like there just wasn't enough volume of items to like provide like for a servers that had like 35,000 rated characters. And then to make matters worse, like bots were just fucking everywhere, man. Like. If I, like one of my favorite activities in this game is just go to Fellwood and run around in circles and just pick flowers and just enjoy the herbing. I tried to do that a couple of times, like in this phase, and it was just like hilariously depressing how what it was like. You saw bots like everywhere. Like you saw way more bots than real players running around in Fellwood at all times of day. And if you ran in a loop around Fellwood for like half an hour, you would be lucky if you found maybe one useful herb node. Compare this, by the way, to like Era, where there's like for the most part not bots, and I can get like probably 10 to 15 of like Grom's Blood, Dreamfoil, Plague Bloom, Silver Sage in like an hour. So that was certainly a large part of it. And then as a result of like the bots being everywhere, like it forced people to just farm dungeons. Like that's the only thing you could farm because that was the only thing that was like still available. And so what that did is just it caused like this massive deflation of dungeon materials, because if no one could farm the open world, everyone's farming dungeon materials, and then they flood the market with dungeon materials, the prices of those go down. And all of a sudden, like, you know, not only is everything getting more expensive, but your ability to make gold is also going down, right? Like, the expensive items goes up and your buying power keeps going down. Not a good combination. And keep in mind, in this phase also, you could do the pre-farming of the Cenarian Circle rep for Earthstrike, and that was my original plan, because that's what I had done back in OG Classic. But my god, man, this time around, like, Silithus was just absolutely overrun. Just with real players, keep in mind, but, like, it was to the point where, like, every camp was being, like, farmed on spawn, right? So had to make a mage and get a DM farm going. Only way, it got very boring. Yeah, I mean, like, those instances were the only solution, right? So I, like, at that point, like, the only option was really, like, if you wanted to pre-farm the rep, like, you could buy Twilight texts, but I was so poor from ranking, and I was just struggling to keep up affording characters just for consumes. Like, I didn't have any spare gold to be able to spend on Twilight text, so, like, that just kind of unfortunately went out the window. Now, like, pre-farming Cenarian Circle rep, like, it's not that big of a deal. You don't have to do it. You can certainly just do it after Phase 5 is out, but, like, it's just, like, one of those things that historically, like, I'd be totally down and sweaty enough to do, and yet it was just so fucked that, like, you know, to me, that's not a good indication of, like, I want to pre-farm the CC stuff, but I can't, and that's coming from a person who does this as his fucking job, man. Crazy. So, and, you know, part of it, like I said, was self-inflicted. I 100% overcommitted to too many raids. Like, I shouldn't have done any of the NA stuff. That's my fault. But, yeah, I said earlier how, like, normally this is the phase where things, like, finally, like, get really, really good for me, and I really, like, this becomes, like, the start of my favorite portion of the game, but unfortunately, like, the misery that had carried over from the leveling into the alt leveling into the ranking just unfortunately just didn't really go fully away like it, I guess, quote quote, should have this phase for me. So that was, yeah, that was discouraging, because, like, this was the part of the game I was looking forward to, and then ultimately it still was, like, kind of rough. But it gets worse. Well, let's talk about BWL speedrunning, shall we? Bit more of a positive topic, I guess. I have very, very fond memories of the OG classic BWL speedrun phase. You could make a legitimate argument that, like, the BWL speedrun phase from original classic was, like, the greatest phase of classic ever, simply because, like, the player count was, like, absolutely popping off. The hype around the speedrunning scene was popping off. The amount of guilds that were participating in the speedrun scene was, like, more than we've ever seen before or ever since, because it was just became so accessible. Like, hell, even, like, casual dad guilds were speedrunning at the time. Yeah, Olaf, thank you, sir. Yeah, it's when a lot of people started watching me. Yeah, for sure. Hey, it's our dude. What's up, man? Appreciate it. Olaf coming in clutch, making sure we stay nice and toasty. Oh, yes. Very cozy. Thank you, sir. So anyways, the BWL speedrunning phase, yeah, like I said, arguably, like, the most hyped speedrunning phase in OG Classic that ever happened. So, over time since that phase, I came up with, like, a bunch of ideas in my head about how it could be further optimized, like how we could, like, how a speedrun could expand upon the strats that were come up with back in OG Classic and, like, get even faster and even cooler. But there was never really an environment where those ideas could be, like, tested, because they were, you know, nobody was seriously speedrunning BWL ever again after that point. And one of the things that did excite me about the idea of anniversary servers was the ability to try to do that cool shit in speedruns that we've not been able to, like, no one was able to try basically ever since, like, original Classic ended. And so I went into the BWL speedrun phase with high hopes in that regard. So once again, it was the same 4 guilds in contention, right? It was Eternal, Bricked, FSP, Progress, and Yeah, surprise, surprise. Bricked in Progress chose to hide logs and streams again. That didn't help. Already. Oh, rip apples, I guess. Yeah, that wasn't a great start. Thankfully, though, FSP leadership at the beginning of the phase, when like they were kind of when things were settling down from the drama, like we had a guild meeting, and in that meeting, like it was definitively stated that like all future runs would not hide logs, not hide streams, and it was reiterated again. And credit where it's due, like this time they stuck to their word. Never after that point did we do any sort of cringe hiding of shit, and we kept everything above the table, which I appreciate because it's just better for all parties involved, in my opinion. We already talked about this, so yeah. But anyways, I personally was really excited to try to finally implement the idea I'd had for a long time, where you did some like really cool shit during Nef Phase 1. Like everybody always knew that like the way to gain the most time in a BWL speedrun was to do more shit during Nef Phase 1, right? Because that's an otherwise unskippable static length RP phase that can't be sped up. So because of that, like the more shit you do during that phase, the more time you save in other portions. Very similar to like pulling trash through the gate during Gothic, like during a Knack speedrun. So I'd always had the idea where there was the Wormguard packs, right? The giant Wormguard packs, the 3 ones that will cause like the random debuff. So people back in like OG Classic, by the end of the Knack speedrun phase, they were pulling in one of those packs, and they would pull in like 1 or maybe 2 tech packs, and then that was it. And like, yeah, it was cool, very cool at the time. But I think everybody always knew that like it could be expanded upon for sure. And so I'd always had this idea in my head, like, well, if you're gonna do 3 of the Wormguards, like, why not 6? Music's loud. I can turn it down a bit. Hopefully that helps. So I was thinking, like, why not 6? Now, 6, of course, gets a little more complicated than 3. Obviously, A, it requires more tanks. B, it requires that you're going to take more damage. And C, it's going to, like, potentially cause a lot more scariness because of the debuffs, right? But one notable thing about those mobs that I think a lot of people never historically took advantage of was the fact that they are tauntable. And more specifically, like, AoE tauntable, right? So the dream in my head was always like, yeah, you'd pull in tech packs in a Nef's room, but wouldn't it be fucking cool if you pulled both the lower Wormguard pack and the upper Wormguard pack that came in at the same time, and then couldn't you just do an AoE taunt rotation while the rest of the raid just like cleaved them down and killed them all? Because assuming like they're all AoE taunted onto a warrior that isn't taking any damage, then it should be fine, right? Now, there were some complications, of course. Like, yeah, they do a War Stomp, so they stun, so you can't AoE lip taunt because you need a FAP. But as an Alliance guild, at least, we were like, well, you just bop. That works, right? So you could do like a bop rotation. Yeah, taunts can resist, and so this is why during this phase in ZG, all of our tanks were prioritizing trying to get the ZG Fish Boss trinket so they could pop that. It doesn't make taunts guaranteed to land, but it makes it much better chance, much more reliable, right? So I kind of typed up this entire essay into Discord at the time, like explaining this idea I had, and so I was excited to try to maybe like implement that into reality, and I was just also excited to see just what sort of innovation in general we would see in this phase. And I will say it didn't disappoint. We did ultimately end up implementing the 6 Wormguard pull, like, became a reality, and it was like a nice little big dick time save. And just, in my opinion, it looked badass as fuck, and it was also fun to play because we would wreck on it, and it was just super satisfying. And then just in addition to that, just the innovation we saw in general by other guilds as well was just really cool. Like, you know, pulling Nef through the gate, and just all the trash that they were killing, and like killing the drakes during like Nef Phase 1. Like, that's cool as fuck, man. That's the shit that I've wanted to see for a very long time, and it's shit that was not only really cool to watch, but also just saved a shitload of time. And so the BWL speedrun times that we saw were just like insanely impressive, and I'm glad, I guess, we finally did get a server where we got to see the, maybe like, I guess what you'd call like the full potential of BWL speedruns get unleashed. It was very cool. So that portion of BWL speedrunning, very cool. I'd say as one of the few positives of Anniversary was like getting to see that shit like finally become a reality. It was very cool. If we talk about my POV during this phase, weirdly it ended up becoming like one warrior, one paladin, which was a weird ass plot twist. Keep in mind, my paladin, the only reason why it ever existed in the first place was literally just to be a character that I farmed with, right? It was just to be a character that healed jump runs and allowed me to make gold, to then fund raiding on the warriors. Can I say more about the 6 Wormguard pull? Never seen it? Yeah, I just watched the clip if anything. Can't just post it there. I ended up doing at least what I'd probably call most of the phase. One, like the main run, whatever you want to call it, was on the warrior, and then the other run was on the paladin. And the reason why that happened was we were like desperately short on paladins at that point. Basically, every main paladin from the MC phase had quit by that point, so our paladin roster was looking very, very shaky. And I wasn't being rostered for the second raid otherwise, right? They weren't rostering my second warrior because it didn't get rank 14, among other reasons. And it was like, well, you know, Dali has a paladin. He can play the paladin, right? And I was like, okay, well, I tried my best. I knew we were desperate. I knew it was a situation where it's just like, you know, you gotta have the paladins from somewhere, and like I understood why like I was the most obvious, or one of the most obvious options. But I did not feel comfortable raiding on that character, and I never truly got comfortable raiding on it, and I certainly didn't feel comfortable speedrunning on it in a guild that was trying to compete for literally the best in the world. Like, I'm extremely, I guess what I'd call passable as a paladin. Like, I know how to press Flash of Light, but I'm not the type of player who has any... I barely have enough skill to even play as a warrior to speedrun, certainly not a paladin. So that felt kind of bad. I wasn't like, I wasn't grumpy about having to do it. I knew why I had to do it, and it was fine, because otherwise I wasn't going to be in the second raid. So like, it was nice to be able to show off the second raid for content, so I'll say that, but I just felt so self-conscious about how badly I was playing and how much I was griefing, and there was definitely a couple runs where I did grief the runs for sure, like including ultimately what ended up being our best run, where it could have been even better had I actually bubbled off the class call and not bopped an F and lost us 10 seconds of that run. That feels fucking bad, man. So yeah, that was, I don't know, overall a weird time for me. I mean, I guess I appreciate the fact that I got to stream a lot of those second runs, but would our runs have been better had it been a different paladin besides me? Yeah, also probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, I was, keep in mind, I was trying my best. It's not like I was sitting there expecting to be like god tier world class paladin. I knew I was going to be kind of shit, but it still made me feel uncomfortable for sure. Like, to be thrown into a raid that, like I said, is expecting to be the best in the world, and like it's a class that you're not fully comfortable with. Like, yeah, it's a little spooky, but oh well. Ultimately, like, I don't know, worked out the way it did, I guess. So, just in general, I never personally got into like what I'd call a comfortable rhythm in BWL speedruns, and like I'm talking about like on a warrior this time. I definitely played even worse like during the ranking. Like that part I played horrifically badly. Like, you know, worse than I normally do. And even after that ended, it was really hard to get in a rhythm when it was only, once again, like just like one warrior per week, because just like an MC, like when you're doing a BWL at a pace where it's like 15 minutes something, there's really no other run in existence that can replicate the experience of doing that, right? The only way to get reps and get like practice in that specific environment is to do those specific runs. So when I only got to do one warrior a week, it was just like, well, it was once a week you got to practice that, and that was it. And it was hard to get into that like kind of muscle memory rhythm that I talked about earlier that I need a lot of reps for. So that was frustrating, and unfortunately, the paladin runs didn't really translate into any practice for a warrior. So that kind of sucked. And then also, man, during that phase, like especially, like my character just felt straight up cursed. To this day, I still can't truly explain why seemingly every single raid I would get like 5 to 10% less crit overall in the raid than what my gear implied I should. That still to me to this day is puzzling. Like I looked at Warcraft logs over that phase, and like there was a good 2-month period where like when I added up my total crit percentage of across every single raid, it was like 6% worse than what it should have been. Basically, like it felt like I was playing without Songflower the entire phase, and that felt bad. And I still to this day can't really truly explain RNG. Man, but across that big of a sample size, that's just like kind of absurd. So I never came up with a reason for explanation for that. But anyways, regardless, it felt horrible. So yeah, that part wasn't great. But as far as like our overall guild performance in BWL, we had some decent runs. Like especially ironically a couple of the ones that we did on the Paladin were world records. But similar to MC. What's up, Kaidar?
Kleiner als 3.
Indeed. Coming in hot with the Prime sub, thank you, sir. It'll go directly to the Hot Pockets. And read this one. Similar to the MC phase, it just never felt like we truly got a run in that we were fully proud of by the very end. We never really had a run where we put everything together and properly executed all the strats that we were trying to do, at least, by the end. A large part of that had to do with, like, invis skip fails, which, like, oof. Invis skips, man, that's rough, man, because it's one of those things where it's just, like, if one person fucks it up, the entire raid gets fucked. And, like, this was an experience in both FSP and in Threat Capped, and it was just, like, it felt so helpless. You felt so helpless, right? Because, like, there's nothing you can do, right? You can't control other people failing in viz skips, right? You can only do it yourself and hope that everyone else does it properly. And unfortunately, like, without a PTR, like, to practice that shit, like, people just have to be expected to do it in real time. They have to be expected, like, oh, your macro is going to work, right? And, like, you can't get reps in, right? To kind of get out all of the kinks that would usually cause an invis skip to fail. Like, I accidentally pressed my Greater Arcane Elixir instead of Invispod, or like, oh, my macro, like the cast was in the wrong order, or, it's like shit like that, right? Like shit that, like, we practiced relentlessly back in the day in Onslaught for our BWL speedruns. Like, we did, like, invis skips for the, like, the AQ quest gate opening chain run thing. We didn't invis skip that, so we practiced that, like, dozens of times on a PTR. And, like, you couldn't do that this time around, right? Because there's no PTR. So that, I think, is part of the reason why the invis skips were so scuffed. Also, just, it's a skill issue. Like, I'm just saying, I never fail an invis skip in BWL. It's not that hard. I did an AQ, but let's not talk about that. So, yeah, that part sucked. And, like, I don't necessarily mind invis skips as part of a meta for a speedrun. I think that's cool tech, but it is extremely frustrating when people fail it, and like I said, you feel so helpless when, like, someone else fails and you're just like, well, shit. So by the end of the phase, I'm pretty sure we got third again, right? I think it was Eternal number 1. Progress, what? No, maybe it was 4th. I don't remember. It wasn't anything impressive, though. I can tell you that. That's all that really matters. It wasn't impressive. So yeah, the end result specifically for FSP was disappointing. But I will say the overall innovation scene of that phase, it was cool. It was definitely cool. Just like, FSP bias aside. And then also, for what's worth to briefly touch on, like, NA raids were a thing during this time. They were absolute fucking shit shows, man. At the time, I was expressing this sentiment. I'll kind of restate this. Drex was changing the strats basically just every single raid. Like each new raid, we had a new game plan. We had a new order of stuff that we were gonna do things, and as a result of that, no one in the runs, like especially the people that had like a lack of speedrunning experience, really ever feels like got truly comfortable with the runs, right? Like each new week, like something was different. So even if you were trying to like get used to what we were trying to master last week, like, well, this week it's different, sorry. And overall the runs were just complete shit shows, what felt like basically just every week, because somebody would just fuck up something that was just like new to them, which is understandable. So for a multitude of reasons, in my opinion, and this doesn't just apply to BWL phase, this applies to just Anniversary in general, I personally think Threat Capped would have been much better off not trying to speedrun and just doing more what Drex would describe as just like run it down mid-runs, where, you know, you zoned in, you pull fast, kill fast, right? No super fancy strats, no insane tech. Just like pull fast, kill fast, have fun, pump, clean runs for the boys, get some loot, enjoy the pump. In my opinion, and I know this is like, it's easy to be an armchair quarterback here, but like in my opinion, that would have made the entire Threat Capped experience throughout all of Anniversary more enjoyable. Because, I mean, I'll just be very, very, very honest here. The Threat Cap rating experience throughout Anniversary was miserable as fuck. It was awful. I didn't enjoy basically any of it. It was legitimately awful. Every run just felt like when, you know, when is something horrible gonna happen? And like pretty much every run at some point it would. So look, this is not a indictment on any specific players in the guild. Like everyone was trying their best and everyone was trying to accomplish the same goal, but just the way it worked out was it just wasn't fun. That's all I can say, and it's a shame. I wish it was, but it was what it was, right? That's too bad. I will say, by the end of this phase, speaking of Drex, he had actually joined FSP on his Paladin. So, that kind of ended Pilla's run as a as a speedrunning Paladin, thankfully. Other Paladins joined as well, it wasn't just Drex. We also got a couple of other ones as well. And that was kind of the end of that. So my personal overall grade for this phase, this will be based on my experience. I think the more general player's experience was probably better than this. Even like probably the general speedrunner's experience was better than this. My personal experience, and this is largely due to the fact that I overcommitted to too much shit, would probably be like C-. Better than the previous phases, for sure. But I overcommitted to too many raids. The speedruns were just never really got like a truly satisfying run to be proud of by the end there in either of the guilds. And my personal performance was just frustrating throughout the entire phase, and never really felt like I got into a good rhythm, unfortunately. So yeah, not as bad as ranking, and not as bad as like the phase 1 pre-clearing bullshit, but still not my favorite. Obviously, goes without saying that the original BWL speedrunning phase from back in the day I enjoyed more overall. Okay. Let's finish off the scotch right here. That's my IRL battle shot, yeah. Okay. I'm going to take a piss, refill on water. We'll pour some new scotch, and then we'll continue. We're on phase 5, boys. We're kind of getting there. Sort of. We're on pace. I feel like it's... Okay. Be right back. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, it's a new phase, so I think it's time for a new scotch. Oh shit. 3 more hours? I don't know. Probably closer to 2. That's the pace I'm trying to go at, I guess. All right. So we've already enjoyed the Benriach 10. We enjoyed the Port Charlotte 10. Very good. Now let's say we move on to perhaps a bit more of a meteor scotch, if you will. I saw this comment from Flying Hawaiian in Discord before stream, and I was kind of happy about it. He said that he had gotten himself some Ardbeg Ugdal to sit down and enjoy during the retrospective stream. Well, I'm glad to say that I will be enjoying the same for my next glass of scotch. Hell yeah, brother. One of the goats right here. One of the goats. The way I describe this bottle is liquid bacon. Ooh. Where's the Lafroig? Also delicious. Don't have any tonight. I apologize. It's a good pour right there. Oy. Savory flavor to this one. This one's definitely what I would describe as like meaty, like dark fruits and like meat sort of flavor profile, whatever fuck you want to call it. Like, I don't know, without sounding too snobby. Like I said, liquid bacon in a glass. Cheers, boys. Cheers to a comfy retrospective. Hold on. Need the proper vibes. There we go. Cheers, boys. Mm. 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 So fucking good, dude. Actually crazy how good that is. Illegal how good that is. Oh my. All right. What say we continue, shall we? I think I turned the mic up a little bit at some point, so hopefully that helped with the volume situation. Maybe turn the music up a tiny bit more as a result. Let me know if it gets too loud, but okay. Anyways, let's talk about Phase 5, aka AQ. So when we're talking about the release of AQ, or like, pre-release of AQ, the collective feeling across the guild and kind of just in general was that AQ release didn't really matter because of lack of universal release timing. And in fairness, the same thing happened back in the original Classic, where the AQ gates were going to open basically just based on when your server reset would happen. So it was staggered. Like the Chinese servers got their release first because they had the earliest, I guess, like reset happen, and then NA and then EU. It was never going to be a simultaneous release. I was hoping this time around that they were going to do a simultaneous release just because it'd be more hype for the race, but unfortunately they never indicated that they were going to do that, and FSP never made any serious attempt to try to like open the gates ASAP. It wasn't like Onslaught where we had this like giant organized effort to open up the gate like literally like as soon as possible. So nobody was really taking it seriously, myself included, because without the simultaneous release, like there's no sense in trying to race super hard, right? So how geared was my original warrior that I copied to Era? Exclamation point gear in the chat. We'll show you. Love the fit hairstyle. Hell yeah, dude. Wish I was at a real fire. Did I originally consider trying to do this like around a real campfire, but unfortunately it's the middle of January, so yeah, that'd have been a little cold, unfortunately. So rip. Anyways, what am I drinking? I'm drinking some Ardbeg Ugdal right now. Single malt scotch, and yes, it is delicious. Mm. Mm. All right, so all of like the, I guess, lack of hype surrounding the AQ release was only made worse by the AQ release shit show. I'm sure plenty of people remember that. Remember this. For those that don't remember, though, the AQ gates, like the war effort got completed, right? And so it's supposed to be this this process where like, okay, now like the RP in game, like all the supplies have to move down to Silithus, and all like the war effort stuff needs to like be transferred down to Silithus, right? And it was supposed to be a 5-day process. And then in reality, AQ just one day, like before the 5-day thing was over, was just like magically open. Nobody hit the gong. The war effort wasn't even fully set up in Silithus. All of a sudden it was just like, oh, AQ's open, by the way, you can zone in. I think it was like 3 days or like 4 or 5, something absurdly early. You can just zone in. They were just like, okay, it's open. And so people naturally like did the human thing, like, oh, fuck, I gotta take advantage of it now. And so like everybody zoned in, and everybody did AQ40s and AQ20s and started getting like a bunch of shit like early that they weren't supposed to be getting. Also, what? Yeah, get this annotation in here. There we go. Started doing like there was the frenzy, and like so people got like AQ20 like class books, and they got like AQ40 gear like before AQ even was supposed to fucking come out. And then on top of that, people who were on the Scarab Lord quest chain, who by the way were like, am I fucked now because AQ's now already open? What? They went into BWL after the reset happened, or after Phase 5 officially released, and they didn't get the quest item to progress their AQ chain. And if they didn't get it done that week and had to wait for the next week, it'd be too late, and they couldn't complete their Scarab Lord thing. Like, it had to be done that week in BWL. So, what does Blizzard do? Well, to me, the logical, obvious solution is like, just reset everyone's BWL ID, so that way, like, now you can just do BWL again. Like, if you already saved yourself and it bugged out, and do BWL one more time, and it's fine. What did Blizzard actually do? Hey everybody, BWL is going to start resetting daily, so you can do it every single day until AQ comes out. Huh? Like, what? To this day, I don't understand this solution. Like, what? Couldn't you just reset everyone's BWL ID so they can only do it one more time? No. Let's have people do BWL for 5 days straight. What? By the way, I was poor as fuck. I didn't have the gold to raid BWL for 5 days in a row and like pay for consumes in some shit SR run. I didn't bother with this shit, but there were some people who were just like, okay, time to do a BWL every day for the next 5 days. Which just, to me, just, I don't know, highlights Blizzard's hilarious incompetence and or like being out of touch, because like, what a fucking stupid solution. I don't know, man. Like, just, like, what? So, yeah. Before AQ ever came out, people were spamming daily BWLs, selling AQ 20 books on the auction house already. Enchants were, like, the AQ enchants were already being done. Just absolutely astounding incompetence by Blizzard. Like, very impressive, honestly. Very impressive. It translated to Era? What did? So, that was the thing. Ultimately, whatever, AQ, like, officially released, and, BWL lockets were daily in Era, were they? Sure. Anyways, ultimately, AQ came out on on Anniversary, and, like, yeah, we didn't do any official release run, because there wasn't any point in trying to race, so that was kind of like a non-event, but because Phase 5 was out, what it did mean is what we could start doing the Cenarian Circle rep grind. Like I talked about earlier, I didn't pre-farm any of it because the world was just so overcrowded, and the only way to get the rep, like the pre-farm, was to do like the farming of the camps, which were just overrun. So at that point, once Phase 5 is out, you kind of have 3 options to grind Cenarian Circle rep. You can either continue grinding the Cenarian Circle like camps in Silithus in the open world, super crowded still, way too contested for my tastes. You could just do AQ20 on reset, which is going to give you about 2k Cenarian Circle rep per run, which means that realistically, if you do AQ20 every single reset, you'll get Cenarian Circle Exalted, assuming you're also doing AQ40 every reset, in about, I think it was like a month and a half or something like that, in that neighborhood. Option 3 was you could do an AQ20 trash farm, in which you basically farmed the Rajax event over and over and over and over again without actually ever killing the boss. Because as long as you did that, like, you could just, you know, when it got to the point where the boss was spawning, you would just run to a reset spot and then wait for the event to reset, all the trash would respawn, and you do it again. That was the fastest way to do it. It was also the most miserable way to do it. So which way do you think we chose? Yeah. That was a lot of fun, Can. Thankfully, I only did it on one character. I know some people were doing it on two, and that was like, one was enough for me, thanks. Well, no. I say that as if I did it on one character on EU, but then I guess I also did it on one character on NA. So I still did two characters, so it was still awful. It's been delayed until 9 p.m. by the way. Yeah, good thing I don't care. Okay. Boys, enjoy the comfy retrospective. This is actually clutch. Blizzard delaying the pre-patch release so that way you can watch retrospective instead. Cheers, Blizzard. Actually tossing me a solid here. Appreciate that one, boys. Anyways, you did it on both and Dual Box Earthstrike in one night. Jesus Christ. Yeah, for mere plebs like me, I think I did it within like a week or something. Ugh. Anyways, so yeah, I basically upon release of Phase 5, after the release run or whatever, I had to do AQ. Well, I didn't have to do, but I chose to do AQ20 trash farms, both on EU and NA. I'm trying to remember the amount of time it took to get to Exalted. I think it was like, I want to say it was like 18 hours you had to do or something of that trash farm. In that neighborhood per character, basically, to get to Exalted. So for about 3 days, or maybe it was 4 days, I don't remember exactly, I was doing 8 hours of AQ20 trash farm on an EU. I'd take a small sleep break, and then I would do 8 hours on NA. So during those days, I woke up around 4 a.m. to start the EU trash farm, did it till about noon my time, and it was mind-numbingly fucking boring. It was also hard, like doing those trash waves. Like normally those trash waves before Rajax are like relatively easy because you have those NPCs to help you out. But the problem is, if you kept resetting your ID over and over and over and over and over again, or at least resetting the trash event over and over again, the NPCs didn't respawn for every event. They only respawn every maybe 4 or 5 events. So like 80% of the time you did the trash, it was without the NPCs, which made it significantly harder. So when I was doing these trash farms, hilariously, even though I was there for the rep on my warrior, 90% of the runs that I did, I was actually doing them on my healers because, surprise, surprise, no healers wanted to do this shit because they don't need the rep. A few casters did it, right? But they only need revered, so they only need to be there like half the time. And this meant that, like, well, the only people that could heal were like the warriors who had healer ults, right? So ironically, even though I was there to farm the rep on my warrior, 90% of the runs I was sitting there spamming Flash of Light and Chain Heal on my paladin and shamans. And it was so fucking miserable, man, because you were just the whole time because like you weren't getting like the mana back from the NPCs because they were fucking dead. And yeah, I was just spamming mana pots and spamming dark runes the whole time, and like, holy fuck, dude. Mind-numbingly boring and also kind of stressful as a healer. But like I said, it was the only way to quickly farm Cenarian Circle Rep when the open world was overrun. Like, yeah, you could just do full AQ20s instead, but that would take like a month and a half, and like that wasn't a realistic option in FSP, so whew, yeah, that was an experience for sure. What's up, Scuzzmuffin?
Setting.
Indeed, thank you, sir. Your sub will go directly to the chatting fund. Thank you, sir. Sounds better than doing the solo farm of turning in the quest and killing the giant bug over and over again. For sure, I mean, it was faster. It was definitely the rip the band-aid off solution. Like, yeah, it's fucking miserable for the 3 or 4 days you're doing it, but once you do it, like, okay, you're just done. So I'm glad I did it. Like, compared to the alternative options, like, it was still the play, but like, oof, it's not a fun 3 or 4 days, that's for sure, man. Oy, oy, oy. But ultimately, I did get 2 Earth Strikes relatively quickly, so yay, I guess. You know, I got one on the main warrior on NA and one on the main warrior on EU, so it worked. So, you know, it's worth it, I guess. I really should have been running AQ20 basically on reset until I got the Osirian bracers, this was at the point of the game where I could not be fucking bothered. This was at the point of the game where it's just like, I was so fucking Omega burnt out and so just not wanting to play the game at all and miserable that like the thought of trying to do AQ 20 pugs every 3 days to try to get like the bracers that every single fucking warrior wanted was just like, nah, CG bracers are good enough. Fuck that. Should I have done it like, in a tryhard guild? Absolutely, I should have. But I couldn't be fucking bothered, man. So Salvador finished, by the way, and threat capped his final Nax, still wearing ZG Epic bracers. Not great, but oh well, whatever. And speaking of like why I was kind of miserable this portion, this is when inflation became like severely worse. Like I know I'd already talked about like how it started to get worse in like BWO phase, but this phase is like when prices like truly started to skyrocket to the point where like by the end of this phase, it legitimately got to the point where it was about the same price for a full set of raid consumes to raid on Anniversary versus Era. Like Era, where GDKPs are allowed and everyone has way more gold and just overall there's more gold in the economy. The amount of gold I would spend on an Era raid would be about the same of the gold that I'd spend on Anniversary, except Anniversary gold farms were like 4 times worse than Era. And, once again, like I talked about earlier, usually this point in the game is the point that I like. Usually this is the point of the game where it's just like, oh, chill, farming, do whatever the fuck you want, dick around, no big deal, like, do whatever you want. But the thing I've never had to account for in previous versions of the game was the fact that, like, the consumes were so absurdly expensive that, like, all I could do all week outside of raids was just farm gold, so I could literally just afford to raid. It wasn't a matter of like, ooh, saving gold for stuff in the future. It was like literally just like you were like doing the WoW equivalent of living paycheck to paycheck. Like that's all I had time for. Like, and I was doing this on both EU and NA. So once again, self-inflicted. But like, I was basically, it was a situation where like, when I was raiding on 3 to 4 characters per week, it meant that I had to farm 15 to 20 hours per week just to afford the minimum to raid. That was it. And yeah, am I a dumbass for also trying to do 4 to 5 Era raids per week on top of this? Yeah, for sure. But like, I wanted Era's like the raids I actually liked, right? So I didn't want to like drop those either. Trying to raid log flask 3 weeks in a row. Yeah, I do remember that, right? Yeah, trying to like do like back-to-back MCs so that way you could just like use the same flask for both. Because flasks were fucking 300 gold in phase 1. Yeah, good times, I guess. So, yeah, it goes without saying, I stretched myself way too thin during this phase and also early into the next phase. And I will admit a lot of that misery, like I said, was self-inflicted. Did I have to raid on that many characters on Anniversary? No, I just shouldn't. I should not have raided on NA. That was just a bad idea. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Hindsight's 2020. And then, all the Era raids, like, the funny thing is, like, those are the raids I actually liked, but, like, I don't know, man. Should I have scaled it down a bit? Maybe. Problem is I wanted to actually have fun, right? Because we'll get to the AQ speedrun here in a second, but those weren't very fun, unfortunately. And also, yeah, to add to that, to make matters worse, this was AQ speedrunning, so we had to scout IDs, right? You had to scout for like the low Mindslayer counts and also the low Lasher counts. And even though I wasn't scouting because I didn't have a priest, it still affected me. Off topic, did Eternal end up beating FSP next time? They did, yeah. But anyways, it affected me not because I had to scout, but because I was like basically the only person in the guild who could hold the IDs during the EU degen hours. So from like about, I don't know, 2 a.m. to about 6 to 8 a.m. or so on server time, obviously anybody living in Europe is going to be sleeping, right? And me being in NA, I was from like 2 a.m. server time for me was, I guess it'd be 8 a.m. or sorry, 8 p.m. my time, right? So I could realistically I could hold an ID during that time because, okay, you guys are probably confused. Let me explain this further. We would be scouting for IDs, like for a proper AQ40 speedrunning ID, like all week as soon as the ID as soon as like the reset happened. So when we found one, or if we found one, like a decent one early in the week, the only way to preserve it, to make sure we could actually use it for a speedrun that happened near the end of the reset, was to just have a character sitting inside online in that ID 24 hours a day, every day, until the speedrun happened. So during these times where like the everyone else was sleeping, like the only person in guild that could realistically hold the ID was me. And it wasn't a big deal. It's not like it's hard to do. You're literally just making sure your character doesn't log off due to being AFK over the course of the 6 hours or so I would do it per night. But the problem is, like, you can't do anything. You can't leave your apartment, or you gotta basically have to just be at your PC the whole time, right? So on top of me having to farm an excessive amount of gold, like every day, it felt like, to be able to afford raiding it. Also, like, you know, after stream was done later in that day, it'd be like, all right, time for another like 5, 6, 7 hours of holding an AQ40 ID, where I just essentially just felt like I was chained to my computer the entire time. And so it just led to me feeling like I was just like, it was impossible like to leave my apartment and to do anything with my life for like a large portion of that phase, because like, okay, during the day I was streaming, like, all right, and then at night, like, well, I had to be holding the AQ ID, like, you can't do anything, right? You can't leave. Remote desktop, let's log in out every 20 minutes. Well, I mean, I did do that. I would go to the gym and remote desktop in through my phone, but like, you can't do much, right? Like, you can't like hang out with friends, right? Like, I'm not gonna hang out with friends when I'm trying to hold an AQ40 ID, because like, I don't know, what if my remote connection fails or something, right? Like, you had to be paranoid about it, because like literally the entire guild was relying on me. If we had found a good ID, like, oh shit, let's use this for a speed run, I don't want to be the fucking guy who's like, well, sorry, I lost the ID, because like, that's, yeah, like, it's constantly in your mental space the entire time regardless. Can't you just auto hotkey inside to hold the ID? That is against US. So yeah, that didn't help either. That contributed to some burnout as well. And just over the course of this phase in general, I experienced like just more burnout. And to be honest, I acknowledge that the content suffered during this phase. I was miserable. My energy levels were super low. I was not particularly entertaining. I guess you guys can answer that, but I don't think I was particularly entertaining. So I apologize for this, for the phase 5. I pushed myself too far, and I should have recognized that. And I overcommitted, and I overestimated my ability to juggle all those things. So I apologize for this phase. I don't know. I was a miserable fuck during this phase. That's my bad. Okay, let's get to the AQ speedrunning, shall we? Just like in BWL, after OG Classic, I had always had a cool idea to like innovate on AQ40 speedrunning, but once again, just never had the environment to see, like, to allow it to become like a reality. And it kind of came down to what we had done in Onslaught back in the day, and like wanting to expand on what we had done in Onslaught. So for context, back in the days of original AQ40 speedrunning, the Notapole was arguably the coolest tech, like, of that phase, right? So the Notapole was like, you would basically take all of the trash between essentially Bug Trio and Sartura, or at least like all the Vecnus Guardian packs and all the Vecnus Warrior packs between Bug Trio and Sartura. You would have like 6 players go off while the rest of the raid was doing Bug Trio. You have 6 players go off and do their own thing, and basically pull, like, how many mobs is it? 24 mobs? 30 mobs? 3 Guardian packs of 6 plus... It's 24 mobs. Okay, 24 mobs. You pull off 24 mobs, you pull it into this little corner, and what the Notapole would do back in the day was you would have 3 mages that would just like pop Fetish, get bopped by paladins, flame strike all these mobs down, while the rest of the raid was killing Bug Trio. So that way, when Bug Trio died, the raid would mount up and just run straight to Sartura with never having to stop. Huge time save. Cool strat. The quote problem with that strat was it required that you had to bring 3 mages to AQ. Keep in mind, mages aren't... There's nothing really mandatory about having a mage in AQ. There are no curses, so like you don't need D curses. And like overall damage-wise, like warriors are just better. It's not to say that mages are like bad, they're just not as good as a warrior. So Onslaught, like if you look at what we were doing back in the day, for this to handle the same sort of trash, we couldn't really do... we couldn't really do the exact same strat because part of the strat originally that the Notable would do would rely on bops from paladins and Scotch burps, you know, it is what it is, right? We couldn't rely on bops from paladins. So instead what we did was we had one of our tanks, like one of our chunky tanks, go off. It was 2 priests and then 2 shamans, I think. So 5 people that went off to the side. And so that what they would do is they would pull all of the same trash that the Notable did. And the shamans would help heal the tank. They dropped some totems as well. And then the 2 priests would stand on top of the tank and would spam Holy Nova. And the idea of what we were trying to accomplish was we were trying to get the mobs down to approximately 50%. So that way, as soon as the raid finished killing Bug Trio, we could all run... Oh, hello, Olaf. Okay, thank you. We could all have the raid run in. The mobs were about 50% or so. Everybody would run into the corner. We'd all have Ravagers equipped, and we'd all... Oh! Ooh, it's filled up. Cheers, bud. We would all run into the corner, have Ravagers equipped. We'd all Sapper and then proc our Ravagers, spin to win, blah, blah, blah. And we would AoE down that shit from 50% to 0. So certainly still faster than doing those packs individually. And, you know, the team that would go ahead during Bug Trio would still kind of like butter them up and get them down to 50%. But we still had to stop. You know, Bug Trio, kill, okay, run. Dismount, stop, AoE down, okay, remount, then go to Sartura, right? So not fully efficient. So from that idea, I always had the idea in my head of like, well, that was kind of a cool half measure, sure. But couldn't you expand that and go all the way and just have the priest spam Holy Nova until the mobs are dead? Like, you know, basically the same as the Notable in a way where like you could just mount from Bug Trio all the way to Sartura. Now, the biggest roadblock to being able to do that most people would bring up is like, well, aren't the priests going to go out of mana because the priest, like, because Holy Nova is like a really mana-intensive spell. What we had done in Onslaught to counter that, it was 2 priests that were doing it, right? It was a priest named Sake and some priest named Drex. Who? Sake had farmed Blade of Eternal Darkness. He had gotten that, so that way, like, you know, you could spam Holy Nova and get a bunch of mana back. The other priest, some guy named Drex, naturally in classic Drex fashion, just spammed the shit out of Distilled Wisdoms, which you could do back then. And that's how he kept up his mana. I don't remember if Drex is still here, he could tell us. I don't remember how many Distilled Wisdoms he would burn in one pull, but it was something absurd. It was like probably like 30 of them or something, just for that one pull. But anyways. I always thought, well, wouldn't it be really fucking cool if, like, you just went all the way and just had the priest just, like, burst them down to 0? And, you know, there's a few logistical things that make that scary. Number one, like, okay, when the Vecnus warriors die, they spawn a bunch of the borers, and if, like, the priests are stacked right on top of them, aren't they just going to get insta-gibbed? Okay, I had to get around that problem. And then you also had to get around the fact that, like, well, that means you're doing Bug Trio with, like, 4 less healers than normal, or realistically 5, because you have a paladin doing it too. No, 2 paladins. So you had to do it with 5 or 6 less healers than normal. You thought combat flasks invalidated logs? Nope, that was only an anniversary thing. You're saying not until 2019 Nax. Petri specifically they limited, but Distilled Wisdoms were always unlimited, and that included in Era. To this day, like, Distilled Wisdoms, you can still spam as many as you want in Era. That's still allowed. So, anyways. So I posted this entire essay in Discord, on FSP Discord, like, describing my idea of, like, hey, here's what we did in Onslaught back in the day. It was cool, but I think we can take it further. And what this allows you to do, by the way, like maybe this entire time you're wondering, like, well, why is this better than just having mages do it? What it allows you to do is just, because as an Alliance guild, you're already bringing, what is it, 6 priests, I guess, to a raid. It means that you already have enough priests to do this, and you don't have to bring mages, which, look, as an OG mage main, I have nothing against mages. But it's just impossible to deny that, like, if you choose to replace 2 or 3 of your mages with warriors instead, it's just more overall raid damage. So this strat allowed you to basically just bring like what you'd call like a standard melee heavy comp with, to be honest, ideally I thought 0 mages, but we ended up bringing 1. It allowed you to bring the standard like melee stack and not have to bring more than 1 mage for the run, and still let you do the equivalent time save of oh my, the Nota pull. So I posted this essay in Discord about it, and it wasn't just me. There was a lot of people that contributed because there were still some problems to solve, like how do you prevent the priests from being insta-gibbed by the borers when they spawn? How do you prevent people from being knocked to Narnia? Like how do you manage the mana properly? How do you keep the tank alive? Blah, 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 blah. And through a combination of a bunch of different people that were like kind of like building off the post that I initially made, we came up with a strategy that ultimately ended up working. We ended up using 1 mage for it. 1 mage and then 3 priests, 2 paladins, and then a warrior tank. So it was 7 people that would go off and do it. And keep in mind, by the way, the priest spamming Holy Nova also healed the tank, so that's part of the strat, right? Like that was part of the original like novelty of the strat. Like the priest could AoE the mobs down and also heal the tank at the same time. So that was cool. So I remember posting like all the priests should farm Blade of Eternal Darkness, and I remember like some people laughing like, you expect all the priests to farm Blade of Eternal Darkness? And then a few days later the post came out on FSP Discord, all priests need to farm Blade of Eternal Darkness. I found that funny. Like they were laughing at the idea like, you expect the priest to farm this? Well, yeah, motherfuckers, you gotta do it now. So yeah, we kind of came up, I guess, with the collectively what we named, I guess, the FS people. And you know what? I'm gonna brag a bit. Fuck it. I think that was the coolest tech of the AQ phase this time around, and I think that it was an extremely cool innovation on the original Nota pull, and I think it would never have been done if I had not suggested it. Maybe somebody else thought of it. I don't know, but we were the first ones to do it, and then once we did it, all the rest of the guilds copied us. Oru teleport? I mean, that was cool, but like, I'm biased, I guess, but I still think the FSP pool was even cooler. Yes, Oru pool is cool, don't get me wrong, but the fact that we were able to pull off the Nota pull with just like mostly priests, I think is cool as fuck. And yeah, you're right, Smokes. I don't know if it truly would have been possible without a mage. Obviously, the mage made it much comfier, so it's not like I'm salty that like we never tried to do it without a mage, but I do wonder if it would be. I'm not sure. Arcane Intellect would be removed in a raid if the mage casting the buff was not a raid. Maybe that's the reason why you bring one mage. No, at that point you just use the Juju from Winterspring that gives 30 intellect. It's just 1 less than mage AI. So like AI is not really the reason why you have to have a mage. The Dali pull. I remember Traeger, for some reason, being so against calling it the Dali pull. It's like, no, it's got to be the FSP pull. Like, I don't care. I was never, my ego is not big enough to be like, we got to call it the Dali pull. But like, whenever somebody in FSP would call it the Dali pull or Traeger, I'd always be like, no, it's the FSP pull, not the Dali pull. Like, okay, shit. But anyways, I thought it was cool. I'm kind of proud of it, if I'm being honest, because like I said, I don't know for sure, but like, I imagine the meta would have just stayed using mages for the Nota pull, had I not suggested that. And like, it still worked fine. The run still would have been good, but they were probably a little bit better because we got to bring 2 more warriors, right? So, cool. Anyways, okay, that's a lot of yapping, but otherwise, talking about the rest of the AQ speedrunning, this phase for FSP, unfortunately, kind of just felt like a repeat of previous phases. And what I mean by that was like a strong start, a record-breaking run like early on in the phase. And then it feels like that caused people in the guild to get like complacent and like greedy. And then after that, raids got super sloppy because then people were like, oh, okay, yeah, we're badass now, or oh, we have the record now, so now it's time to like greed the fuck out of our damage. And then it felt like the rest of the phase we just spent like playing catch up and just never truly caught up enough to actually like get a good run in. So just like previous phases, unfortunately, it just feels like we never got a run in that we were fully proud of. I can't remember what our final time was, but it was significantly behind Eternal in progress. And that kind of leads me into a little discussion that I wanted to bring up, which would be 2345, sure. Which would be, like, in my opinion, what was FSP's biggest weakness when it comes to speedrunning over the course of all of Anniversary, really. And that would be, like, the greed lords, like the DPS greed lords. Let me start by saying this, and let me preface it by saying this before anything else. My damage is shit. I will never be able to compete for number 1 DPS in a guild like FSP. I am not saying that, like, you know, oh, I should be competing for number 1. I'm going to be near the bottom regardless of how I play a raid, okay? Now, that being said, over the course of Anniversary, I tried my best to play in a way that was, like, overall beneficial for the guild and not selfish. I'm not saying I fully succeeded, because of course, like, you know, I also come to temptation of greed sometimes, just like anyone else, 100%, but I tried my best. But okay, that being said, I called this out during that phase, and so we're going to do this again. There was a very obvious contingent of players within the guild whose number 1 prio in every raid was just their overall Warcraft log sparse. Like, it's not to say they didn't care about the speedrun and the time that we set, but very clearly there was just some people who, first and foremost, were there to try to, you know, get the highest possible number by the end of the raid for themselves. And, you know, okay, in fairness, it's not like this problem was exclusive to FSP, and it's not like it was exclusive even to Anniversary. This exists in Era, this exists in other guilds. But based on my experience, at least, in my opinion, it was, like, extra bad in FSP. And it feels like the problem got worse over time, or probably at the very least, like, peaked in, like, AQ and, like, early Nax. And, like, keep in mind, it's fine, to an extent, to greed for overall damage in, like, certain raids. So, like, you know, in, like, a GTK Peon era, if you want to greed it up a bit, you know, be lazy on your Sunders, like, you know, pad with the extra Cleave Whirlwind, like, alright, like, you can get away with it, it's not a big deal. But in my opinion, like, if you're joining a speedrun guild that's trying to, if you're joining a speedrun guild that's trying to set the speedrun world record, trying to greed for your personal logs, to me, is just, like, unacceptable. To me, it's just, like, and look, I get that people weren't necessarily even intentionally doing it, but, like, yeah, some people were less. They weren't trying to stop themselves either. I don't know. I don't know how else to put it. I also mentioned the Plague add-on situation. Yeah, I think I was the first one to bring that up in FSP, but in fairness, I didn't discover that. Somebody in chat literally told me about that. So I'm not taking any credit for that. That just me was relaying chat to the guild. The Plague add-on situation. I CBA, to be honest, man. So, yeah, that, in my opinion, like, the greediness, like, the Parse Lords, and, like I said earlier, I'm not exclusively immune to this either. Like, at times, I fall to the temptation of greed as well, for sure. But, the greed, in my opinion, in the AQ phase, and to a lesser extent the Nax phase, in my opinion, was the biggest thing that held us back. And it really is kind of a catch-22. Like, you want to have the best possible players in your guild and the best possible pumpers, but unfortunately the best players also tend to be the greediest players. I get it. Everyone wants to be the top big dick pumper. I'm not saying I don't understand it, but it was frustrating to watch because, like, you know, the packs like before Bug Trio, for example, people, it was repeated over and again. Don't cleave, don't cleave, don't cleave. Focus Brainwasher. Just, you know, nuke down single target Brainwasher and then Guardians, okay? Get into position, don't get knocked in Bug Trio. And Every single week, like, oh look, the Guardian exploded before Brainwasher died. Oh look, we ninja pulled Bug Trio because someone got knocked to fucking Narnia. Like, oh look, somebody cleaved their balls off and, you know, damaged the mind controlled player. Blah 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 blah. That was incredibly frustrating to watch, and like knowing that like it was like that section would pretty consistently for us be pretty messy, caused by things that were just like so avoidable, but you knew it was just like people greeting the fuck out of it. It's frustrating, but like that was my observation of that phase. It obviously wasn't the only thing that held us back, but like in my opinion, it was the most like, I don't know, preventable thing, I guess. To be honest, our biggest issue in AQ was lack of healers. We barely filled spots. Warriors greeting was just sometimes easier to flame. Was it? I'll be honest, I was less of aware. If that was a problem, you would know about it better than I would. I didn't know about that as much just because from a warrior POV, like I didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, but that's fair. Yeah, I can only speak from the, I guess, the warrior POV, but I don't necessarily have any distinct memories of healing being weak in AQ, but I'm not saying I don't believe you. You're right. I don't have the full perspective on all of it. Fair enough. In AQ at that level, you had to be good with reacting with snowballs. Yeah, you shouldn't have been, but yeah. Anyways. Very similar to the previous phases. I once again just don't feel like I ever became fully comfortable in the runs. Same reason as BWL and MC. It was just a lack of AQ speedrun reps, lack of a warm-up run, right? I was only in the one raid on the one warrior. And once again, if you're trying to do AQ in 22 or 23 minutes, like that's like it's uncomparable to any other incomparable, whatever, to any other AQ run. Like I remember a lot of people at the time were like, well, you do AQ on Era all the time. What do you mean you don't have practice? Like doing a 35-minute AQ on Era is night and day difference from trying to do a 23-minute run on Anniversary. So that made it hard to kind of get into that muscle memory rhythm that I need from just like pure reps over and over and over again. There was a cancel order for the internal CD so you could spam snowball, but it doesn't work anymore. At rest. So yeah, that was part of the reason why I never really got fully comfortable. Like I don't think I did horrible in the AQ phase. I just remember feeling this way. I also just had huge burnout during this phase for the reasons I described earlier, and also just, you know, skill issue as always. But one thing that does stand out to me as well during this time, God, this is when the Yap sessions before the raid really, like, at least from my memory, became like painfully long, man. What I mean by the Yap session is like, you know, discussing the speedrun before it actually starts. And look, it is necessary to an extent when there's no place to practice, when you can't just like do a warm-up run like on a run that's meaningless. Like your only other choice is to just explain the fuck out of it. But in my opinion, it got like excessive. Look, I'm not a raid leader, I'm not a guild master, I'm not saying that I know a better solution, but like, yeah, man. It felt like it was like an hour of explaining before every raid, and it's impossible to pay attention the entire hour, right? Eventually your brain just kind of turns off and people start to get kind of sloppy, like, you know, their brain goes off in the clouds, they start watching YouTube videos on the side, jerking off, what the fuck ever, like. So by the time we did every raid, like, and every time if there was a raid failure, it always just felt like, at least to me, like such a massive setback. Both because of like the time investment, right? You would spend like the 4 hours, like the raid night, like for the speed run, and then like if you fail, you're like, fuck, man, that was a lot of time just to fail. And then also the fact that like just consumes were so insanely expensive at that point that just like, man, like failing a speed run and losing that entire set of consumes just like, like I felt this like overwhelming sense of dread having to pop like a full set of consumes, just knowing how much gold was just instantly disappearing as soon as I clicked them out of my bags. I distinctly remember from this phase just feeling this like overwhelming sense of just dread when it came to just doing our AQ raids in general, which is not a good sign, obviously. It was bad, right? It was to the point where it's just like, oh god, it's a raid day, fuck, oh god. And that's obviously not a good sign and not a good indication of how how your enjoyment of the game is going. I can't speak for the rest of the guild. I don't know how the rest of the guild felt during this period, but that's how I felt. And I'd say that was definitely like the second least fun I had ever doing vanilla raids, only after MC Phase 1 of Anniversary. Would it have helped, I guess, if FSP had performed better? Maybe a little, but overall, just the entire process of having to scout the ID, holding the ID all week, getting into position to start the run, yapping for an hour, it was just, it was painful. It was painful. It's too bad too, because it's not like I went into the phase expecting to be miserable or anything, but just, I don't know, man. I tried my best to enjoy it, but just unfortunately I just didn't. Sucks. Am I surprised we didn't take home a single first, ego aside? Honestly, no, man. I think Eternal is just the better guild. And that's fine. They pretty consistently proved that throughout the entire game, and I don't feel bad about it. I'm overall, I think FSP didn't perform up to its potential, at least in the first 3 phases. But based on what I saw, just watching the runs between the two guilds, I don't think there's certainly no shame in losing to Eternal. They're just a really, really good guild. It's fine. Am I done with WoW? No. Anyways, this was also the phase, by the way, that Brick fell apart, which, even if I was not necessarily a fan of their whole hiding logs, hiding streams thing, it still was unfortunate for the overall scene to lose such a competitive guild. Because they'd been doing some cool, innovative shit, just like everyone else. So the fact that we lost them, in their potential innovation, was unfortunate. So, anyways, FSP, I believe we ultimately finished 3rd this phase, again. And once again, we were kind of just way behind Eternal in Progress. Which, by the way, shoutouts to Progress for winning the phase as a Horde guild. That was super fucking cool. For the longest time, I've talked about how I believe that Horde can be just as competitive as Alliance can when it comes to speedrunning. Just no serious guild had ever really tried outside of maybe Onslaught. And Progress in this phase finally proved that, the Horde can 100% be competitive with Alliance and also beat them, and they did in that phase, and that was cool. And, they didn't win Nax, but the fact that they were close is, cool, right? So, as a Horde Andy, as a Horde enjoyer, brings a tear to my eye. Oh, nice. Sorry, comment stealthy baby. I just sound so defeated. Keep in mind, this entire time what I'm talking about is Anniversary. This whole time I was also rating on Era. I'm not talking about that part because this is the Anniversary retrospective, but keep in mind, on Era, this entire time, I'm still having fun. I'm still enjoying myself. Still pumping in raids, still enjoying the GDKPs, still enjoying my Nax geared characters. So don't take all of this as oh, I fucking hate this game now. No, I still love the game. I just love it on Era, not Anniversary, basically. Anyways, so my overall phase review, and this is once again just from my personal perspective. I'm not trying to speak for anyone besides myself. I thought the speedrun tech was cool. I think the whole innovation on the Nota poll, the FSP poll, I think was really cool, and I'm frankly kind of proud of it that we got to showcase it and pull it off. The Oru poll was cool. The whole drop raid tech for the Plague was cool. Hello, Olaf. I thought the AQ speedrun innovation was cool, for sure. Unfortunately, in my opinion, this phase was shit for just about everything else. The inflation that happened during this phase and the amount of farming that I had no choice to do was miserable for me. And I know I did it to myself, and I know not everyone's experience during this phase was like that, but yeah. Didn't enjoy that one that much. So my overall grade for this phase, for me, was a D-, unfortunately. Wasn't great. It wasn't great. I said I liked farming. I really like farming when I get to do it on my own terms. I like farming when I get to do it because I want to and not because I feel like I have to. And this phase was the first time really where I feel like I ever got to the point where I had to farm way more than I really wanted to just to afford raiding. Like a good real life analogy would be like, it's when you're trying to make money, if you're working a job, at the end of the day, you're working hours and you're making money, right? It's no different regardless of what you're using that money for. But everyone could probably agree it's much more fun to be like working so that way you can save up money to buy a new PC or a new car or a new house, whatever, compared to you're working because if you don't, you're not going to be able to afford food and rent for the month, right? Like there's a difference between like you're working to buy luxuries versus working so you can not die. And that's what it felt like in Anniversary. I like working so I can like save up for buying fun gear in GDKPs or to pop some extra fun consumables in Raid or whatever. It's not fun to work to ensure that you can just basically meet the absolute bare minimum requirements to exist. And that's what it felt like for me. Most of the phase was just like struggling to farm just enough to exist. Yay. I'm an awesome mage. Some cath/arms boosting probably would have held me over perfectly fine. I mean, number one, I don't like boosting as a method of making gold, and number two, I don't know how heavily Mafia that is on EU servers. I don't even know how much of an option that would have been. Maraudon, certainly not. Anyways, your Plague add-on for AQ was super sick. Yeah, shout outs to that add-on, by the way. That was sick, for sure. Okay, let's say we move on to Nax, shall we? First things first. Cheers, boys. We're almost there. 5 hours in? Okay. We're getting there. All right. This phase review will probably be relatively short because it just happened, right? But we'll go over it nonetheless. I'll start by saying this. In the weeks leading up to Nax release, I had a really bad personal experience with the Nax release date being announced. I had a vacation planned long in advance, like earlier, like, I planned it early that year. That I'd planned for whatever it was, something in October. And I always knew, like, there was a risk of it overlapping with something an anniversary, but like, for 1 week, hopefully it'll be fine, right? Unfortunately, they announced the release date of Nax like 2 weeks in advance, and it was during when this vacation was supposed to happen. And unfortunately for me, like if I was just a regular player who wasn't a streamer, I'd have said, okay, fuck it, whatever, I don't care. But I do stream for a living, so the Nax release stream was likely to be like one of, if not the highest viewed streams of like all of Anniversary. And it was more than likely going to be something that not only was higher viewership at the time, but also would potentially get like a lot of future viewers, right? And I struggled for like a week at least trying to decide whether I should choose to cancel that vacation or not. A horrible, horrible situation to be in, by the way. Like, I'm certainly not the first one to be in a situation like that, but wouldn't wish it on anyone. It's like a horrible, like, no correct choice situation. Ultimately, I decided to cancel the vacation and do the Nax release stream. And I'll be honest, to this day, I'm still not sure if that was the right choice or not. Impossible to objectively answer that question, but I was already in a pretty miserable mindset at this point of the game, right? With like the endless farming I felt like I had to do. I was kind of felt like a slave to the game. It's like I really, really needed a vacation. And so it's not only depressing to have to cancel plans because I was going on vacation with another person, like my sister specifically. But also it's just like, this vacation that I desperately needed. Now I had to cancel to continue playing the game that was making me so miserable. So, yeah, was that the right choice? Like I said, that's impossible to objectively answer, but regardless, I canceled. And, yeah, it was the release raid. Like, stone farming was whatever. I had plenty of time for that. But, okay, so I canceled and the release raid happened. And I will say, like, one of the factors that I was initially excited about was the fact that, like, we'd finally get to experience, like, a true progression race with the raid release, right? Because we didn't, like, FSP specifically, we didn't with AQ because it was a staggered release across regions. We didn't in BWL because, like, FSP was, like, in a restructuring and recovery mode at that point. And in MC, obviously, we got fucked by all the world PvP stuff. So, like, Nax was what felt like our first and probably only opportunity to kind of compete truly for a world first progression race in Anniversary. With at least, like, I knew Eternal wasn't gonna go because, like, I knew Eternal didn't bother with progression raids. Bricked, unfortunately, because they fell apart. Like, they got first BWL and MC, like, they had fallen apart, so that wasn't gonna happen. But I assumed at least at the time, like, well, Progress will probably do it, right? Question mark. And then Blizzard, once again, in a long history of puzzling decisions, decided to make another puzzling decision, and this time by not allowing the Nax attunement to be done before the raid released, which has never happened before, by the way, in any version of any attunement required raid in the history of Classic, as far as I know. Every other raid ever that required attunement, you could do it in advance before the raid came out. So that way, when the release happened, you just zone in. Cool. For whatever reason, this time around, they were like, well, it just all comes out at the same time. You can attune when the phase is released, and then you in Lights Hope, and then you have to make it to Nax. So naturally, my worries about open world griefing were high, especially remembering the MC release. And when they announced that, or at least, well, they never announced it, but they never confirmed that the attune was out. So, like, I thought it assumed it was going to be just a complete shit show and that we were totally fucked again. And then at the same time, like, man, I don't know how much of the attune stuff, I'm not sure how much this influenced this, but I came to learn that, like, no serious guild, or, well, I should rephrase that. No guild was seriously attempting to go for the world first Nax clear besides FSP, like, not even Progress. And so I'm not gonna lie, that put a damper on things. But still, that being said, the release, it was a shit show, but at least a mild one. Not as bad as I thought it would be. FSP, like, we got clever with, like, layering shenanigans, and we were mostly able to mitigate the griefing, so we were able to attune and zone in, like, few minutes after release, so it was overall fine. And once we zoned in, the release run was pretty much flawless. Like, that part was awesome. We had, like, it was like a 54-minute run, almost no deaths. And, like, we had always, like, everybody had always talked about and kind of dreamed about, like, the idea of doing Saf Polarity on a Nax progression run. Obviously we knew Saf Polarity was possible, but nobody had ever really done it for the first Nax of a server's release, right? So, not only did we do it, we pulled it off easily. It was super clean. I don't think we had any deaths. Maybe a couple, I don't remember, but regardless, we pulled it off, like, no problemo, and it was badass as fuck just to pull off Saf Polarity on release week. In fact, I don't know this for sure, but I assume we were probably the only guild in the world that did Saf Polarity on release week. So that was cool. And we got world first. So, unfortunately, it was kind of a hollow victory because we had no real competition. Like, nobody else was seriously competing for it, so we won by, like, 2 hours or something? I don't remember. Well, maybe not 2 hours, but we won by a fuckload. Nobody else was trying to go hard. Nobody else had the intention of going for world first, so we were kind of just competing against ourselves, which, I'm not going to lie, that took some wind out of the sails, and it's one of the reasons why I'm saying, like, said earlier, like, well, is that worth it to cancel vacation? I don't know. It ended up being not as hype as I was hoping it would be, but, it's not our fault, right? Just no one else was competing. It's kind of too bad. But that being said, it was still cool to get my first ever, like, world first progression run. It's kind of insane, but that was the first time I'd ever been in a run that cleared any phase, like, first in any version of the game, which was cool. So, can kind of at least hang that hat on my coat rack. But yeah, I do wish there was more competition. I do wish that we can say that we raced against someone else and won, but, oh well, what can you do? What can you do? Did I lose money canceling the vacation? No, that wasn't really a factor. So, okay, that was cool. Fast forward to a few days later. Did SAF Polarity in a release run, everyone thought that was cool as fuck. And then Warcraft Logs, our dear Lumberjack site, announces that SAF Polarity is banned for speedrunning. Ay. Keep in mind, like I said earlier, I was already massively burnt out at this point. Canceling my vacation certainly didn't help either. I had been farming 15 to 20 hours per week just to afford consumes for multiple months straight at that point. You know, we'd all been dealing with like the excessively long speedrun nights, like me specifically on EU and NA, most of which felt like ended in failure. And at that point, I was feeling kind of trapped. I felt like my entire life was just being consumed by something that was making me miserable and something that just made me... I just felt like my entire life revolved around this thing that I wasn't even enjoying, which is a really, really horrible feeling. So when they made this announcement, you know, assuming that it ended up sticking, that was like the easiest decision to quit in my life at that point. I was just like, that was the only thing holding me back from quitting just at all was just like, well, I wanted to see it through with the speedruns, right? But like, if they banned SAF Polarity, like, which in my opinion is like the coolest tech in all of vanilla speedrunning, like, why the fuck would I keep going? Like, why would I speedrun on Anniversary when I could just do it on Era instead, right? So that was my initial reaction to that, but instead of just immediately quitting, it kind of went into a holding pattern, because at the time, FSP, I mean, a lot of people in FSP had a similar sentiment, like, if SAF Polarity is banned, like, we're not fucking bothering, like, that's GG, but, the guild was also discussing, like, it was brought up at some point, like, possibly just ignoring Warcraft Logs rules, saying fuck them, and just doing SAF Polarity anyways, and just doing our own speedruns. And then there was also, like, you know, Warcraft Logs, like, screenshots of them, or like that I saw, like, hinting at them, like, well, maybe we'll backtrack, we'll discuss it internally, blah, 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 blah. So, this was the point where I was very close to just quitting Anniversary and saying, LOL, fuck this. I mean, I certainly would have had the ban been upheld, but after a few days, they did reverse the ban, thankfully. They did decide to reverse that stupid decision that was made in the first place based on some dumbass poll that a bunch of people voted on who don't even speedrun Nax. Why they reversed it is debatable, but whatever, who cares? But even at that point, I was still considering quitting because just of the absolute massive burnout I was experiencing. I don't think I've ever been as burnt out of the game as I was at that point. But ultimately, I decided on more of like a compromise, I guess. Did Warcraft Logs ever justify the initial ban? Yeah, I mean, they based it off a poll that they ran on the site, but the problem is literally anybody with a Warcraft Logs account could vote. Like, didn't matter who you were, didn't matter if you played the game, like, anybody could vote, which is questionable. Why do I think they reversed it? What's the official reason? They came to their senses and realized that wouldn't be good for the speedrunning scene. What's the real reason? I'm fairly certain it was a technical issue that they couldn't actually ban the debuff from logs reliably, so they wouldn't be able to enforce it. That's, in reality, I think what the real reason is, but I don't know for sure. Anyways, so yeah, I went with a compromise. I took a month off of doing the NA raids because those were basically just destroying like 2 nights out of the week for me, where I just felt like, you know, okay, an entire day of farming and like stuff on stream, and then like later at night, like another 4 or 5 hours at night of just committing to that. So, and then I stopped streaming them permanently because I just wasn't having fun streaming them, and that was not a great situation. And then at that point, even once I came back, like I agreed to have Drex just fund all of my NA raids going forward, so I didn't have to farm on that character anymore, because like I wasn't willing to like keep like having to farm like 10 hours a week just to be able to raid on that character. I also stopped playing the NA Shaman permanently just because that was just not fun. And at that point, I'm sure you guys probably noticed, I started to lean more into Era content instead. I started like Anniversary content became very minimal compared to the mostly mostly, I guess, comfy Era content I was doing. Okay, here we go.
Did Drex hand farm his gold or was he swiping? And thus you used swiped gold.
I got news for you, bud. If you ever sold anything in the auction house, you too used swipe gold. You want to know one of the reasons why I decided to not stream the NA raids anymore? Because I knew shitters like you would try to be the actually guy in chat. And I didn't want to have to fucking deal with it. Do I know where that gold came from? No, I don't. Do I want to know? Also no. So, I didn't stream them anymore, partially because I knew somebody would say exactly that, and I didn't want to fucking deal with it, man. Cheers. Why didn't I just buy gold and save myself this year of depression? Because gold mine is cheating. If I ever get to the point where I feel like I'm forced to buy gold, I'll just quit the game instead. Okay, anyways, I'm not getting stunlock, boys. We'll leave it at that. So anyways, I started, like I said, leaning more into the era rating, and then this was not really my decision, but it did work out nicely. I was no longer being rostered, basically, even like sporadically at all for the second FSP raid, so, and also the guild just straight up just stopped running BWLMC, which wasn't the best probably for our long-term success, but was fine with me, because I didn't want to do that shit in it either. So that meant that at that point, I only really had to farm one character per week for just Nax plus AQ, which is still like was still an excessive amount of farming required just for one character, but it was like at least manageable at that point. By the way, like, talking about the whole SAF polarity ban thing, I've not really talked about Warcraft logs and the rules they came up with over the course of this, like anniversary server thing at all, just because I haven't really had time to, because I was trying to not make this too long. But I'll just cover it here. Warcraft logs did make some absurdly stupid rules and decisions this time around. I was kind of hoping going into this time, like oh, they'll just keep the rules the same as an OG Classic, it'll be great. But instead, they decided to make it even fucking worse this time. And, to briefly go over it, they banned the Battle Chicken, they banned Diamond Flask Battle Shout, they tried their fucking hardest to ban SAF Polarity, and they implemented like Distilled Wisdom limits and Petri limits in every single raid. So, well, I haven't really had time to fully touch on this, like per phase, what they decided per phase. Fuck you, Warcraft logs. All the fucking fun haters, too, who contributed to those dumbass, stupid fucking rules. Fuck all of you. I'm sorry you don't like having fun. I do. Even if you don't want to have fun, let me have fun. Go fuck yourselves. Thank God on Era. I'll be whipping my cock out whenever I can. Unfucking believable. Alright, that crash out aside. The last real major grind of the entire game was the undead stone farm, right? Like the consecrated stone farm. And this was kind of one of the only guaranteed silver linings of playing Anniversary. Like the ability to farm consecrated sharpening stones that you otherwise didn't have the ability. Oh, hello, Olaf. That you otherwise didn't have the ability to farm on Classic Era. So, on FSP, before Anniversary came out, we were speedrunning and trying to set the Nax record. Oh, thank you, Olaf. Appreciate that, bud. But we didn't have the ability to, like, technically reach the fully true maximum potential of a warrior in vanilla because we didn't have the, who's Olaf? He's the one providing and stoking for our fire here. Thank you, sir. So we couldn't truly fully unlock the max potential because we didn't have consecrated sharpening stones or undead cleansing set and yeah, those two things. So we always kind of knew that, like, okay, if you play Anniversary, at the very least, you'll be able to like farm the shitload of stones, right? So that way you could use them eventually on Era, hopefully. And I at least did have the luxury of being able to play during like the EU degen hours. I feel bad for people that had to do it like just during like kind of like regular peak hours because it was a shit show during those hours, but I thankfully had the luxury of being able to do like 4 to 5 hours of conch stone farming every night when like it was reasonable hours for me, right? Like maybe I would start at like 9 or 10 p.m. my time, which was like 2 or 3 a.m. server time. So I could mostly get to the camps to myself, and I could mostly farm uninterrupted and not have to worry about world PvP and shit. So my experience farming consecrated sharpening stones was relatively smooth and problem free, I guess. But that being said, it was still like 4 to 5 hours of Kongstone farming basically every night for like 2 weeks, in addition to all the regular streaming I was doing during the day. So early into the Nax phase, that shit just kept me feeling burnt out and like being sleep deprived to an extent, just because it was still like requiring me to play like essentially like 12 hours a day, which was not what I needed at that point. But after about, I don't know how exactly amount of time it was, but after probably like 10 to 14 days, I got to around 600 stones, and I called that good enough. Like that, I did the math, and basically, for my own purposes, that should be enough to last me for like 7 years. 7 years from now, if I run out of stones and I'm like, oh shit, I still need more, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, right? But like, I'd like to think that'll be enough. I only farmed on 1 character, by the way, not 2. I know plenty of people did it on 2 characters. Good for them, but like, to me, I don't know, I certainly don't have the autism, the time, or the gold to be able to get more than 1 character bist at anyways, so. Similar to ranking, I guess, I called 1 good enough. And like at that point, I also had the luxury of not needing to care about the alt warrior anymore. Like I didn't need to get the stones for raids because it wasn't being rostered for raids anyways. So that was nice, I guess. I talked about way earlier, by the way, like ultimately like not ranking the warrior to 14 and not getting rostered as a result was a blessing in disguise. By this phase, it was a blessing in disguise. It meant that I didn't have to farm for it. It meant that I didn't even have to worry about that character anymore. It was just a dead, completely untouched character, and what I ended up doing is I turned that character into my jump running character, where just like it just exclusively did jump runs to make my gold to fund the main warrior. So that ultimately actually did kind of work out despite my FOMO at the time. Am I done? Nope, still pumping an arrow, man. So after the Undead Stone farming events, that was rough still, and like still like a lot of burnout. But after that ended, the rest of the phase finally actually got better over time, and honestly was pretty decent by the end. It finally turned into the comfy vanilla experience that I would ideally want out of vanilla in like the last month. Better late than never, I guess. Like prices went down as more of like the general population started to quit or like were going into like the TBC waiting room. And also like everybody who had been hoarding mats for stuff like just began to flood the market, because like it was like that was now or never at that point, right, as far as flooding the market with various consumes before TBC came out. And then unlike previous phases, I felt very comfortable with Nax speedrunning because I'd been doing it on Era for like 2 years at that point, and that was a raid where I didn't really need like reps or warm-up runs to feel comfortable with it. That one had been long since committed to like muscle memory. Like I can do a Nax speedrun in my fucking sleep. I've done so many of them. So that was another reason why having only 1 character rostered was super nice at that point. So ultimately, by the end of that phase, I got to the point where I literally just had to do 1 jump run session per week to fund all of my anniversary raiding. You know, like the norm from like every other version of vanilla I've ever played. Just like what the game has always been until this anniversary. Like, you know, a couple of hours of farming, boom, you pay for consumes. Yeah, that's about the norm. And finally, on the last month of the game, it finally got to that point where we're like, oh, okay, just a couple hours of farming, that'll get the job done. Better late than never, right? All right. So, let's talk about the Nax speedrunning. Honestly, and I know I've been super negative this entire time, but this time around, honestly, this was a pretty sick speedrunning phase. This is probably the only speedrunning phase that I thoroughly actually enjoyed. Not to say it didn't have its downsides, but overall, this was the first one where I was like, okay, yeah, that was actually really fun. We got the world first sub 40 Nax relatively early in the phase, which was really cool. And the times kept getting faster and faster and got faster than I think really, at least by the end, that really anybody I think could have ever predicted, myself included. Like I was saying before Nax came out that I didn't think that the era record was going to get beaten. And I will admit that, like, not only was I wrong, I was, like, very, very wrong about that. Not only did the record get beaten, it got fucking destroyed, ultimately. So, yeah. I'm wrong, but I'm glad to be wrong. It was cool. And, like, there wasn't even necessarily, like, a ton of new innovative strats in Nax. It was mostly just, like, doing the same traditional strats, but just, like, faster and more efficiently. Do I think dual wield helped? Yeah, probably. It'd be a lot harder to speedrun if you're just using a one-hander and a shield. But yeah, the pull pace was just absolutely insane, and the kill power was just fucking crazy. So it just kind of it showcased just how much better the rosters of the speedrunning guilds this time around were compared to the average player in like every other speedrun guild that we've ever seen in vanilla. It was crazy. It was really impressive to watch. Not just with FSP runs, but just eternal runs and progress runs as well. So that was cool. Now that being said, like, it had been clear for a pretty long time at that point that the leadership of FSP, or well, more specifically Traeger, was extremely burnt out and was ready to like 100% be done with leading this guild. I don't blame him. I was burnt out too. And to be honest, I'm kind of surprised that the guild not only survived after the MC drama, whatever you want to call it, but continued to actually be like competitive and like ultimately like still competing for world records. Because I was honestly worried that Traeger was going to quit at some point after MC, especially like mid Nax phase. Like he was getting pretty salty at that point. But regardless, it was pretty clear that the guild was going to be done after Anniversary. Like, they never formally announced it, but, like, it was pretty clear early on that, like, the guild was never going to be continuing after Anniversary, so that was something that was a bit of a foregone conclusion. So, the start of the Nax phase, it worried me, because it was playing out exactly like every other phase had played out, which was, we had, like, a really good record-setting run at the start, right? The world first sub 40. And then people got complacent, and they got greedy, and it led to sloppy runs, and, you know, all of a sudden we fell behind Eternal, and it was like the same sort of shit we'd seen in every previous phase, and I was like, oh boy, here we go again. And then on top of that, Christmas break happens, and people got rusty, myself included. Like, I remember that first Nax when I got back from Christmas break, I was like, ah, shit, I played like absolute shit. And I was worried we were going to end the phase with with another dud, right? I was worried we were just going to run out of steam at the end of the phase again and not end with a run that we were like proud of, right? And I'm happy to say that at least in the final phase, it didn't happen in the previous three raids, but in the final phase, we clutched the fuck out of it. We got a run, our very, very last run ever. We got a sub 38. The world first sub 38. Can't take that away from us. Got a 37.56, and that run, even if it got beaten, I'm insanely proud of that run, and I'm not bothered by the fact that it got beaten. Like, I don't mind. Like, yeah, it would have been cool to ultimately have the record by the end, but I'm just proud of the fact that we got a good run at the end. It was a run that we all, I think, we can agree on, can be proud of, and it was a run that I think we can all, for the most part, agree that like was as good as we could have realistically made it with what we were given. So I'm extremely happy with the way that the next phase finished. I'm glad we were competitive at the end, which wasn't the case for the previous phases, and that the guild just as a whole went out on a high note, because the guild is done now. So that worked out at least. At least Anniversary ended in a good way, even if all the shit leading up to it was fucking awful. So what's my overall phase review? It was still sort of shitty for me at the start, but it did get better as the economy and my schedule finally kind of normalized as the phase went on. And there was extremely impressive and fun Nax speedruns by all the guilds, so, Eternal, FSP, and Progress. At least after the Yap sessions finished. Those were still fucking awful, man. Oy, oy, oy. That's one thing I'm looking forward to in Era. Is like, the Era is just like, oh, it's raid time, you log in and you just fucking go. Yap session? What is that? You just raid. Oh, I'm not saying I'll never have to deal with a long Yap session ever again, with Cooked, for example, or even Fun Police, but like, they've never gotten anywhere close to as bad on Era compared to compared to Anniversary. So that's nice. That's nice. And it was nice, I will say, to play with the kind of the comfort and the knowledge of era transfers being a thing at the end. Like when they announced that like pretty early on, it was like, oh, cool. So you had that peace of mind. That was nice, especially, you know, when we were farming this, once we had farmed the stones. So my personal overall grade for the overall phase, I'll give it a B. I know I've been very negative and given some pretty horrible grades up to this point, but honestly, overall the phase, I'll give it a B. For what it's worth, my grade for like the latter half of this phase, like the second half, basically like once the undead stone farming was done, I'll give it an A. It was actually great. Comfy, like, you know, reasonable amounts of farming, consume prices finally normalized. It got to the point where it was actually just standard, regular, what I would call normal, enjoyable vanilla. Yeah, it just took 14 months to get there, but yeah, I got there eventually, I guess, so that's good. That's good. What was more satisfying, last Anniversary Nax or Sunwell? I don't know, man. They were both fun. How can I compare them, really? Anyways. No, I'm not playing TBC. Just going era full time. So, let's get to our conclusion. All right, it's gonna be a long conclusion, but yeah, let's get to the conclusion here. I chose to play Anniversary servers because it seemed like the thing that I should do as a vanilla Andy streamer. And like, you know, I talked about this earlier. Like, I was immensely enjoying full-time Classic Era content before Anniversary was announced. Like, I was arguably the happiest I'd ever been streaming. I was enjoying not just like the Era content, but also like the cooking and the camping and the NASCAR shit, like all like just a bunch of fun shit, man. Like a bunch of stuff that was like just for funsies, you know. And you know, if it weren't for streaming, I would have just kept doing that. I would have just kept playing Classic Era, and I wouldn't have bothered playing Anniversary. But because I mean, I said at the time, like, I didn't really feel an urge to play a new fresh anyways. I was happy with what I had. But that being said, like, I knew when it was announced, it was kind of like the obvious continuation of my content, especially like my speedrunning content, and I felt very obligated to do it, both for like, you know, for you guys, for my viewers, and just like kind of like for my quote career in general. And you know, there were some bright spots here and there. Most notably, I think the next speedrunning phase, but you know, we had like some cool speedruns that did go well in BWL and AQ and MC. And like, especially with like the Nax speedrun at the end, that was definitely a silver lining of sticking it out to the very end. However, the overall Anniversary experience for me was miserable. I did not enjoy it in the slightest. Now, much of that misery, I will admit, was self-inflicted. I overcommitted to too many raids, and also tried to keep doing era raids, and I bit off way more than I could chew, and that's my fault. But even if I'd played what I'd call, I guess, maybe a more reasonable schedule, I still don't really see how I would have had like a positive experience just based on all the factors I've talked about already. So I regret playing it. It wasn't worth it at all. It wasn't worth it for my sanity. It wasn't worth it for stream. It wasn't worth it for the money. It wasn't worth it. It just, the entire experience was something, if I could go back in time, like if I had a time machine, I would just tell myself to just keep playing Era full time, where I would have continued to have fun and would have continued to have had like the flexibility to do streams that I like really enjoy. So, I could have done more with cooking and camping and IRL adventures, and at the same time, like I wouldn't have had to have neglected and lost more than a year of my life to this shit. Because like I told myself that I wouldn't ever let myself get as consumed as I did by the game in OG Classic, because in OG Classic, keep in mind, like it was similar in that like for about 18 months, my entire life was was playing Classic WoW. Like I neglected everything. I neglected my my social life. I neglected other hobbies. I neglected like my health, certainly during ranking. Basically everything about my life that wasn't Classic WoW, I put on the back burner during original Classic. And I will say, at least like OG Classic was at least awesome and fun. I'm not trying to say that I didn't have a good time. It was fucking awesome. Best gaming experience of my life. No regrets about that. Absolutely no regrets. So don't confuse what I'm saying as like, I wish, OG Classic sucked. No, it was awesome. This time around, the same thing happened in Anniversary. I neglected essentially the entirety of my life outside of the game for over a year. But this time around, the game itself also just made me miserable, man. It was a horrible situation, man. Like I said earlier, like I just kind of felt trapped, and like I kind of felt like I was forcing myself to have my entire life be consumed by something that was like making me hate my life like on a daily basis. It was horrible. And like I was just like counting down the days until the shit was finished. And like, at least it was a year-long timeline, so like at least we kind of knew when it was done, but so like was it worth it, or like, did Anniversary live up to my expectations? Let's put it this way. Once I knew about like no GDKP and like the fact there was going to be no buff cap, debuff cap, once I knew about the 1 year timeline, I already didn't have high hopes. I already did not expect it to be anywhere close to as good as original Classic, and overall I expected it to be probably a mediocre vanilla experience with at least like the traditional strengths of vanilla that would help balance out the weaknesses that I could see coming based on what had been announced about the servers. But unfortunately, somehow it was just way worse than I expected. If I had, like I said earlier, like if I had known how bad it was, I obviously wouldn't have done it. And keep in mind, I said earlier, like I still love vanilla. Era raids, I have a fucking blast. Just playing on Era in general, I fucking love it, man. I know that my love of this game is still there and the same as it's always been, because Era this entire time, I know I haven't covered it much, but like I was still having a great time on Era this whole time. So I love vanilla. I just didn't like this version, and I certainly don't like the company that's running it. Because I don't love how it was managed. I don't love how it was timed, and I don't love how it was very what feels like neglected over the course of the entire game, like by Blizzard, that is. So yeah, I wasn't expecting much, but man, okay. That being said, let's get into the things overall that I liked. All right, we're gonna do a little pros and cons. Like I've talked about this leading up to this Anniversary retrospective about how like I was struggling to think of like pros and cons. I kind of had to spend a while thinking of this shit last night, but I did come up with things I did like about Anniversary. Okay, so let's be positive. Let's talk about things we liked about Anniversary. There was. Okay, before I start that, you're saying, I should have quit early. I'm a first-time Classic player who really enjoyed it. I'm glad you had fun, man. Keep in mind, I do this shit as my career, so it's not necessarily as simple as just like, we'll just quit Forehead. I do have to consider, like, how it affects my streaming career. For better or for worse. Anyways, things I liked about Anniversary. Really cool speedrunning tech. I really liked the innovation that we saw in a lot of the speedruns. Not MC, by the way. Fuck the pre-clearing. Holy fuck, that sucked. But besides that, the BWL, like the Nef Phase 1 shit, the 6 Wormguard pull, the updated Nota pull, right? So like the FSP pull, the insanely fast Nax clear times that we saw, and like the pumper Nax speedruns that we saw. That was cool. So like that part at least like, ended up being a part that I was hoping that, we'd see some cool shit and cool innovation on the original speedruns that we saw from OG Classic, and we did see that. And that was cool. 100%. I like the fact that boons were in from the start. That was nice quality of life. It's not fun to have to get buffs and then raid log your character until the until the run starts. So like having the boons from the start was a nice quality of life feature, especially with the compressed timeline for sure. This isn't saying much, but the new ranking system was an improvement over the old one. It still was miserable. So this isn't saying much, like I said, but like it was an improvement over the OG ranking system. It wasn't as cancerous. It was still cancerous, but it wasn't as cancerous, so that's good, I guess. The latter half of the Nax phase got chill. The latter half of the Nax phase finally became like the game that I actually like. It finally got to the point where it was chill. Like you could farm in a reasonable amount of time to make gold for your consumes, and the speedruns were fun, and the you could kind of just get to it was kind of to the point where now you could just do what you wanted to for funsies and not because you had to. So I appreciate that it did eventually finally get to that point, even if it took forever. This is not really a pro for Anniversary, but whatever. Era was still active the whole time, so I still got to at least play on Era the whole time, at least keep my sanity by doing that the whole time. Without Era, it'd have been a fucking struggle. I know I probably overcommitted to too many Era raids during like the darkest of times, but still, that shit at least helped keep me sane and allowed me to still enjoy the raids there while I was suffering on Anniversary. Next thing I liked, Anniversary didn't end up getting changed as excessively as I thought it would. I know we're reaching here, but when they first announced Anniversary and announced like, you know, the dual spec and the no buff debuff cap, I thought like, okay, well, they're gonna just start making more and more changes over the course of the entire game, and it'll be another change, and and it did happen at first, admittedly, right? Like they changed Lotus, and then they changed Lotus again. I think there was they lowered the boon cost, and I think it was a couple of other things, whatever. But I will say, after they made the final Lotus change, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think they made any other changes after that point, even though I was expecting them to keep doing it over the course of the game. One that I thought was a guarantee coming at some point, I assumed they were going to add the Might of Stormwind at some point, right? The ally rend. I assumed that was a guarantee at some point to get added, but credit where it's due, I guess they didn't, so thanks, I guess. I'll take it. I thought it'd be worse. It wasn't as bad as I thought, so on the changes front, so that's good. And then I will say that I like the fact that they did let us transfer to Era at the end. I mean, to me, that was always like an obvious thing that they should allow, but it was never a guarantee, so I appreciate that ultimately that did end up being an option and that it was free. I appreciate that too. Because like I did transfer like probably like 50 characters or something absurd, like all my bank alts, all my clickers, all my summoners, all my 60s, blah, blah, blah. So that's nice. I appreciate that. Because it's going to allow us to, you know, it's going to allow not just me, but a lot of people to finally try to live like the consecrated sharpening stone speedrunning dream. That's cool. Ooh. My foot warmer turned off. We've been streaming for that long. Oh shit. Oh, thank you, Olaf. And that was I don't know, can anybody else come up with something that was good about Anniversary? That's it. I'm all out of ideas. Anyone else got anything, team? Anyone else want to be positive before we get into the much longer list of what we didn't like? Team? Oh, thank you, Olaf. Appreciate it. Team? Cheap edgies? Okay, sure. Cheap edgies, so we could transfer them all to Era at the end. Okay, fair. You liked mega servers? Ugh. I'll get to that in a second. I to each their own. Shorter MC phase was definitely a win. Ugh, I'm gonna disagree with that. Disagree with you on that one, dog. MC's not an amazing raid, but God, you have to do so much shit during that phase. Like, wasn't enough time, man. Asklask was there. Funnily enough, I never really got Asklask buffs on Anniversary. I don't know why. Quick AV queues. I will say, okay, that's fair. Like maybe like the 50-50 server balance made the AV meta like less awful overall. Like, right, queues were quick, like neither side could pre-mid. Okay, I'll give you that. I did actually like the 50-50 server balance. I mean, it didn't affect me outside of PvP, but for PvP, it was nice for sure. By the way, like, I'm sure a lot of people maybe here are not familiar with my streams. I am not personally a fan of making any changes to vanilla, and that includes dual spec. Dual spec, like, I don't think it ruined the game or anything, but certainly wasn't my preference. But whatever. That one ultimately I don't think had a huge effect, both, or at least negatively. So like, I'm not a fan of it, but like, whatever, I can live with that. That being said, debuff and buff cap removal, yeah, we'll get to that one in a second. Okay, yeah, let's just get to the things that I didn't like, okay? I know I've already talked about that a lot, so I'm going to try to be brief on the things that we've already touched on, but by far the biggest thing that I didn't like, and I think this thing magnified the rest of the negatives to make them worse, was the compressed timelines. The compressed timeline. The year-long timeline was awful. Like, I kind of knew it wasn't going to be good from the start, but like, it really, truly made the game just so much less fun for me specifically. One of the things that like I really like about vanilla historically, at least, was the fact that like there's times where you got to do like uber sweaty grinds, and then there's times where like, okay, there's chill times. Like, you know, do an uber sweaty grind. Okay, now you got like a month or at least a few weeks to chill. Like, do whatever the fuck. Okay, another big grind. Okay, do that. Yeah. Okay, oh, you can chill. And with this compressed timeline, like those chill periods were all just gone. Like basically it all got compressed. Like you just cut out the chill periods, and there's like big grind, back to back. So like for my specific case, like it went basically just from like, okay, the initial leveling, straight into pre-bis farming, straight into like the month-long like alt leveling grind, straight into like the giant PvP grind, straight into the ZG grind, straight into the like you need to farm gold every single fucking day to afford rating grind, into okay, now you gotta do the CC grind, into more excessive gold farming like grind, into straight into the Kongstone farm. Like, it just felt like there was never a period of time where it's just like, oh, what can I do today? Well, you know, what do I want to do in game today? It was never like, oh, you know, do whatever the fuck you want. Just like dick around, have fun. It was always just like, you got this giant grind you have to do. And like when that one was done, it was like, okay, and then there's this another giant grind that's immediately starting now. That really, really ruined my experience, I think, overall, because that's traditionally something that I really enjoyed doing, which is just like random shit where I just dick around and do random shit. So that, I think, magnified the other negatives, I think, of my experience. Another thing I didn't like, ironically, boons from the start. Yes, they are nice for quality of life for sure. However, the consequence of having a boon from the start is that when MC speedruns are 15 minutes long, it means that like you're basically just, and like also like later on when DMF is in the game, it felt like your buffs always had to be boon, right? Like I felt like you always had a DMF boon at all times, no matter what. And as a person who really loves doing world buffed farming, it was a bummer because I couldn't like get world buffs. Like, well, you know, you could get world buffs, but it's a pain in the ass, right? When you have DMF boon, you have to get buffs outside of the boon. It was just unfortunate, I guess, for doing world buffed farming. Now, you know, you don't have to have world buffs for farming. It's fine, but that is something I traditionally enjoyed. So that part was a bit of a bummer, but whatever, not a huge deal. But yeah, I know that's a minority take, but that's just me. Okay, guys, let's get to the next point, and then I'm officially saying we need to shut the fuck up about it because I'm tired of it, and I'm not even the one getting baited by it. Things I didn't like: no GDKPs. Regardless of what your thoughts are on GDKPs, whether you like them, whether you don't like them, whether you think they're good for the server or whether they're not good for the server, you cannot deny that there is a large portion of the population that does enjoy doing them. I'm being one of them. So the fact that that large portion of the population didn't even have the option to do them was a bummer, right? Like, you know, the way that people enjoy playing the game was just like, nope, not allowed. Was a bummer. And I would say for me, and I'd imagine a lot of other people specifically, it made the idea of trying to raid and gear and ults super cancerous, because like when GDKPs exist, like it allows you to basically become like self-sustaining on an alt character that will let you just like, oh, the alt will raid, use the payouts for consumes, and then like slowly build up gold over time to get gear. And this time around, that wasn't an option. So, like, if you were doing, like, you know, what I was doing, which is, like, raiding a guild, and you had an alt character that wasn't being used, your only option was SR runs. And I know some people are fine with SR runs, and if you like SR runs, that's cool, man. That's cool. But not everyone loves them. I certainly don't love them. I find them to be awful, and I know for a fact a lot of other people agree with me. So when your only option became SR rating, the idea of rating on an alt was just like, for me personally, like, well, I'm not doing that then. I guess I'm not fucking bothering. And I know a lot of other people were the same way. So I think alt rating in general, I think just kind of suffered because a lot of people just didn't want to bother without GDKPs, which was a shame. Everyone was also really fucking poor. It just felt like nobody had gold. Like, it just felt like trying to survive playing the game just the normal way was, like, extremely difficult, even if you were just doing one character a week. And I'm not going to say that's solely the fault of no GDKPs being a thing. There's other reasons, we'll get to that in a second, but it didn't help, let's put it that way. And then ironically, you know, everybody loved to parrot the fact that, like, well, if you get rid of GDKPs, people won't buy gold anymore. Ironically, I think it actually probably increased the gold buying. Because look, you are always going to have whales who are going to cheat and buy gold, 100%. It's impossible to prevent, over, like, you know, 100%. I'm not naive, I wish that wasn't the case, but I know that's just how it works. But your average casual player, historically, has not bought gold. They get by, right? This time around, there was more gold buying than I have ever seen in any vanilla version, and it wasn't even close. Like, the amount of people that were just openly discussing it and normalizing it and basically getting to the point where, like, it was weird if you didn't buy gold. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not pointing to GDKPs as being the sole reason for this, but, like, it doesn't help their arguments, the anti-GDKP people. It doesn't help the argument of, like, well, GDKP makes everyone buy gold. Like, really? The first server ever where it wasn't allowed and gold buying was more rampant than it's ever been ever? Like, okay. Yeah, and people were so casually joking about it and so casually talking about it as if it was a completely normal and acceptable thing. And to me, it was just so discouraging and so depressing as a person who was trying to play the game legitimately. Thought there was a botter interview saying basically the massive orders decreased, but the amount of, like, 5 to 1,000 gold buyers picked up that slack, like more individual user buyers than ever before. Don't know if that's true, but if it is, that's, yeah, proves my point, I guess. So to kind of lead into the next part of, like, what I didn't like, it was the worst economy I've ever seen in a vanilla server, like, ever. And I'm not just saying it's because of the lack of GDKPs. The main issue and the root of the issue that caused the economy to be awful with or without GDKPs was rampant bots and, like I said, rampant gold buying. The bots, like, from even the first month, were everywhere. It was impossible to avoid them. You would go to Fellwood, run around trying to pick out herbs. You would find nothing because bots were farming them 24/7. You went to the LBRS entrance and saw, like, this just army of mages just zoning in all day, every day. Like, I had seen, of course, botting before in previous versions of vanilla, but never to this extent. They were infested everywhere in the open world, and it was, you know, obviously stealing resources from real players and inflating, like, causing inflation that otherwise wouldn't have occurred in an extreme way this time around. And then, you know, I touched on the gold buying already, but the problem is that, like, you know, if bots are farming everything and that you can't farm stuff yourself, like, a lot of people are going to get to the point where, like, well, I don't have a choice. I got to buy gold because I can't farm anything. Right? Like, the bots, ironically, are the ones selling the people gold, and the people are buying the gold because they can't farm because the bots are the ones that are farming instead. So, yeah, an unfortunate cycle. And, yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, like, it got to the point where, like,
I got made fun of at different points for not buying gold. People would make fun of me, like, you don't buy gold? Pfft. Like, how depressing is that reality? Holy fuck. No, I've never bought gold. I will never buy gold in this game. If I get to the point where I think I need to buy gold, I'll just quit. So the fact that it became so normalized and it became so accepted to me is just extremely depressing and completely destroyed my kind of satisfaction of being able to like earn rewards legitimately in this game. Look, I'm not here to debate the ethics of gold buying. We've done that plenty of times before. We'll get stun locked, but obviously I'm not a fan of it, and the fact that it became so normalized was extremely depressing for me. And then to add on to the economy problems, there weren't nearly enough layers, especially during off-peak hours. Like, a server that has 30 or 35,000 raiders cannot be supported by 3 layers for half the day. Like, a regular vanilla server, like, is probably at its limit as far as its resources at probably about 4,000 to 5,000 players. By the way, we're done with talking about GDKPs at this point. I'm not willing to let chat or anyone else get stun locked by it, so we're done with that, chat. Okay? Okay. But yeah, the layer problem was a serious issue. Like, even during peak hours, there weren't enough layers, but especially during off hours, we're like, well, everyone logged off, and like the dynamic layers happen. We're like, okay, and so we go into 3 layers. It's not like people don't try to farm during those hours, and yet you had not enough layers during those hours when people are trying to farm to support the resources required for the peak raiding populations. So look, I'm not a person who, like, I'm not a game dev. I don't code, blah blah blah, whatever. But the obvious solution to me, and what I feel like should have been an easy solution, would have just been like, you just, whatever amount of layers that like the server peaked at in the past 24 hours is the amount of layers you have. Like, you have the layer count is based on the peak population of the past 24 hours and not like in real time. Because in real time, like, okay, sure, no one's playing the game, or very, less people are playing the game at like 2 a.m. But there are still people farming who can then farm for more people in the server at that time for when they do log on later. Now, that mentality, admittedly, you're right, only works if the bots aren't swarming the server 24/7. So yeah, you would also have to get rid of the bots, which is also a problem, obviously. But yeah, the lack of layers combined with the rampant bots just contributed to, like I said, by far the worst economy I've ever seen in vanilla. And was the thing that essentially had to force me to, like, okay, well, I gotta farm 15 or 20 hours a week just to be able to afford a raid. Cool. Next up thing I didn't like, the lack of buff and debuff cap. Look, I get it from a casual player's perspective that it's nice quality of life, especially the lack of debuff cap. And frankly, the lack of debuff cap, I don't care about too much. It's mostly the lack of buff cap. From a try-hard player's perspective, the buff cap is essentially what saves you from yourself. We talked about this earlier, right? The buff cap forces you to budget for consumes and buffs that you think are the most impactful. You basically, it makes you pick, like, what do you think are the 32 most beneficial buffs for your character? And you go with those. The thing about vanilla, though, is it's got a massive amount of buffs that you can potentially get for your character that are technically very slightly beneficial, but in reality make almost zero impact and are, like, sometimes, especially not, like, particularly easy to farm, or, like, not going to be particularly cheap. So without the buff cap, it meant we were popping the shit like, the Bogling Roots, and Gift of Arthas, Major Troll's Blood, every single chocolate, Greater Arcane Elixir, Greater Firepower Elixir, Dragon Breath Chili, like, AV Armor buff. I know this is subjective, I know this is, like, not backed by, like, rational reasoning, but, like, in my opinion, if you looked at your bags and your buff bar of, like, your character when you're in a speedrun, it looked completely absurd, completely stupid. The amount of shit that you were popping was just, like, excessively dumb, in my opinion. And that's ignoring the fact that also, it was completely unsatisfying to have to farm the consumes or the extra gold for the consumes that barely fucking matter. Like it's one thing if like I'm doing jump runs so I can afford like the mongoose that's gonna be like super juicy for my damage, or green jujus, or what the fuck ever. But it's another thing to be farming gold so that way you can afford your fucking Bogling root that does almost fucking nothing, and yet you have to pop it because it's part of the meta, and if you're trying to be the best, then like you essentially have no choice to pop it. So I get that casual players like the lack of buff cap. However, the way personally I would state it is that the extremely tiny benefit that a casual player gets out of no buff cap is far outweighed by the fact that if anybody is trying to take the game seriously, it's super cancerous. Right? Is any casual player's game experience ruined by a lack of or by a buff cap? I don't think so. Maybe a druid's. But my god, it makes it awful for anybody trying to play the game like somewhat seriously. And that definitely impacted my enjoyment of the rating, for sure. All right, next one. Things I didn't like. Just an overall lack of care by the Classic dev team. It's pretty obvious they for a very long time have done like zero QA testing. Like, you just look at like the AQ release shit show. You look at the random bugs that kept being introduced with like the zero content patches. Understand that I'm complaining about the buffs, debuffs of Era. I'm not. Era's fine. Era still has buffs and debuff cap. How long do I think until I'll be playing Era again? I've got a raid scheduled for tomorrow, actually. So yeah, just zero QA testing, right? It's felt like they were just like, you know, last minute, like, fuck, gotta put together this patch or put together this content release. Okay, just send it. Like, they didn't test any of it to make sure it actually fucking worked. And just kind of proven by, like I said, the AQ release shit show and like, you know, random bugs that kept getting introduced with the content patches with the patches that added no new content. Like people's talents disappeared that one time. Action bars and macros completely fucking reset. The Nax mechanics got fucked up, right? Like, Makes now had like the SOD values, and like Four Horsemen, like the threat was getting like completely fucked up. Like, shit like that, man. Like, you know, you could have had one raid just do Nax before the patch just to see if like it still worked fine, and like, oh shit, Makesna's one-shotting tanks. Or, well, I guess, you know, at a bazillion HP. And then also like the shit where like SOD kept leaking into vanilla, right? Like when they released the BGs, SOD players could queue with the anniversary players, and that caused like the boons from SOD to leak into vanilla, and that entire shit show, like, fuck, so they had to reduce the price of the boon, put up that entire like band-aid. And just like even just little things, like things that have existed for a long time at this point, like Osirian standing in the wrong spot, or KT Phase 1 still to this day being bugged and being too short. And then the last week, just DMF just not appearing when it was supposed to, right? It just didn't spawn. They had to manually fucking spawn it at the last minute. It's painfully obvious, and it has been for a long time, that like the Classic dev team, and this doesn't just apply to Anniversary, it applies to other versions from what I've seen. It's painfully obvious. They're just doing like basically the bare minimum to keep the game just like running at all. It seems to me, and this is not totally their fault, at least, you know, people on the Classic dev team, but it seems to me they're just stretched way too thin. It just seems like they have way too much shit to do and not enough time to devote to each individual game, like, version. And Osirian was an intentional one, trying to fix the skip? Well, if it's intentional, it's not working. Because it still works. And at least when it comes to vanilla, it seems pretty obvious to me at this point that, like, you know, like Anniversary server specifically, no one that's working on it even plays the game. Because if they did, like, they would notice this shit. They would realize this in advance. I'm not saying that, like, everyone working on this game has to be, like, devoted, super Sweatlord, hardcore Andy, but, like, it just makes me so sad because, like, when the Classic... When Classic first came out in 2019, it was very obvious it was, like, a passion project for the people that were making it. People that were truly passionate about the game of vanilla and making it and reviving it. And it's just been sad to see over time that it's become more and more obvious that, like, nobody working on this game anymore, at least Vanilla specifically, is actually passionate about it anymore. To me, and this is just speculation, but to me, it just feels like everyone working on Classic at this point is just people who like retail that were forced to work on Classic because that's what they were told to do. Which, look, nothing wrong with retail and, like, being a retail fan, but, like, retail game design and like, you know, vanilla game design are very different things. And if you've got someone who wants to design a game with a retail mindset, it's just not going to be a good fit for trying to do stuff with vanilla, at least in my opinion. So, there was that whole aspect. And then, to kind of, I guess, piggyback on top of that, another thing I didn't like was the absolute dog shit technical performance of Anniversary servers. And Era, by the way, is fine, but the performance of the clients in Anniversary was horrendous, and it only got worse over time. The FPS we would get in the raids, that, by the way, is silky smooth in Era, it only applied to Anniversary for some reason, was horrible. I think it had to do with the lack of buff and debuff cap. That was at least part of it, but the FPS you would get in raids, like, you know, like things that come to mind would be like Suppression Room in BWL, the Vecnus Guardian packs in AQ, like all of Spiderwing in Nax, was like slideshow POV, unless you had like Giga PC. Like if you had like for example, I had a PC that I built in 2019 that at the time ran the game perfectly. It ran it smoothly, totally fine. And it continued to run it in Era this entire time. And yet in Anniversary, I was getting, like, you know, Nax Spiderwing, I was getting like 10 to 15 FPS, man. With the exact same settings, exact same add-ons, exact same weak cores that I ran on Era. I couldn't tell you why. Couldn't tell you what the reason was. You know, it's not my job, frankly, to make it run well. But I would expect it to run at least as well as Era, right? My FPS is not related to servers? Okay, then riddle me this. Why is my FPS like completely fine on Era and completely terrible on Anniversary when I run the same add-ons, same weak rows in both? Oh, wait. Shit, I think we're out. Well, it's not nighttime anymore, but oh well. Anyone? No? Non-tech guy speaking about tech things. Just sounds like I'm complaining to complain. Are you saying I shouldn't be complaining about getting 15 FPS on a computer I built in 2019 for a 20-year-old video game? Are you saying that 10 to 15 FPS is acceptable and I should have been okay with that? I'm actually legitimately asking. Is that really something you're okay with? Definitely a me issue versus general Classic player? Brother, I had plenty of people complaining about this exact same thing in my guild. Other people in my guild were having this exact same problem and these exact same tech issues. I can definitively say it was not a me problem. Okay, you're out. Era lover. Oh. Okay. The fucking tourists in the stream have been wild, man. It's been crazy watching the tourists come in here and be like, what's this guy's takes? These takes are dog shit. Fucking Era Andes, man. Anyways, yeah, how dare I complain about 10 to 15 FPS in a 20-year-old raid, right? Fuck me, right? It's a me problem. Anyways, so ironically, like, we never found a solution to this problem. Like, literally my only solution eventually was just paying $2,000 for a new PC. Like, it was a me problem, I guess, so I had to solve my me problem. It's, you know, we never found, like, a lot of people in FSB continue to struggle with dog shit FPS in Nax till the very end. Because not everybody can necessarily just buy a new PC to play a fucking 20-year-old video game, man. And the fact that that was ultimately my solution, like, I kind of had to do it because, like, it's for stream, right? It's, like, not just for fun. It's just for, like, my job. Yeah, I still had frame drops, just less severe. Yeah, exactly. So, like, the optimization of the Anniversary client was horrifically bad. I don't know why. not my job to figure out why, but it was bad. And not only that, but the client load time got worse and worse over time, and just the obvious client's bloat of just like, I assume like just so many more things being added on to this zombie client over time that's making it like more and more sluggish over time. Yeah, thankfully it's still fine on Era, so like let's just pray it stays that way, but I don't know what it was about Anniversary, man, but hopefully it doesn't carry over into TVC for those that are playing TVC. That's all I can say. Because, yeah, like I said, never found a good solution. And then, next, I guess, thing I didn't like, I touched on this earlier, but like, this was the worst community I've ever played with on a vanilla server. I'm not trying to sound like some like elitist asshole, like, the normies this time were disgusting, but like, I more mean just like, I'm talking about like, the rampant greed of like, hard res everywhere, like more common than like ever. The rampant like just obvious gold buying that people were straight up just like bragging about, and just the general attitude I saw this time around of like people being like, the fuck you, I got mine sort of attitude was a bummer. I get that the compressed timeline probably contributed to that. That didn't help. But still, it just seemed like this time around, I don't know, man. I got the impression that there was a bunch of people, not everyone, in fairness, and like, in fairness, most people were fine and perfectly pleasant, but it just seemed like you ran into so many more people that were seemingly playing vanilla that didn't even like vanilla. It just seemed like there was a bunch of like, basically tourists, I guess, who just had either nothing better to do or were only playing because like, well, that's the thing to play right now. Like, that's the popular server, so therefore I'll play it, but I'm gonna bitch and moan about it the whole time. I guess I'm describing me to an extent and that I fucking hated it too, so maybe I'm part of the problem, I don't know. Could be. But it just seemed like there was a ton of people who seemed determined to like make everyone else around them miserable. And like every version of the game has always had that. There's always some miserable fucks who play the game, but like, God, it just seems so much more common this time around. And that was a bit of a bummer. And I look, I know I glazed the fuck out of Era, but like, to be honest, I don't get that impression on Era. People just seem to like enjoy vanilla, and they're to just enjoy the chill raids and just be wholesome in general. Not to say that there aren't bad eggs in Era, of course there are, but just overall it just seems better. And then the last thing I'll say, and this I've talked about over the course of both like just Anniversary and now the stream, for the first time ever, the tryhard scene officially just became too sweaty for me, like even me. I didn't used to think that was possible. I frankly used to think that like, oh, I'm the sweatiest, this is the sweaties, I'm willing to go the extra mile no matter what. And I'm not gonna lie, Anniversary humbled me hard, man. Some people, like, there's always a bigger fish, right? There's always people that are willing to do more than you are, even if you think you're willing to take it to the limit. And it took a long time over the course of Anniversary to kind of accept that fact and accept the fact that I'm kind of like no longer at the skill level of what you would call like, I guess, your average member of a tryhard speedrunning guild. And maybe I never was, I don't know, but especially not now. And I'm not blaming people for getting sweatier and more tryhard. Like, that's just naturally going to happen over time with a video game. But for me specifically, it undeniably made my experience worse, and it undeniably went past the limit that I was willing to go for, right? Like, I'm not going to be ever willing to like weapon swap between like trash and bosses based on like, the weapon skill, and wasn't fucking weaving Flask of Supreme Powered or like, to buff my chili, shit like that, right? And like I said, I'm not resentful towards people who did do that. I respect the fuck out of their tism, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. Like, if they're willing to go harder than I am and put extra time and effort into it, cool, they deserve to do better. But yeah, it was a bit of a bummer for sure when it finally like when it reached that point for me specifically. So there you go. Okay, that's the pros and cons. We can wrap it up, I guess. Just over 6 hours, shorter than the Wrath retrospective, so that's good. Look, I'm sorry that most of this was negative. Man, I kind of warned you guys in advance that retrospective would be like this, and I don't like the fact that it was like this, but I try my best to keep it real with you guys, and unfortunately, just the negativity, I guess, of what I talked about in the stream is just reflective of my experience over the course of the past year or so of playing the game, so I at least want to thank everyone for sticking with me through all of this. All the highs and the admittedly way more numerous lows. I know and acknowledge that I was a miserable prick for a large portion of it, and I apologize once again for that because I largely did it to myself, and like, you know, I know hindsight's 20/20, but I should have instead just gone with the option of just continuing to play Era where I know I have fun and I know I would have been happy and would have been more enthusiastic about playing for you guys every day. So, you know, that's my bad. You know, if you watch the Wrath retrospective anytime recently, I apologize because I know I sound like a broken record when I say, like, I didn't want to be so miserable and negative about all this, right? But I've always streamed in a way where just like I keep it a hundo with you guys, right? All the good, all the bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I'll just tell it like it is. And if something's insanely fun, I'll say it's insanely fun. If something's awful, I'll say it's awful. And if people disagree, then like that's fine. But I wish it wouldn't have been like that, but you know, it was. So with that being said, I promise that the upcoming Era content will be much more enjoyable, much more chill, much more wholesome. How could it not be? I do like I'm gonna continue, of course, playing on Era and continue streaming on Era. We're gonna keep speedrunning with Fun Police and with Cooked, hopefully, kind of like the new Alliance speedrunning project. And I want to do some, you know, in addition to that, some fun dungeon dual boxing content, like solo dual boxing content. I know I've been teasing this forever. Basically, what I want to do is I want to do like dungeon dual boxing speedruns, where basically I zone into, let's say, Skolo, for example. We start a timer, maybe even make the weak or like we had like with the Knack splits, and just see if we, you know, how fast can I, with like full world buffs, full consumes, full everything. How fast can I clear Skolo on my own, but just me and me, right? Me and the shaman. And I think that's a goal we can work on, not only just for Skullmance, but for like a lot of the dungeons, right? Like how fast can I dual box strat live? How fast can I dual box strat UD? How fast can I dual box LBRS? Whatever. The idea of going into a dungeon with full buffs, popping full consumes, and just going full on balls to the fucking wall sounds fun to me, and it sounds like a fun little like personal competition. And who knows? Maybe others might compete eventually as well. Who knows? Like if somebody else thinks like it looks like fun, maybe they would be like, "Oh, Dali, you got that time? Pfft, let me show you what it's really about." And then, you know, I get that time. So that's kind of what I want to do. That's the idea I've had mulling around, and I think that'll be a lot of fun. Like an introverted gold farm, or inverted and introverted, yeah. And I want to get back to way more frequent cooking and camping streams and IRL shit, you know, maybe return of the NASCAR streams. Maybe we can go back to Talladega, who knows? Like, I've neglected doing those streams of the past year, 14 months, whatever, because I've just been so consumed by Anniversary, but I want to be able to get back to doing more of that because I really enjoyed doing it, and I at least know that a lot of you guys enjoyed it as well, so get to do more of that finally. And just honestly have streams where we can just shoot the shit and not be stressed about the game, man. Was Anniversary worth it? Like I said earlier, no, not at all. It wasn't at all, but it's over. So now we can go back to previously scheduled comfiness, perhaps. But that being said, before all that, I'll admit to you guys, I am still super burnt out. I'm still feeling that burnout that has carried over basically basically since the game came out, if I'm being honest. Like the leveling grind into the alt leveling, into the PvP, and into the excessive amount of gold farming that I had to do, the Conkstone farm, blah, blah, blah. What's up, Albie Smithers with the sub? Thank you, sir. Directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. I'm still feeling very burnt out, to be honest. Less so than I was, like, during the worst of times, but I still feel it, and I still, I guess, am frustrated by it. I know this because I just don't have any urge to play the game off stream right now, which used to be a thing that I would do. And just right now, like, you know, as soon as I'm done streaming the game during the day, I just stop. So, because of that, I'm going to be taking some time off from, like, full-time streams for the next, like, at least, like, month or so. It's not to say that I'm not going to stream at all. I'll still stream here and there, like, mostly probably, like, the Anniversary Warrior raids, like, as I try to gear that up now on Era, since, like, that's kind of, like, the next project to gear up, and I know you guys want to see that, and I want to get it geared up as well. But otherwise, I'm going to take some time off to kind of recharge and attend to life matters that I've neglected the hell out of over the past year plus, and honestly just try to fully relax for the first time since, like, Anniversary came out. I just need some fucking time just where I can just, like, enjoy life again, because it's been hard to do that over the past year plus. And I've talked about this and teased this exact thing over the past, like, few months of streams, so hopefully this doesn't come as a shock, but I'm not just, like, fully disappearing forever. I'm not, like, going radio silence or anything. I'll still be around. Like, I'll hang out. I'll be around on Discord, right? ! Discord. And like I said, like, I'll probably still stream once or twice a week. So, you know, it'll just be short raid streams and that'll be it. So I'll still be around then. But otherwise, like, it'll be probably, like, at least, like, a month of me just kind of taking it easy a bit. I got this brand new PC that I still really haven't done anything on besides just stream WoW, so I'd like to try some new games. And maybe, who knows, maybe even touch some grass, you never even know. That being said, the cooked raids on Alliance side on Era start up on January 29th, so I don't know if that's, like, an official return date, but, like, at least it, you know, when I saw that announcement, like, oh, the cooked raids don't actually start till the 29th, it seemed like to me, like, okay, so I can kind of relax a bit till then. So yeah, you know, I don't know when we'll go back to full-time streaming schedule, but at some point we will. I'm not disappearing forever, like I said, but yeah. What about the bingo card? Can someone link the bingo card? I'd be curious to take a look. Did we hit everything? Come on, team. Holy fuck, it's 6 hours deep and I'm still going. I mean, to pull the curtain back a little bit, the document I had for the retrospective today is 21 pages long. So the Wrath one, for comparison, the Wrath retrospective lasted 6 hours and 40 minutes. It was only 15 pages long. So if it makes you feel any better, I could have gone a lot slower and had the stream be like 10 hours instead, but I tried to keep it, like, on pace to make sure that it wasn't, like, excessively long. You're welcome, I guess. All right, let's see here. What do we got? Crab farming, yep. Rank 14 grind, yep. Alt warrior, yep. No buff cap, yep. Warcraft logs banning fun buffs, yep. Pillar rostered, yep. Conkstone farming, yep. Healing 2 raids, yep. Leveling grind, yep. ED ninja loot, yep. Dink Doc, Danny Tracks calling, yep. Gold bind, yep. Didn't like Anniversary, free space. Inflation, yep cock. No GDKP, yep cock. Threat capped, yep. 0 content client updates. Yeah, I did that one. Yeah, we talked about that. SOD and AV, yep cock. Boon price drop. I don't think I directly addressed this one. I hinted at it, but maybe not that one. Threat capped apes. Nah, I didn't talk about any of that shit. Jump runs, yep. Ren buff spot leaked, no sir. Still a juicy secret, obviously. Nax world record, yes sir. Razor Gore kaboom, didn't talk about that one. Are you playing TVC? There it is. Yeah, I maybe briefly mentioned the boon price, but I didn't talk about that entire thing, in fairness. Oh, there you go. All All right. Hmm. Tasty. All right, kids. I think it's probably time to stop it there. 6 hours. We did good, boys. We did good. Ironically, despite me saying that, like, gonna put a hold on the Dan Pete coming to hop the Prime sub. Thank you, sir. It'll go directly to the Hot Pockets and Doritos Fund. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Despite the fact that I'm talking about how, like, full-time streams are going to stop for a bit. Ironically, I'm streaming tomorrow and Thursday, actually, probably. So if you're, like, sad about that, don't worry. I am actually streaming tomorrow because we are doing the Anniversary Warrior World Tour tomorrow. At least, I think, if we get rostered, question mark? 47 people rostered with that, fingers crossed. That'll be at, we'll start the stream because the raid starts at 2 p.m. Eastern time, which is 20 CET. Yes, I mean, servers are up, I guess. I think I just have to get DMT and Songflower. Surely it'll be fine. So that's the plan for tomorrow, and then maybe Thursday. I signed up for Naxxus on Thursday, thinking, like, okay, so I'll do the Anniversary Nax on Thursday, but yeah, that's not set in stone yet because currently one of Amy's runs for Thursday is sitting at 100 signups for one raid. Well, for better or for worse, Era seems to be popping off. So, yeah, Amy, who, by the way, is already running, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9 Naxes a week. Buddy, we're gonna need more, I guess. Because right now, 1 Nax has enough signups for 2.5 Naxes. So we'll see about Thursday, I guess. That's the plan, assuming we get rostered. So I guess we'll see about that. Other than that, though, yeah, we'll be taking a bit of a break. So I'll keep you guys posted on ! Discord. Whenever the days I do go live are happening, I'll just let you guys know there. So, I don't know. ! Discord in the chat if you want to join that. Place where I post stream news, stream announcements. Anytime I go live, especially in this next, like, month or so, I'll let you know there. If you want to ask me, like, what games am I enjoying in my free time, I'll let you know. I got a few on the docket that I want to enjoy finally. So I'll let you guys know there, I guess. Yeah, I hope all is well. Sarth, missed you too, bud. Shit, I guess it's over. What do I do now? Have I played Fallout 3 or New Vegas yet? I mean, of course I've played the OGs. Fingers crossed for a remaster soon, TM. Shit, now what? I'm done. That's it. I'm officially running out of words on the dock to talk about, so now I'm just unscripted again. Fuck. Do I play chess? I do not play chess. Play Catan. Does that count as a board game? So, alrighty, boys. I know I already talked about this earlier, but I appreciate you guys hanging out this whole time. Hopefully you enjoyed this long-ass yap session, because this is the yappiest of yap sessions when it comes to the streams that I do. Hopefully you enjoyed the comfy, real-time campfires this time around. And, I don't know. Hopefully you guys enjoyed at least some of Anniversary over the past year. I know it wasn't the best for me, but hopefully you guys got something out of it. Was there a grade recap of each phase? There was, yeah. What was it? MC phase, I gave an F-. Ranking, like PvP phase, I think it was like a D-, I think. BWL speedrunning, I gave a C-. AQ speedrunning, I think it was like a D-. And then Nax, I gave a B. The second half of Nax phase, I give an A. Wow. When's the next retrospective? Shit, man. Hopefully never. I'm never playing a fresh ever again. Fuck that, dude. So, good news about Era is it never ends, so I don't really have to do a retrospective on something that never actually ends, right? It'll be a while. I don't know, man. Hopefully never. Okay, I should probably shit or get off the pot, so I'll get off the pot. I appreciate you guys hanging out all this time. I appreciate you guys sticking through me this whole time. And I know I'll be somewhat MIA over the next month or so, but hopefully you guys can find other things to do in the dog days of winter, kind of thing. And I don't know exactly when I'll be back full time, but I think it'll just happen when it happens, you know? So, appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys keeping chat lively, as always. And if you're NA, have a good rest of the night. If you're EU, have a good rest of the, I guess, kind of early morning at this point. If you're OC, have a good rest of the afternoon. And I'll see you guys when I see you. Tomorrow. And then after that, we'll see you when you see you. All right. Bye-bye. Oh, shoutouts to Olaf, by the way. MVP of the stream. Oh, shit, is it raining? That's clutch. Later, guys.